Eric, is there something that you would like to talk to the rest of the class about?
I
Anything in particular? Anything you could think of?
I
And your
was
name is even more appropriate given that little intro there.
I was hacked by
Mm-hmm.
Russian bots,
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
and
Russian bots.
Is that what you want to go with?
yes, I was
Mm.
hacked by Russian bots.
By
Yeah.
Russian bots.
The lesson here is that the internet forgets nothing. That really should be the takeaway here.
Yeah.
Because that was not Photoshop.
No,
Nope. That was real.
I
That was a
typed-
screen grab.
I typed it,
Yep.
and sometimes you can't see sarcasm in print.
I didn't see anything sarcastic in there. That seemed legit to me, and it really plays well into the photographic evidence we had last week.
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
yeah.
it all kind of fits together. The pieces are starting to come together a little bit. I'm seeing the vision.
I expected something such as this from you.
Mm-hmm.
I was so surprised how quickly he followed me over there, and we're like, "Hey, look at who's over here!"
When will you people learn I see things?
Yeah,
I see things. I don't need to be told. I see them, and I read the comments.
Yeah,
I read them. But anyway, just saying. All right, we do have a couple of other things to talk about. I'll read a couple of the things. So, any of you curious about Bobby? I'm not sure. I'll ping him in a minute and see. Maybe he thought I was using. On my last video, I actually said 9 p.m. start time. That was my bad. Obviously, we're here. I'll ping him. Probably he's setting up the new worldwide headquarters. So we know that he's starting to make do in the new office. I'll ping him and we'll see what's up with him. So first, Elog87, good evening. RIP to Tatis rookie cards. Yeah, I'll touch on that really briefly, and then we'll get into the main topic du jour. Originally, I was going to touch on a little bit, but then as the weekend went, I was like, okay, well, I guess Sports Car Radio literally came up with 3 episodes back to back to back, and it was more things each time. So I was like, okay, interesting, fair enough. Something different, I suppose. Yep, something happened. Yeah, I think so. We'll get into that. Eric sent a BGS holder and an order, and it broke the internet. Facts. I know, right? Thank you, Paul. Good evening. Good hobby drama this week. Everyone talk about the Fleer break, but I saw another tamper break Thursday morning of a Wrapped 86 Fleer box at the National. Wouldn't surprise me. We'll touch on a couple of things about that a little bit here. Eric did the dark side. We could all see it coming. Facts. Facts, Brandon. Facts.
yeah. That was my buddy Brandon from Texas. Hey, buddy.
Yep. By the way, Eric, if you want to blame someone for who possibly screenshot and sent to Carlos, it was me. It's true. It's true. Paul is the one who originally brought that specific piece to my attention. And don't worry, I went back and then got the clean version, but Paul did send me a heads up on that one.
Paul, you suck. But no, Carlos,
You
you
need
were
a new
like,
sign, Eric.
you were like right there with me. So I mean,
Oh, I don't Eric, I see things.
I know.
Anytime I can incriminate you and deeply associate, like the fix is in. It's the long con. Eric is really a Beckett Chill in disguise.
Yes.
Poorly disguised at this point. Like the
Yeah.
cracks are showing in that facade.
Yep. That's what it's all
Just
about.
saying. Tatis to the moon. True. Evening, gentlemen. David, absolutely. Good evening. Tatis showed Ring World Mobile World Series ring. Facts. So yeah, I'll touch on the Tatis thing briefly because I literally heard about it a couple of minutes before the live stream, obviously.
It's less than a couple hours old.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, I wasn't paying attention. I was doing my stuff. And then I see on the Discord Sunday ping, it's like, oh, Tatis. And then I go look it up. I'm like, oh, okay. So, yeah, suspended 80 games for PEDs. Just talking from the card angle, obviously it was a bad decision. It wouldn't surprise me, though, if whatever performance-enhancing drug he was pinged for was probably related to trying to heal up quicker to get back in the lineup. Because that does help with that. In addition to performance-enhancing, you can also use it to try to heal up quicker. The problem is you're being tested. You're about to come back, so it's like you have to be extremely careful. You're really playing a dangerous game with that kind of thing. It's just another in the line, though, of bad judgment. Because he got injured in a very stupid way not long ago. I think it was like a motorcycle. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, you're...
And maybe probably the pressure of coming back faster.
Yeah, it's like you are because he's got the big contract. He's got a very large contract with San Diego. And that San Diego team was looking formidable on paper. Obviously, they've been struggling since the trade deadline. They haven't been playing that well. But, like, Tatis would have been a really good addition to that lineup to make it even stronger. And now, obviously, that's out of place. So I think the way the suspension works is that ends him for the season. He's ineligible for the playoffs. So, like, that's out. So it's like, yeah.
And the first 42 games next season.
Yeah. But if you do the math a little bit as well, what you realize very quickly from a card standpoint is that, okay, this is like strike 3.5, strike 4, basically. Like, it's problematic. He's missed the whole season. I don't think he played a single game this year, so he's missed the whole season. And then he's been injured repeatedly. And then now we tack on a PED suspension. Now, from the PED perspective, if somehow he turns it around in the rest of his career, he's able to play without too many other problems, there's a chance that by the time he's young enough, that maybe by the time he finishes playing, the PED stigma may be lessened. It might be less of a problem down the road, but he's missed so many games already. Right out of the block, he's missed so many games. Like, he'll show these flashes of potential, but like already you can't finish seasons. It's not good for whatever reason. Even without the PED suspension, he missed most of the year. So it's like it's not good, no matter how you want to slice it. So it's not a great start. So let me touch on this. So I know you muted, Brad. If you need a second, let me know. But I got a question for you that kind of plays into this.
Yep.
From the shop perspective, what do you think somebody, like if you were sitting on a stockpile of Tatis right now, how you feeling? What are you doing?
I was just down in Boston visiting that Eric fella, and I bought at his shop a Tatis auto.
Oh, okay.
Just have it sitting on my desk.
So Eric knew the fix was in. He probably gave Tatis the PEDs. Like the conspiracy deepens. There's a lot going on there. Interesting.
Yeah.
You should have known. It was very suspicious. It was very suspicious when, hey, noted Beckett show. He gave you an SGC holder. He goes, SGC. That'll teach you. Interesting. I'm just saying. I'm curious. Now, by the way, one other thing I'll mention. So I know there were some guesses. I have the tally of the Eric names from last week's live stream, so I can tell you the definitive total. Now, I agreed to cancel out the last two because they were writing rapid succession right at the end of the live stream, so I'm not counting. Anyone want to take a stab at how many monikers Eric went by in last week's live stream?
6.
All right, Yannick says 6.
I'll go 8.
8. Eric, what do you think? How many names did you go by?
I already know because you already told me.
Yes. It was 10. 12 if you count that last two, because a couple people did guess a dozen. So it actually would have been 12 if we count the last two, but if you were in that range, you were close enough. But we did hit double digits, so very impressive. So quickly, I'll scan a couple of these comments here.
Hold on a second. Does anybody want to guess the names I have called Carlos since then? Anybody want to guess that number?
Your lordship, my liege, my superior, sir, yes, jefe.
Yeah.
That's just a couple. And you even learned some Spanish for that one. That's pretty good. That's not bad. That's not bad.
I had Google Translate. It helped.
If you want to get any of your own Poopy Pony residuals, because I own all the rights and properties, like it was on my show. So like if you even want to get like a penny, use the right tone, sir. You don't have any bass in your voice. Trust me, even less. To go all the way beyond no bass in your voice. So just curious if you're pitting to future Hall of Fame catchers. Who makes it? Thurman Munson is an interesting one for maybe a veterans committee, because obviously he's got a great case. Like he is probably one of the more infamous ones. The problem is his career was short. But obviously, like, he's got a legitimate case, a Yankee. They won the World Series with him. He was a big key piece of that. If he had played just a couple more years, it wouldn't have even been a question. So it's kind of where it's a little bit tricky there. Molina, I think so, probably. Buster Posey's an interesting one because obviously he played well, and he was with part of 3 World Series winners. So that was huge. I don't remember his other hardware off the top of my head, but, like, he's not a bad kid. The catchers are tricky, though, man. Like, catchers are really tough. And Mauer, I think, got hurt because of concussions. He had to move to first base. So, like, he lost credit. Even though, as a catcher, Mauer was an amazing hitter. Like, an amazing hitter. I would like to see Mauer because he was a great hitter, period. And then, obviously, why would I punish you for going to first base to preserve your career and play longer? And it wasn't like he became a terrible player. It's just, obviously, he loses some of the specialness. A first baseman versus a catcher, you lose some of that ability.
I'm thinking Molina and Posey may be faster than Mauer.
Oh, I think so, yeah.
They all belong there at some level, and Munson definitely on the veterans coming.
Yeah, I think you can make a case for all those guys. I think that's the key. Is you can make a case for them, and it wouldn't be like a ridiculous case, but it's tough. It's tough for catchers. So, DR, good evening. Packers versus 49er preseason. Yes, absolutely. I struggle with preseason, though. Like, I can't do it anymore. Like, I'll get to it. When we get to the real games, I'm going to turn on the streaming package and everything. I'm going to watch some Red Zone. It's going to be fun. So, I think it'll be a good time. Statis like father, like son. Yep. Do you think you knew about PDs before they traded for Soto? I doubt it. It would be kind of interesting. Because it's a shame, though, because, on paper, that was a compelling lineup, having all those pieces in place. So, it's like, we'll see. It's okay. Let's see here. Good day, absolutely. Global sports card investor. Good evening, or well, actually in Australia, it'd probably be the opposite. Probably good morning, early afternoon. I'm not sure. You have to let us know. Do we think PED is equivalent to steroids in relation to Hall of Fame blackballing? Well, that's kind of where I pose the question: is a guy like a Tatis who's young, would the sentiment change by the time he'd be eligible? Because you have to think, if again, I'm giving ifs. if he plays long enough to have a decent length career and have a solid Hall of Fame case, and then we tack on the additional years to get candidacy, to be eligible for voting, do enough of the voters turn over where maybe they look at him in a different light? Do we soften our stance on that a little bit by that time when some of the older writers start to, retire and die off?
I think
It's
so.
possible. Yeah, it's very
I
possible.
think so. With time.
Yeah, I think they might. I think you might get a kinder view. Fortunately for him,
The
he's
Hall
young
of
enough.
Fame doesn't like PD.
Right now, it does not. No.
No.
But if some of these guys start cycling out, you never know. I'm not going to say yes for sure, but you never know. So we'll have to see. So let's go here. Loving the latest content. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jeff. Absolutely. Good evening. The Big Bad BGS Love Bunny. Let's start early. There you go. Yeah, Dak is one of the good ones. I'm not sure what that has to do with what we're talking about, but sounds good. Ivan Rodriguez took more steroids than Tatis Sr., but you have to get caught. You have to get caught.
That's the problem.
Getting caught is key. Yep, Zero. Eric doesn't call people names. I know. He's a kind and gentle soul. He learned that from his buddy Jeremy. It's like the one with the neck. Yes, the one with the neck. Bubbles, good evening. Absolutely. Good evening, Tom. Yep, PD stands for Forwards Hands Drugs. Pretty sure it was steroid related. It could be. Posey and Munson have scary similar career stats and accolades. Molina compiled his way in, and Mauer has 3 batting titles as catcher. Yeah. Well, the problem is no catchers are no-brainers. Like, unless, really, I don't really think there's any catchers that are no-brainers. The Hall of Fame struggles with catchers. Like,
Yeah.
they try to compare them, I think, to position players, and it's like, it's not the same. The requirements are different.
You got to add framing onto these guys now, too.
Yeah.
One way or another is another step.
Yeah, so Tatis got busted for was anabolic steroids, FYI. Thank you, Will. Sounds good. 10 a.m. over here. Gotcha. So good morning then on your end.
Time.
Pudge played forever. Baseball's too many injuries. Letting regulated PEDs in would be good for the game. There you go. There's a take. All Valley Collectibles, good evening. Let's see here. 3D80s kid. By the time Tatis is old enough, Bonds, Clemens, and Moore will probably have gotten in via committee. That's what I mean. If the sentiment changes eventually, it could help him. Like if he just plays long enough, has a good career otherwise. Basically, if he stays out of trouble and is able to play enough games to actually, compile the stats that you'd want to see, the sentiment might change. Yeah, because if Bonds and Clemens and those guys eventually get in through committees and stuff, like it's going to be hard to say like, oh, never let him in. It's like, well, these guys eventually got in. It just took a longer.
I have a very strong opinion about this stuff, and I believe that if you are in professional sports and if you are caught cheating in any way, this automatically takes you out of the running for Hall of Fame. Hall of Famers do not need to cheat. They are better than everyone else. They are above everyone else. And if you are caught cheating, I think it takes you out of the conversation of Hall of Fame instantly. I don't care what the sport is. I don't care how big of a star you are. Passionate baseball fan.
What are we talking about? I'm just saying. You're trying to sell us. You've been selling us on a hill of good this entire time. All of this has been a fraud.
I think Eric should be on every voting committee.
I know, right?
For Hall of Fame.
Whether it be Lance Armstrong in cycling or Barry Bonds in baseball.
Or everybody else in cycling.
Everyone. Yeah.
It's like the entire field.
Yeah.
Everyone in the 88 Olympics 100-meter dash.
Yeah. It was like the 88, but yeah.
Yeah.
You're correct.
Yeah.
So when athletes are saying, well, listen, I was taking this to, heal faster, I call bullshit on that, because you have the ability to have the best medical care on the planet as a professional athlete. All right. Anything you get a small tweak, like you're off to see Dr. Andrews somewhere. They fly you on a plane to go see the best doctor on the planet that's been doing this for 50 years. And I don't believe it. And if, let's just say it's true. Say, okay, I'm going to take this drug so I can heal quicker. Good, take the drug and then say, I'm out for the rest of the year. Don't try to come back with it still in your system. Say, I am going to take a year off. I'm going to do whatever I have to do to heal, to come back stronger. And
but that's not fun.
It's not fun. Well, then never mind then.
Well, it's important.
I
You got a right to do anything, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't get busted.
Yeah, I'll next time. Yeah,
I'm just saying I have questions, Eric. Like I have questions. I'm just listen. The name underneath you is like telling us the truth. The name underneath is like your subconscious telling us the truth. Whatever you say, we have to really consider what's going on there.
Well, the only drug that's in my system now is probably Midol.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Interesting. Interesting.
Uh,
All right, go here.
I think Brad's the only one who got that.
I get it.
That's
Yeah.
good.
The incentives are all wrong. Too much money to be made. Morality has no place in business. That's usually been true. Yes, that's fair. That's a fair point. Will. I went to Cooperstown for the first time ever this past Hall of Fame induction weekend. I was blown away by the main street. It's literally like 4 blocks. Such a big deal in such a small town. Yeah. Cooperstown, New York is not a big place.
Fine.
Steroids don't work. Ask Brady Anderson. Look at your reference. That is a solid one. Tatis should have taken the psychedelics like Aaron Rodgers did. It would all been all good. True. That's a different kind of thing. I don't think anybody argues it's performance enhancing, but he's trying to argue it. But I guess he tries. Does he buy the name brand is the question. True. Good evening, Shane. Absolutely. Good stuff. All right, well caught up here. But yeah, no, like it's open up. Here you go. Can you take it to the playoffs? It probably wouldn't hurt, to be honest. It might help. You never know. Like I don't know. I can't argue it wouldn't hurt. Look, in the playoffs, the problem has always been the same. And I've said this about the two quarterbacks. Watching the Green Bay Packers football, it's fun during the regular season. But both of the quarterbacks they've had are 2 generational Hall of Fame quarterbacks. But they're both screwed up in the head. Both of them have psychological problems. Now, most of the time, that's not an issue. So it's not manifesting itself in any way that's a problem for us. So it's fine. But at the same time, when you get to the playoffs and you're trying to do something, it's like, I just need you to not make a really bad decision. If you can do that, we're probably okay. And oftentimes the bad decision happens at really inopportune moment. So maybe if he's on psychedelics, he might think it's the regular season and throw 6 touchdowns. So I'll take it. Why not? Give it a go.
Like I said last week, people need to make sure they stay away from this. It's not a joke. It's not something. It has serious psychological reactions. There's a lot of studies being done on it. Like I said last week about PTSD treatments for people who've been, have had serious trauma and things. But recreational use of this stuff, it could cause serious brain damage. Just it's not a joke.
Yeah.
And to have a professional athlete, hinting or coming out and saying this is what I'm doing.
No, he's saying he's doing it. Yeah. He's not hinting.
You are not you're not doing anything good for the community or your young fans. I'll tell you that.
There you go. So I think Bobby is about to join us here. So Bobby, let me know when you're good. Give me a thumbs up and I'll put you on. So he's seen himself set up. So let's figure it out. Okay, perfect. Bobby, good evening. How are you?
Hey guys, what's up?
Not too much. How are you doing?
Squirrels are gone.
Oh, just trying to think of a pain in the ass. Oh well.
So real quick. Yep.
I'm here.
So real quick. There you go. So I'll read a couple of comments and then we'll get you integrated here. Brett Favre definitely is a terrible decision maker. Yes, absolutely. Watch UGA on black and white TV beating Alabama. Yep. Looks like the Packers are beating Alabama. There you go. Brad here. What Wheaties box is the one behind you? So you got a Wheaties box there.
I got to move Mr. T. Tiger.
Ah, the Tiger one. Gotcha. Nice.
I pity a Wheatie box.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Nicely done. Nice. Nice. I like it.
You remember the Mr. T cartoon back in the 80s?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Used to watch that every Saturday morning, Mr. T, baby.
Okay, so here.
T-shirt.
I'll let
Did he eat
Hobby
the
Chips
cereal
and
too?
Will he might still be eating it now. He might have had a lifetime supply. You never know. Like it would explain a lot. I'm just saying. Speaking of
stuff is
psychedelics,
it's addictive. You really have to watch that Mr. T cereal. It has so much sugar. It's quite addictive. When a professional like Eric comes in and talks about it, stay away from that Mr. T cereal. Yep.
Yeah, that stuff's nasty, man. That'll kill you.
as a non-medical PhD, the only medical advice I have is don't listen to NFL quarterbacks for medical advice. Facts.
Yeah, I don't say we have. We had one here in New England for like 20 years. that was always giving all sorts of different medical advice, him and his personal trainer, and it's just all absolutely insane. Yet he charges people ungodly amounts of money to get into his program so you could live like him. And it's basically
Nice.
drink a lot of water. Is
Stay hydrated, bro. Stay hydrated. Come on. It's
Yeah.
important.
it's just
The first rule.
It works for athletics. It works for the Nationals. Stay hydrated. Comfortable shoes.
yeah.
Comfortable shoes, yeah.
I think that is Tom Brady's trick for getting in, staying in the league for 20 years is hydration and comfortable shoes.
Hard
Who'd have
to
thought?
argue. Yeah. Absolutely. So Bobby, of course, is joining us off the heels of a very successful appearance on the personal formerly personal finance. I keep going to personal finance then, but now it's the sports.
Yeah,
card.
sports card dad.
Yeah, it's sports card dad now. The rebranding, of course. But I honestly, I think easily the best episode that's ever been on that channel. You can pretty much delete all the other episodes. There's really no point. Just watch that one. It's the best one, easily.
Dustin might agree.
I think everyone.
I doubt
is,
it.
Bobby. Everyone is. And in fact, probably you and Ryan were doing a great job. If you could get rid of the third guy. Third guy, though, seemed a little bit dead weightish to me.
Who was the third guy?
I don't remember. But there's somebody there who just looks like hanging out and like, look, you guys are doing your thing. You're doing the historian thing. He's doing the historian thing. You guys are fine. Just go on about your business. You were going. So here.
Yeah.
Big appearance of Dustin channel. Yep. Very new to the show, so I'm sure late to the party. But I enjoyed hearing just a little bit about Bobby's collecting story the other night. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's always good to get a little background. Sometimes it's easy to forget that some folks are coming into it later on, so they didn't get a chance to hear it. And it's like there's information, little nuggets of people's backgrounds hidden. There are hours and hours and hours of live streams over the course of time. The stories get told, but not everybody gets a chance to catch them. That's why the last video I had fun because even the little train thing, Paul of course got it. It's like that's more of an OG thing. Like it used to be more commonly. In the pickup videos, I would still have the train in the background sometimes, but in the old videos where I was near the window, all the time. So,
Yeah, I think I ran through my my history a little fast yesterday. So it's like, here we go again. Okay, yeah, I did this, did that, man. There we go. Now.
So you started off about how you owe it all to me and that I inspired you, right?
Yeah, it did, but that didn't. I thought that hit the cutting room floor. I'm not sure.
The interpretation I got out of it is he inspired me on what not to do. It's like I took that as a cautionary tale. In that way, Eric inspires us all. In that way, Eric inspires us all, really. So I think that's important. And he still won't submit to drug testing. It's very unfortunate. It's just terrible.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm on PEDs for card collecting.
Well, it can only help. Like, there's been some questionable, like, we were questioning, like, you're losing some off your fastball, buddy. So you need whatever you can get. Like, broken hips, broken backs, broken everything else. You need all the PD. You need all the drugs.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Just on a side note, 2 days ago, I had a very long needle inserted into my groin to try to help repair the torn tendon that I have that is very slow to healing. And it hurt like hell. So you could all enjoy that.
What was the needle for?
It was full of steroids and cortisone.
Well, it was probably because
more
the doctor
drugs.
was getting it.
More
probably
drugs.
Yeah, well, that's why he is the drugs. Seems about right.
Yeah, that's no wonder. That's why Poopy Pony.
Well, he was probably taking the Aaron Rodgers ones at the time that he thought of Poopy Pony. He goes, guys, right. I got his idea. I saw it in a vision.
I was on ayahuasca. Yeah.
Interesting.
But, you know it's a big needle that the doctor's holding it behind his back, and as he's bringing it up, I kind of sat up real quick to ask him a question and saw it, and he quickly takes it and puts it behind his back. He doesn't want you to see that the needle is this long.
He's got to use whatever tricks he can get, man.
Yeah, and it's just like, dude, I'm not 6. I know what's happening. I know what's about to happen. You don't have to hide the needle.
Caught a fish this big. Yeah.
He distracted you with pictures of you and Jeremy hanging out, Jeremy from Beckett hanging out, and then you felt better. You felt comfort. Was
it longer than a chocolate stick?
These are the important questions.
It may have been about that length. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, let me read a couple of these comments here. So first thing, just kind of a side rule. I've said this before, but I'll make it clear. If you try to be political in the chat, I'm going to ignore you. And if you try to do it a second time, to the nether realm you go. Just a warning. Brad, shocked that PSA mentioned to receive more cards than expected. And even if it's peripherally political, I'm not interested. Go do it somewhere else. Yeah. So, Brad, when you get a second, you can do this. So, they did mention that they got more out of the $18 thing than expected. Did that surprise you at all, or pretty standard? What do you think?
Yeah, no, not really. I think that's based upon what I seen come in on my small percentage compared to them. That it made sense to me because I got probably 2 or 3 times what I expected.
Yeah.
So
I think people were waiting for sub 20. I think when they see the sub 20, it's a psychological barrier where it's like, oh, let me send this stuff in.
Yeah. So I think now the backlog is done in the next 2 or 3 weeks.
It's going to be close. I didn't get a chance to listen to the podcast, but I know they're closing in. I think they're comfortably under 1 million cars, which means for them, they're getting close.
Yeah. So I think it'll be done in 2 or 3 weeks. So now that July special, say if they pulled in, I don't know, 1.5 million to 2.5 million cards in July, based upon that will give them that 2-month buffer. Everything's building towards 90-day max turnaround time, so on every service level. So once they prime the pump now, they have backlog done. They have all the July specials sitting there. They get 20, 30,000 cards coming in at value and above. That keeps everything rolling for 90 days. So again, I think what they did, I think the only thing that, if PSA's eyes, maybe they went a little cheap out of the block to get that many cards. They could have came out with a level in between the 18 and 20. Yeah, 18 and 20.
Well, I think the maximum value would have to be a little higher if they wanted to go there.
Yeah, so
with the $18, the limit they put it in made more sense. Like it was just like, we want you want to send in some stuff. Yeah, let's get some of it in the system. One thing I was thinking about with that though as well is that I have heard that there's starting to be some more activation from the New Jersey office. There's some more activity happening in the New Jersey office now. So it means they're starting to get closer and closer to activating some of the capacity they have sitting there ready to go.
Yeah, so from what I understand is that New Jersey, again, just from what I have overheard in general conversations, they are up and running, but I don't think things will really get rolling for 6 months to a year. They still have a lot of hiring and everything else to get going. So, but I think they're in a really good position right now. It was nice to see that when demand was down towards May and June, all of a sudden they come back. It's great for the hobby. It's great to see that, boom, you lower the price, they get that much of an influx of cards. That's nice to see. So,
yeah. So let me scroll through here. Friday Pena versus Friday Hobby Chat Wars. It's like, is it though? Is it even going this week? I don't subscribe, so I don't know. You guys would have to tell me. I have no idea. We need to start PD testing, Eric? Absolutely. Carlos Brad is going to buy high-end Tatis. All the high-end Tatis. Eric, the doc doesn't want you to pass out. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Name Lives. He's off in the wilderness hanging out with his kids. Instead of sending them into the wilderness to defend for themselves, like we talked about, so he can get his ass over here and get on the damn screen.
The 7-month cooking class must have finally ended.
Yeah, well, I think he finally figured out how to cook the dish. Or he gave up.
Adult cooking class.
Yep, adults freak the F out, absolutely. Yep. Andy, good evening. Make Fernando Tatis great again. He's got to get on the field, and it's not going to happen for a while. Not until 2023. We're going to have to start there. So here's Bobbles here. SGC has a backlog. It took him more than 12 hours to get the pros grade. At $30 a card? Now, I know, bulk submitters and all that, but I think bulk submitters, Bobbles, I think, does like $23, $24 a card. But like $23 a card, I want Peter to personally get the cards for me, hand deliver them to me, and it's got to be like 1 hour photo. Otherwise, rip off. Unbelievable rip off. You think that's worth $23? Puh! Puh!
Oh my God.
Offensive. Like, I was offended. And like, look, I'll tell you guys, right up to the minute, there hasn't been a lot going on. Not a lot of eBay stuff. Haven't been winning a lot of stuff lately because honestly, the prices have been jiving with me. Price has got to make sense. The card has got to make sense. I'm waiting. I'm patiently waiting my move. And I did win a card tonight though. Just before the live stream, I did win a card. So, and I'll show it to you. Yes, I did. So I went in and I won it by auction. So won it, and here it is. It's in an SGC holder. You see? I did it. And I won it for less money than the seller who actually bought it less than a month ago. So SGC trending downward, first of all. Secondly, now I need power tools to get it out of this tomb, to get it out of this ridiculous holder, so that I can put it in a dignified BCW top loader to increase its value, to at least triple it. So it's like, man,
Agreed.
think about it. Like I'm sitting here like, oh, fine. Look, I guess I'll take it. I suppose it sold for less. The previous purchase was a month ago.
Oh,
You can look up the comp. The seller paid $50 for it. I paid 47 a month.
Wow.
Collapse.
Oh,
Collapse.
Ah,
Collapse.
total collapse.
Absolute collapse. That market, that SEC market, it's going down the tubes. It's in the tank, man.
You can
In
get
the
that out
tank.
pretty easily, and it's sort of a reference to watches. You know, remember that commercial, the Spidell twist?
That sounds vaguely familiar, but
Get yourself a new wrist on the Spidell twist, and they twist the wristband. Anyways, that's all you have to do with that. Just twist it.
There you go.
It'll pop.
I like it. I like it. Well, here it says, can Tatis mail the extra pills to Chow Peas? Listen, Broken Back Fish Boy's got his own problems. He'll get on the field eventually. It'll be a race. Does Tatis make it back onto the field before Trout? And I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced who's going to win that. I feel it's a closer race than people think. I'm curious if money was unlimited. What would be the item or card to see you guys would go after? I think that's a cool question. I like that question. But before I do, I'm going to come back to this question. I like the question, though. Take a second and think about it. Unlimited funds, so money's no object. You can collect whatever you want. Ultra Pro. No, man. BCW is enough to raise the value. If I get Ultra Pro, that's luxury, bro. That's luxury.
Living high.
Like, I'm going from this mediocre second, third, fourth tier holder all the way to BCW. That's an elevation already. And then Ultra Pro? Bro, you want me to go like quintuple the price? 10x the price? Oh my God. Come on, calm down. Calm down.
I don't even know if this is good or not, but
Econo safe?
yeah. That's,
Compared to that tuxedo, whatever they call it, way better. That would double the price easily. Double.
Yeah.
Okay, so money was unlimited. You can get whatever you want. So in this case, it's open. So he did include items. So Bobby, you're covered. He did include items. So it doesn't have to be cards. It can be an item, whatever you wish. Unlimited funds, anything you like. What are you interested in? Bobby, you first. What would you like?
What would I like? Anything
What would
first?
intrigue you?
Boy, that's a real tough question. I think I would like a full run. Is it one set, one card, or anything?
It's right here at what would be
Full
the
run of the
item,
park.
card, or set. Item, card, or set that you guys would go after.
Yeah, I'd probably go for a 1924 Fry Treasure Island set.
There you go. There you go. Nice.
Fried chocolate.
Nice. Nice. So Yannick, I'll go to you second.
It's got a puzzle
Unlimited
with
funds.
a pirate, and anyways. So.
Okay, is it a thing where like the puzzle would be in the back or something like that, or is the cards themselves?
The cards are puzzles. So they're all puzzle pieces, and you have to make a whole treasure map.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a really
Cool.
tough set to find. Anyways.
Nice, nice. All right, Yannick, you can go
Canadian.
second. Unlimited funds. You can have whatever you want, whatever you wish.
Pardon. I have a really liking of anything memorabilia game related, but not necessarily in cards, the item itself. Because of course it's something that is really expensive to play. But if funds were unlimited, I would definitely probably go after baseballs, sign, or either moments that they were a 3,000 hit or 500 home run, stuff like that.
Okay.
I really like those baseball bats as well. And
Okay, so you basically would build a collection out with it. Would you
yeah, well, a collection more like I like the tying to that moment that that bat or that ball or even that photography. I really like type 1 photographies.
Yeah.
I like that stuff that is linked to that moment, that whoever was there and capture that. So, and a set would be 1971 OPG. As crazy as it sounds, baseball. I really like that set.
All right, I like it. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, so Brad, why don't you go next? And while I teach a people don't listen when I say something. They don't think I mean what I say, but I do. So I'm going to take care of something. In the meantime, what would you do? Unlimited funds, Brad. You can get whatever you want.
First, Yannick, I sent you a text message too. Just when you get it. I would go after. It took me a second to think about this, but I would do a 1979-80 O-Pee-Chee hockey set, the full 396 card set graded in a PSA 10.
Yeah.
Unlimited money, unlimited time. I don't even know if there's tens of all the cards. There probably really isn't, but I find that set's the most unique. There's not a lot of rookies, obviously, besides the Gretzky, but it's the most unique characteristics of any set I can think of. because the cards have, just like the Gretzky rookie, there's so many different variations, from cuts to centering to corners to registration to. So I think having the nicest unlimited funds, because again, PSA 10 common would cost you $1,000 to $2,000. Like, I just could never ever fathom doing that. But
Okay.
if you had unlimited funds, it would be a project that could keep you going for probably your entire life to complete. So
Nice, nice.
So,
And Eric, I
like a
assume
complete-
like an entire collection of BGS slabs. So, like, that's a given. But aside
Yeah.
from that, what would you do?
1966 game worn and signed Bobby Orr jersey.
There you go. There you go. Again, money is no object, so that item was
100K
included.
right there.
There you go. Respect to content creator leaving YouTube for great reasons. He can't come up with interesting topics, doesn't want to follow the herd of disingenuous news sharing. So speaking about Dakota there. And I think I talked about it in the video. I don't have any problem with his reasons, because you got to do it for whatever reasons work for you. Hockey is always a little bit pushing the line with off the mark. Disingenuous news sharing videos, there's a lot of them that just do it just for clicks and stuff. I honestly prefer the news. I talked about it in my video. I would be bored in about 10 seconds if I just did videos on like cards. If this set or this thing, it's like cool, but I wouldn't enjoy it. I do the research on my own time. If I'm collecting the set, I do deeper research into the set and the variations and stuff. I could make a video about that. I'd be bored in about 12 seconds doing the video. I just wouldn't want to do it. And I would never take the time to finish it and publish it. It doesn't interest me. But for other people, if legitimately it does, that's great. The news thing, I like it because I like playing around with the idea of what they're going to do next. The business aspect of it interests me. So that's my approach to it. But if somebody else wants to just do the newsy thing, all right, breaking, blah, 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 and then they give you like a 2-minute video or a 5-minute video, they don't say anything, well, then fine. To each their own. It will get views and clicks. But yeah, if you can't come up with an angle you want, like, go ahead. Fine. But I like playing with it because I do actually enjoy those videos. Because if you notice, I don't do every single piece of news. I pick and choose which ones interest me a little bit. And then I can take some time and break them down. What do you think of people using the stock mentality to sports cards? When share prices are low, buy up. I can see it hold true for cards, but it doesn't always hold true with stocks. True. And I'll let everybody else kind of chime in on this one as well. But the thing is, the buy low, sell high has always been a thing. If something is a little undervalued or if there's an arbitrage opportunity, yeah, like it's always been a thing. In collectibles, it's always been a thing. People use the stock market here we're calling it stock market mentality. It's like, no, man, it's common sense mentality. It's arbitrage.
That's right.
Like Bobby has literally done this for years and years and years. I've done this for years and years and years. If that thing is underpriced and you don't know what the hell you're doing, I am buying low and selling high.
Thank you.
Yeah, like
Yes.
thank you for your generous donation. Like, and you can fund a collection that way. So but that goes back generations. That's not like 5 minutes ago. It's been a while, long before this recent buildup.
You said a key thing that can fund your collection, and I think that is probably the ultimate goal of most collectors, is to do that.
Mm-hmm.
If you can buy some extra stuff that pays for your collection, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And it's an opportunity. And Brad, I think you can testify to this as well. Like from the shop standpoint, yeah, shop business is one thing. But as a collector, you do look for opportunities as well. You look for stuff. Why do collectors buy bulk lots with a bunch of stuff they don't actually need? Well, I can sell off the extra pieces. Like, oh, okay, I've got the thing I want as part of this lot. But then I've got this other stuff. Okay, well, let me move. Well, basically, I bought the lot low. I got the item I actually wanted. And the rest of this stuff is like, all right, so it basically pays off the other item that I actually wanted to keep. Or maybe you even come out ahead. Like, it happens. If you're willing to be patient or you know how to do it properly, it's an opportunity. Why wouldn't you take advantage of that? Yeah, you're muted.
I agree 100% with that.
There you go.
I was trying to find I had some pickups, and I'm not going to get off topic, but I just
No problem. I'll read a couple of these quickly, and I want to touch on it. Okay, hold on. He's got some stuff here.
Hold on.
Yeah.
This
Is that the 52 toss mantle?
That is this is the 52.
The double print?
The
Common.
Closed box on the bottom, and a
Nice.
Nolan Ryan Opeachy that I picked.
So the Jerry Kuzman rookie. The Jerry
The
Kuzman.
Jerry Kuzma and the other.
Yeah.
It's funny when I seen JJ Bauma's comment. That's what I just said. He said 52 mantle Nolan Ryan rookie, and I have all my
Absolutely.
pickups in the last 2 weeks here on the table. So I was
Nice.
like, yeah, that's
Nice.
pretty
Nice.
I like it. That's perfect. Now, you guys know sometimes Brad's got some good stuff going on in that room. Like sometimes you ask the right question and it comes up. So there you go. So let me quickly scan through. What happened to Tatis? PED suspension, 80 games. That'll take him into next season. That's the short version. If you think cards will go back up, then buy. There you go. Dave here says E107. That's a great choice. I remember some of those caramel ones. I think I remember it off the top of my head, but it's been a while. but I used to religiously follow the SCD. But I think I know which set that is. I have to think about it. I try to track down and buy the entire population of 1990 Topps Frank Thomas no name on fronts. There's a project. There's a project there. All right, interesting.
I like that. That's cool.
I like that.
Tough one.
This Tatis further emphasizes why vintage is so much safer to collect. It can be. You almost need to wait until a player retires to know if he's safe with the cards, except O.J. Simpson, of course. There you go. Well, O.J. is still collectible, not obviously as much as he once was. If somebody wants to finish the set, they still need the card. That's still a key card in that set, however you want to slice it. The other thing is, I already showed you tonight. The seller lost money on vintage. Vintage spiraling downward. Spiraling.
You said slice it.
I did.
Wow.
I'm surprised you got coherent being the drugs. So I appreciate it. Good on you.
He's hearing things, maybe.
He's watching the show. I like it. I'd go for the 48 Bowman with the mixed sports. Okay, I like that, Tom. Nice. And I'd accidentally get a T206 Wagner to put in it. Yeah, there you go. Nice. It's one of those things, though. Like the T206, unlimited funds. It would be fun. A lot of stuff like the Wagner or the Mantle and stuff like that's obvious. And I laughed because I showed Eric saw the comment on one of the videos last week, and the person was trying to troll the troll, and I was like, oh, this isn't going to work out for you. This is not going to work out the way you want. He was being very, very mean to Eric, though. This is why this is why he became the drugs. This is what drove him to it. It's very unfortunate. It's very sad.
He was very mean, and
he was very mean. He said mean things. Absolutely.
He said that he didn't like my shtick with.
No one does. Literally, no one does.
And
the chocolate stick.
The stick, yeah.
And I didn't know it was a
chocolate
shtick. I sincerely hate Brad. I didn't know that it was a shtick. So
look, we already exposed that the Beckett thing's a lie.
And I mean, next thing, am I going to be accused that I like name? I mean, I hate him.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, I don't know. I'm being told it's a stick. They said Bobby's old and tired, and I was like, well, no, I'm the one that's old and tired.
Both true things. Yes, that's true.
But and then they said Carlos was mean.
Well, that's also true. To be
fair, Carlos is a mean kind of a bitch. So. He was right about that.
Like at least he got one
true,
right.
yeah.
Like one for like 4 or 5. At least he got one. So that's true. But like that's literally my brand. that's I lean into it. That's kind of what I do. But
to all those people who are tired of my shtick, I apologize and I won't shtick anymore.
Yes. Now the part that, like I said, that was a big part of it. But the other part, but that plays into this question. The other part of it was the idea that there is a jealousy of like collectors that have these expensive collections because the upshot was expensive collection. I'm saying like, why? No, just as a topic, and I want to come back around to it because this is one of my favorite things. Because I'm a big proponent of building the collection you want to build. Build the collection that you want to build, not the collection that checks off the boxes. These are iconic cards. Oh, I have to have these cards, or otherwise I'm not a real collector, or whatever the hell else you want to call it. I think that's dumb. I've never been a fan of that at any level. I think you should build the collection that you actually want to build. I think that's basically because I think you're going to be more satisfied with that in the long run than checking off boxes that somebody else came up with. And I looked at it and I kind of just chuckled and I laughed because the example that he gave was someone whose collection I wouldn't trade straight up for mine.
Yeah, that was actually a better example that you took for sure.
Yeah, and the thing is, and I laughed because I was like, on paper it sounds absurd because their collection is worth so much more than mine, and it is. But I'll tell you why I wouldn't want it, because I would be trading a personal collection that I've built, that I've cultivated, that I've curated over years for inventory. Because as soon as I had that collection, I would start selling it off because I have no use for any of this stuff. And it's not that the cards are bad. The cards are good. But I don't need them. I don't want them. So the question here about the unlimited funds, I would probably lean towards building a collection. The individual items would probably not hit 5 or 6 figures, even with unlimited funds, because it's like, I actually don't need those cards. Now, if it was just about obscurity or rarity, that T206 Wagner is an amazing card. I would prefer the Ty Cobb back Ty Cobb. Like that's a card that just does not come up all the time. There's very few of them, but it's also Ty Cobb. Honus Wagner is a Hall of Famer. I think he was in the first class or the second class. Like he's a top tier Hall of Famer. But Ty Cobb is Ty Cobb. In that set and that thing with the history of the back, specific back, it's very unique. It's a very unique piece. That's where I'll kind of go into the Bobby's rarity category because that is a rare piece, a real rare piece.
Mm-hmm.
So real quick here, I'll scan
Rarity
through.
rules.
So this is a 52 man
There's
on
my
rookie.
new pickup.
All right, you go in the middle there. Yep, that was the one you showed off. What year and brand is that again, Bobby?
It's 1933 C.A. Briggs, which was out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. Sorry, Eric. It is from Boston. So.
Boston?
And, yep.
Send it home.
It's a
to
nice
me.
card.
Yep.
There's only 2 known, so.
I do like the color on it. I think it's a nice looking card, especially from the era.
It does pop pretty good, to be honest. So I can take it out.
Sure.
Is it from a non-sport set, Bobby? Like,
It is from
No,
multi-sport
it's a-
set, I believe.
It's a multi-sport. Yeah, there's a Babe Ruth. There's a Red Grange, assumed Red Grange with the kicking motion, and hockey, and a basketball too, which is rather somewhat generic.
Nice.
So,
Good
yeah.
stuff. Congratulations on that pickup, Bobby. That's a good one.
Very nice.
And let
I'm
it
a
not be
card
said.
guy
the man-
again.
I know. I was going to say, let it not be said the man does not pick up cards sometimes. And here's
Well, I
Hockey
got
Hockey.
to
Trying to
send it
make
into
good on the
Beckett,
news
so.
videos. I see what you're doing. Trying to stay in the
Gotta
good
send it into
graces.
Beckett.
True. That's right.
Oh, God.
Get into a BVG holder. Okay. I just picked up my first 19th century tobacco card. It's okay from 1899. Does still count, yes. What is your oldest card? Do you have a year you stop? I've still got a bunch of T206s, so 1909. I'm trying to think. I tried to get into. I want to get an old Judge because I think some of them are really interesting. I think some of the pictures and poses are kind of neat. It would just be a matter of finding the
Cracker
right one.
Jacks
But
are
there's some
nice.
neat ones. Those are nice, yeah. Really thin stock though. Really interesting. Very, very interesting cards.
Paper stock. Actually, C.A. Briggs did a set. It's E97 baseball.
Yep.
So 23, 4, 5 years later, they come out with this. That's kind of interesting. Because they
I
only
used
did
to
that one
have-
set.
I used to have a little bit of a. I used to have a bunch of different variants of some of the caramel cards. I'm trying to remember if I got them exactly right, but I think I had an E95, an E96, and an E97. And I picked up a little type set of a couple of different ones. They're neat cards. I like them. It's just one of those things where I knew I wouldn't, especially at that time, I just didn't have the budget to be trying to build a set out like that. It would have been kind of cool though. Maybe in the category from that question from before, maybe if I just had unlimited funds, I'd probably build out some of those 50 sets I want to do anyway as project. But maybe I'd grab some caramel cards. I think those are neat cards. I like them for what they are.
It'd be great to get a pre-war typeset card.
Yeah,
You know.
absolutely. There's some amazing, like interesting, unique, and different ones. Like there's some. It's not like you need all the cards, but it'd be kind of neat to have different ones, examples of these different ones. It'd be kind of fun set to
Yeah.
put together, for sure. So Eric, what's your oldest card?
Oh, I have a few from the 1950, 51 Parkhurst set. You know, the Gordie Howe rookie set,
Mhm.
right? So
There you
I don't have that, but I.
He doesn't have an or rookie. How's he going to have that? Sorry.
I thought we talked about this earlier. You need the expensive cards, or you're a peasant.
Well, I have a copy of. I get copies of these things. I have like 5 order.
The dollar copy, yes.
Yeah, I got some Howe rookies, but I don't know how much money I'd get for them.
Go on.
Yep, peasant time. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. We got to give you a right title. By the way, I'm not counting it tonight. I did it last week. I'm not counting it. However, whatever number we end up with, that's the number we end up with. We got to have new shtick. We got to have new shtick. I'll get to the comments, guys. But these have been some good questions, so thank you for that. Yannick, oldest card.
1940s. I have some of that Cuban set Caramello.
Nice.
I like those. They're really hard. Everything is tied kind of like to local.
Are they as hard as a chocolate stick?
Not as hard as the chocolate stick.
Few things
They're
are.
just
Go on.
really hard because they're from Cuba and
Got
they
it.
were poorly made quality and 2 tobacco packs, so they're basically a wreck. You're lucky if you get a 2 out of the pack.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's the same issue with the Venezuelan issues. Like they're generally in terrible condition. They're usually horrific.
I got a local player from the 40s that played in those outlaw leagues from the 40s. So,
It sounded like one.
basically-
Yep. Now there's a great comment I want to get to. So please, Brad, oldest card.
So I was reading a text message.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
30. I got a Babe Ruth 33 Gowdy. Besides, that might
Nice.
be the only card I really have pre 1951.
Okay, very nice, very nice. That's solid. That's good stuff. I
It's
like
a
that.
chewed up. It's a authentic. I don't think it would get a numerical grade.
Oh, that's still a great card. It's not as good as it used to be. But if any of you guys are like kind of baseball guys and you want some older cards that were inexpensive for many years, check out the strip cards. There were different strip cards, W514 and different series like that. They were relatively inexpensive, available for a song forever. Obviously, that's
Yep.
changed a lot as the years have gone by, but a lot of them were very inexpensive. Crude drawings, kind of basic and primitive, but very interesting. And a lot of them are from like the 20s and stuff like that. There's some cool stuff there. If you interested, in just reading stuff.
1908 and up, actually, right up to the 20s, the W cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're interesting. Like
Right.
if you're interested in doing some research and some digging into the history of it, there's some interesting sets that have some interesting
There's
backgrounds.
even hockey.
True. That is true.
Yep.
Hey guys, back from vacation in the US. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Korean Cardboard. Good evening. Well, in Korea again, it'd be different time zone, but hello. Looked that up the other day. Actually, there's a huge chunk of 7980 set that have no PSA 10s. Looked that up because I was thinking about tracking down a HOV 10. There are 3, I think. Yeah, absolutely. There's some of those are tough. Buy high and sell low. It's almost as effective as it sounds. Yeah, exactly. Stamps have been falling since 1980. That hobby is really aged. They've aged out, and that's been a big problem for that one. Bubble says only 152 mantle. Psh, I know. Lower 1980, lower in 85, so lower 90. Rock bottom in 2000, bottom of barrel in 2005. What the heck in 2010? Almost free 2020. Like it. And this was the E107 set, the black and white set, super scarce, many Hall of Fame rookies. Thank you. That's what I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% sure. I kind of feel special knowing Eric doesn't talk too badly about me. Yet.
No, yeah, Brandon, I like. So
Give it time, Brandon. He likes everyone until enough time goes by. You'll see. A non-shtick would be a shtick. Facts. First class. There you go. Has anyone ever gone to the East Coast National? I have not, and I would like to. Historically, I've been interested. I'm intrigued, but I haven't had the chance. Have any of you guys been to the East Coast National, Brad? Ever checked it out? No?
Never. I'd like to, though.
I'm interested. Yeah, I'd like to.
Yeah.
It would have to be, again, it'd have to be one of those planning things. I have to figure out right time, right
They
place.
still
and all that.
running it right now, or they still
isn't it
because
usually in Pennsylvania?
The East Coast National used to be like in, it was in New York. It was in, what was the city? I remember,
Would that be considered the White Plains show?
it was the White Plains Show, yeah.
So
Yeah.
the White Plains show is the East Coast National?
Oh, yeah, exactly. But I think they've done 2 locations now, but they're all still in New York State. Both of them in New York State. My oldest card is Eric's rookie card from he was riding on the original Penny Farthing, long before the days of raccoon wrestling. That was the comment I wanted to
Wow.
get to. I appreciated Bob, like the Penny Farthing. I like it. I like where he went with it. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bob. An astute comment as always. An astute comment.
Last week,
Penny
was it?
farthings are the old penny toys
Today
we'll
made of metal.
Move it sideways.
Despite Eric's, lack of appreciation, he is an uncouth peasant. He continues to just not appreciate culture. He just does not appreciate culture. It's very unfortunate. Anyway,
I picked that up at the National.
hold on here.
What is
Let's
it?
see.
Oh, V friends.
Oh, the V friends. Okay,
Oh,
gotcha.
God damn.
Gifted Gopher signed by Gary V.
So what kind of gopher is it?
It's Gifted Gopher.
Gifted gopher.
From my
Okay.
house. I bought a pack of V Friends
Okay.
and I opened
Good
it up
fucking God.
and I bought it from Gary V himself. I passed him the $25 and then he was awesome. I honestly can't say enough about my brief interaction with him in person. And then I said, yeah, I was trying to do a little gimmick on it anyways, but he goes, do you want me to sign one? I said, sure, I'd love to put that in my collection. But he was very impressive.
Eric is seething with jealousy. Seething. Seething. It's really kind of sad. Okay, so looking here, let me scan through. Making the base for AH to be in the show. Nah. My oldest card is 1910 Old Mill T2210, Galveston Riley. Nice, nice. He likes everyone until he forgets his morning Midol. Facts. This year, the East Coast National is in Rockland Community Center in Suffern, New York. Nice, nice. Oh, so it's actually in August. Not bad. Okay.
Coming up.
Cool. Yeah, still would be. It still have to be something planned out ahead of time, but good to know. I like it.
So that'd be the
United-
same weekend as Burbank.
That could be true. Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, it makes sense though because Burbank, like, traveling cross country is tough. Burbank is going to draw the West Coast folks. It's going to be easy for them to go. But then the East Coast National usually has a committed crowd that'll come in. Like folks in New York State, like if they go to the show all the time, it's their local show. They're going to go. And traditionally, again, I haven't seen or heard from it in years, but traditionally they would they used to have a pretty decent vintage selection. I don't know what it looks like these days. I have no earthly idea, but it used to be one that was for that. United 7 CA Briggs baseball card set. Thank you, Dave. Eric, did you find your crayons to draw an arrow on the back of your sign so you know which way to hold it? It's important.
No, but
He's trying to be considerate of you. He's trying to help you out, man.
Have my mommy help me so we get it done for next week.
There you go. Brad, why not a Caddyshack gopher card?
I'd like to have that. That would be cool.
That'd be pretty sweet.
That I buy.
Yeah, White Plains, New York, Gloria Rothstein. Thank you, Dave. Hustlers are always charismatic. They can't manipulate people otherwise. True. Do you think inflation has been affecting the card market? This has been kind of a funny thing because obviously inflation would raise prices, but then at the same time we've had lowering prices. So I don't know, pick your poison. Where do you feel the inflation fall? Here's the thing. So the irony is that inflation is supposed to raise prices. The cards have been lowering in price, but one of the factors in it is as the price of other stuff goes up, we have less excess funds to throw into other things. So it's like you've got these two competing forces, right? So it's like you can't do both at the same time. It's something has to give, right? Anybody want to add anything to that?
I just want to say that I've been saying this is part of the things I was saying since January, that inflation is definitely going to affect the card market. It did. I think it played a bigger part than I expected. I don't think we saw that a recession. I mean, by the numbers, by the definition, I know there's a lot of debate about it, but as the old definition of a recession, we are in one. I did not expect that coming in January when I made my statements. But we do not have discretionary income. We don't have money to just throw away. And, milk is going through the roof. Gas has gone through the roof. Who has money to go spend $100 on a...
Hold on, Eric. Pause. I'm going to pause you mid-rant because we've got an important announcement. Hang on.
Okay.
Anyways, as much as I enjoy razzing Eric, we all do, it is my brother's birthday, so I can't stick around. Since the like button is once again sponsored by Jabronis Anonymous, Eric's group, I like the stream. Thank you, Bob. Go hang out at your brother's birthday. Thank you for popping in as always. And the like button is indeed sponsored by the peasant.
Bob, have a nice evening. Happy birthday to your brother. I hate you.
There you go. I wanted to make sure we had that. It was important.
Yes.
It's important community building exercise that we all acknowledge. Thank you, Bob. And thank you for reminding the people. Have yourself a good evening and happy birthday to your brother. So continue your rant as you were.
I just, to sum it up, it's just we don't have $100 to spend on cardboard with men's pictures on it when it's $80 to fill your tank.
But what if we buy SGC cards and they spiral down? Like, I think I can get a T206 Honus Wagner for $2.95 now. They're steadily spiraling downward. That person who paid $7 million, they're gonna feel real stupid when I buy the same card for $1.95. Sucker.
Another example, another truth about inflation is that the uber wealthy like yourself are affected last by it.
Well, the best part is though, even the uber wealthy like myself, if you all hit the join button to make me rich, regardless though, whether you do or you don't, like I said, I'm just buying SGC slabs for not even 1% of PSA prices, like a fraction of a percent. I'm not even paying you raw price, guy. You get it out of that stupid holder, I'll pay you more. Get it out.
All right, what did Brad promise you?
It's more poking fun at Bubbles. It's really more poking fun at Bubbles.
All right, I was just wondering what Brad was promising you on, in the back room. That
Look. It's time for us to come out. It's time for us to all be transparent. Okay. Look, we're all going to be transparent here tonight.
All right.
We have all chosen sides in the great. Bubbles made a video today where he was trying to quell the third-party grading holy war, and I'm against it. I am here to stoke the fire of holy war in accordance with the content gods. Praise be their name. We are stoking the fires of holy war. So I am going to make clear the battle lines. The battle lines will be drawn tonight, and I'm going to explain to you what they are. So first of all, I'm Team Brad. I'm backing Brad in this. We got it. He's my homie. I'm helping this man out. We're doing it. We're doing it on behalf of PSA. Eric is clearly a Beckett shill, so he's BGS. For life. For life. All right, we know this. Yannick has got this down for Mint. He's hanging out. He's taking care of Mint. It's going to happen. And Bobby's Team Tag. We all knew that. Bobby's Team Tag. We all knew that. That's not even... Why do I even need to explain it to you?
Yeah, that was a given.
Automatic. Done. So I need you to all understand the battle lines are drawn. I think there was another one with a black insert or something. Look, no one cares about it. The point is, no one cares. But these are the battle lines. They have to be drawn. Like, let us all make sure we cover this.
Oh my god.
It's important. We got to make sure we cover this. Everyone must be acknowledged. Battle lines are drawn. Like, the Holy War will continue. It will continue until there can only be one. Done.
So, has the backlog finished clearing up yet?
I think in 2 or 3 weeks it's done, Bobby.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, the newer stuff is actually the newer stuff's already getting processed through anyway. So it's one of those things where it just needed to get up to the shipping department because the graders are already done most of the stuff. So it's like ship it out. It's probably sitting in the shipping department right now. There's a guy like Eric sitting there like, all right, I'll ship it tomorrow. And if you just get on with it, we'd be done already.
huh. So it took 2 years to get through the bending over.
I would have been good with 20, 30, 40 years. Consider yourselves fortunate for only 2. Psh. Yeah, so let me scroll through here. Correct. Inflation leads to less discretionary income, driving down the price of non-essential items. Correct. GG Bama. Eric, are the Beckett slabs affected by inflation? You shill. Maximus Pomperliger. Thank you. Michael Ham. What's up, guys? Just leaving the card show here in Clearwater, Florida. Lots of high-end stuff. Really no deals. Unfortunate. But thank you for chiming in. Appreciate it. Team CSG for life. Thank you, Tom. We appreciate you lining the battle lines. Bobbles here says, even Brad wore the SGC submitter sticker. Pity. You pity the commoners. Like, yeah, sure, I'll wear your sticker. All right, it'll make you feel better. If it makes you happy. He's like, but it's turning around so fast. It's so fast. Yeah, but no one cares. It's like, maybe if you teleported it, I might care. Oh my God, it's turning around so fast. Yeah. Peter can hand deliver them at this point. You might as well. $30. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Psh. That you see? Stoke the fire and burn them all down. Facts, Dave. Facts. Like, look, I'm here to stoke the Holy War. I'm not quashing it. I'm throwing kerosene. I'm throwing gasoline. Whatever else we got. We're throwing it all in there. Get the napalm, Eric. Get the napalm. Or is it CSG? Yep. SGC. Actually, Team Rare. Team Rare. Look at you. You're already turning. I like it. And you get a Friday night show. Nice. There you go. What is your Mount Rushmore of bad guys of sports? Ooh. Bad guys of sports. Interesting.
Check out the
That guy's
Probstein.
sports.
Sorry, Bobby.
Gary V.
No, bad guys of sports. He didn't say sports cards. Gary Vee doesn't play a sport as far as I'm aware.
Can you bring up the autograph?
Oh, he's playing a sport, all right.
What was that?
Can you bring up the autograph guest list from the Probstein show?
Oh, for the Probstein show? Yeah. Eric would use that as the list. That's true.
That
That
is.
was so
Thank
good.
you, Brad. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, look. If we're being serious, like OJ's got to be on there somewhere. Like
Yeah.
you did technically. We all kind of know you killed people, so that, you gotta be on there somewhere.
OJ, Michael Vick, Aaron Hernandez. Those are your top 3. Go.
Yeah, those are your top 3. And here's the thing. Here's a controversial one for the baseball guys. I'm putting Pete Rose because he's a fucking moron.
Yeah.
Like, stupidity to me is a capital offense. To me, stupidity is a crime punishable by death. Forget about the Hall of Fame. I think the man should be shot summarily. You can be in the Hall of Fame after they shoot you. But you deserve nothing while you're alive. It's like, but the game is like, I don't care. You were an idiot. You get nothing. You die, and then you can go to the Hall of Fame. Not a second before.
Are you referring to just the gambling or like this big mouth last week?
His entire life, post-retirement, he's an idiot.
He just doesn't know when to shut up. They're inviting you back. You're at a major league ballpark. You have a jersey on.
All he has to do is shut the fuck up. Yes, just stop
Yeah,
causing trouble.
Shut up.
Yeah, he can't. That's why I say, like, I'm sorry. I was like, I might put him ahead a couple of the murderers. It's like, just shut up. Shut the fuck up. At least that man killed somebody. He accomplished something. Shut up. Jeez. John Wagner, C206 Hodis Wagner card, SGC 5. Great card. Way overrated. Ooh, in capitals. Way overrated. SGC overrated. Interesting. If I turn into Benedict Arnold of the Holy Alphabet Battles, do I get free subs or something at least? You should angle for them. If you're going to be a Benedict Arnold, get something out of the deal. Make sure you get something and get it in advance. Really important. Victor Pastorius. Nice.
You know, I was trying to think of that. That's what I was trying to say, but I think it's Oscar. Isn't it Oscar Pistorius?
It might be. I think Oscar's right. Yeah. I think, but Pastorius, I know who you're talking about. Regardless, Pastorius, I know who you're talking about.
Pistorius,
That's the guy I was trying to think of his name.
Antonio Brown's a good callback. He didn't kill anybody, but he is kind of a moron. He's kind of in the Pete Rose category. And he torpedoed his career while he was still on, which is kind of a talent, I guess, in and of itself. Not a good talent, but it's a talent, I suppose. Interesting. Anyway. Ray Caruth, yes. Ray Caruth is another one. Yep.
You can add John Wetland, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's some high-profile guys who would be on there. Like, I just feel like the only guy I'm easy as slam dunk for is OJ for sure.
Yeah.
OJ's got to be there. Like, he is a very logical addition to that. And then we can debate some of the other ones that have gone there. Because Mount Rushmore, we're looking at 4, right? So, OJ's there, and then we can figure out who else you want to put in the other spots, whatever you're comfortable with. We got options, for sure. An interesting question, though. Thank you, Timeless Cardboard. I like when they come up with kind of open-ended questions. So that's kind of fun. Brian Cox, and then Michael Vick comes up as well. So there's some other options there. Chris J, absolutely. Michael Vick, good evening. Sounds good.
I think Aaron Hernandez would have to be there.
I think so. Yeah, I think he would have to be like right in that short list of guys, right at the top.
And
Of the list.
OJ.
I agree.
To rewind the tape, I said OJ, Vic, and Hernandez.
Yeah.
Automatic. Now it's a debate who's 4.
All right. I think it's fair. I think it's reasonable. So, guys, it's about an hour in. So, 2 things I want to bring up. First of all, great questions. I like the hypotheticals. I like a lot of the references and things. It's been good tonight. I've been having fun. I did redeclare the third-party grading holy war. Bubbles tried to quell the masses, and he tried to bring peace to the Middle East, and I'm like, no, we're going warmongering. We're going warmongering, all. We're doing it. So, gotta do it. It's the right thing to do. But for the record, it's in the title of the thing. I think we should probably talk about the stupid 86 spear box.
we haven't actually mentioned.
I know. Look, I had so much fun with this other stuff. I'm like, all right, let's talk about the 86 spear box. I suppose it's about time. All right, so here you go. If those of you who came in late, you didn't miss it. We're gonna do it right now.
It's happening.
All right.
First of all, hit the like button. It's free. It is sponsored by BGS for Life over there.
Yes.
All right, 86 Fleer. So originally, I knew we'd talk about it, but over the course of the week, it developed a little bit. Sports Car Radio has come up with 3 different videos on it, adding little pieces each time. So at the National, there was an 86 Fleer box that was opened by a variety of influencers. So Whatnot, I think, sponsored it. It was like a giveaway thing, whatever. And they recorded it. They filmed it. So originally, the issue was that 86 Fleer boxes, like a lot of sets in the 80s, have a certain correlation pattern. And you can more or less figure out what the correlation pattern is. It's known at this point. And within reason, you can figure out what card is supposed to come next in a certain sequence. If you know the front card, you usually know what the next card is, and you can figure it out. There are some small variations, but it's minor. You can more or less figure it out. You'll be good. But what happened is the packs that were being opened were clearly out of the sequence. They were in alphabetical order. Like, they were so far off what you would expect to see out of it. It made no sense, the cards that were coming out of it. The cards, as far as we can tell, were legitimate, but the sequencing was all wrong. It was all complete. So it emphasized that this has been tampered with. So that was the first thing. And then the second layer of it is that this box came from Goldin auctions. So that's, the plot deepens a little bit. But it was BBCE authenticated. So now we add a little layer to it. And now the last layer of this whole thing is that there is video, because these have a little serial number on the sticker that BBCE puts on it, so you can kind of differentiate these pieces. With the serial number, you can determine that this is the same box that Steve Hart was on a live stream talking about. And as it turns out, this box, Steve Hart says he authenticated it, but they acknowledged that the 36 packs in the box were not the original 36 packs in that specific box. One of them apparently had a problem. One of them, kind of came open. So they replaced 2 packs with 2 packs from another box, presumably, and then authenticated it as basically I forget what the term was. It was like a assembled box or something.
You Frankenstein the box, basically.
Yeah. But it's like, he called it like assembled. But yeah. But the thing is that he also put in that he included a letter for it. So there's a couple of pieces. There's actually a lot of different components to touch on this. I'm giving you the overview first, and then we'll touch on the different pieces. But you've got all that going on. And as you add those additional layers, now it creates a thing. So by this point, it's a thing. It started off as being like, yeah, I'll mention it, a couple of minutes, we'll talk about it, and we'll move on. And then obviously it became more of a thing as we went along. Okay, so let's start with this, and then we'll expand from there. Okay? First thing. So Bobby, I'll give you first crack at this one. Before we get to any of the rest of the authentication piece and the rest of it, let's start with this idea.
Yep.
What do you consider to be a box that has 30? Let's assume that the 36 packs had all been good, but they're clearly not from the same box. what do you consider that to be? So we've got a display box that's real, and we got 36 packs in this scenario. We've got a display box that's real. We got 36 real packs that are all sealed, but this is not the original set of the 36 packs. What do you consider that to be?
Normal.
Sure. Because in a card shop, by the way, these boxes were never sealed. They were never in original wrapping. They don't have them.
Oh,
So it's one of
Peachy
those
had
things-
tape on their boxes, but yeah, Fleer never
Yeah.
did. Now,
Yeah.
understand that most boxes, okay, so let's say back in the day, it's on a countertop. The guy didn't sell all the packs. He's got another
That's what I'm
one.
getting at. There are scenarios where a legitimate box could have 36 packs that are from multiple boxes because
yeah.
this happened at a card shop. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's a real
We
situation
understand
that
that.
can happen. Yeah.
It's very difficult to find an original box with original packs in it without, and a lot of times a few of the packs will be open, the pop seal. It
Yeah.
happens a lot. So you'll
Yeah.
replace those to add up the box. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You'd be stupid not to. And I can't see anybody on the panel saying, no, I wouldn't do that. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, you would.
Yeah.
Of
I think
course.
the
And
issue
it doesn't take
issue,
away from the box.
No, I agreed. But that's the reason I'm asking.
Yeah.
I asked you that scenario specifically. I was very clear on
Sure.
the scenario I gave because I wanted to be clear on what we're talking about. I don't think the issue is that because there's plenty of real scenarios where this could happen in real life. It happened. A lot of these unopened boxes, probably that happened to them if they came out of a card shop. Unless it came from a sealed case originally, likely is there could have been some packs that shuffled around. But
Sure.
forgetting that for a moment, it's not an unopened box, and because an unopened box can't exist. If you authenticate it, you have to open the box to look at the packs and make sure they weren't tampered with.
Yeah.
By definition, you have to open it.
Yeah. It's just called unopened, meaning the packs are unopened. It's not like
Correct.
the box has not been unopened.
Yes, that's
And
right.
it's a general term, generic term, so it's,
Yeah,
it's
no, I get
used
it.
in many applications. Yeah.
Yeah, we're making sure that. So I just wanted to clarify that off the top. That's the first thing. Second,
Yeah. So it is normal. So anybody calling Frankenstein boxes, well, hey, Frankenstein's the norm, I guess.
for that type of issue, unless the
For
boxes
any
actually had
issue,
an original
any vintage wax. Yeah.
vintage, yes, absolutely. Yeah, for
And
stuff
even
later
modern,
on-
Not
because-
necessarily a bad thing. I'm just saying that the way that he said Frankenstein, yeah, you took parts from everywhere to make a complete thing. Is that a good or a bad thing?
It's not. But to Bobby's point, though, it's neither. It was a common practice at the time because a card shop would be like, oh, just refill the top off the box. So you wouldn't
Yeah.
know that. Like if you got it after the fact years, how would you know? that those packs could have been put in there 30 years ago, and you would have no idea.
But what
There
you-
is one way of telling, because most of the vintage wax, when it's wrapped a particular way. The wrapper's sometimes a little left, right, top, forward, and they're very consistent on that throughout the box, throughout that run. That's one way of telling, but there's no guarantee anyhow if the box isn't tape sealed. So go ahead.
Absolutely. So that's the first thing. I wanted to establish that off the top. We have talked about previously the challenge of authenticating, the difficulty, because we did this discussion with the Logan Paul Pokemon thing. And like even if you know what you're doing, it's still hard. There's still a lot of things that can go wrong. And realistically, what you're doing is you're not actually authenticating as much as looking for telltale signs of tampering. That's really what you're doing is you're looking for something that tells you this has been messed with. And if you can't find anything, you say, well, I can't find anything. That doesn't mean this wasn't tampered with. It just means I can't find anything to indicate it was.
Which is common.
Yeah.
It's very common. Like people, I'll give Steve a pass on the fact that the Logan Paul, he stepped out of his boundaries.
Comfort zone. Yeah.
A little bit of for bravado. I don't know why he did it, but regardless, he did it. He shouldn't have done it, and that was
Yeah.
wrong of him.
Mhm.
And so that gets a pass. That doesn't have to do with wax at all. It's
Yeah.
something totally different. So now we can go forward with this box.
Yes.
Um,
And this should
there's
be in
no-
his lane. Now we're back in the sports card realm. This is supposed to be his lane.
Yeah, but no autograph is 100%. No wax pack is 100%.
I agree.
So
I agree.
anything that you're buying in that regard, jersey, the authentication, there's no 100% unless you have some conclusive evidence or pictures or what have you. So all of that it's speculatory. So you understand getting into this wax, you're asking for perfection in an imperfect world. It cannot happen. So what you have is the best person available to do this for you. Now, if you want to crap on him because he got it wrong, well, did PSA ever grade a wrong card? Yeah, I think so. SGC, Beckett, wrong autograph? Yeah. How many times? 1,000.
Well, as per the Holy
it's
War,
all
he's
out
never
there.
done anything right.
Yeah, well, that's another part.
It's different. They're like I believe, Brad. I think we're aligned on this, right? Like I'm not aware of SGC doing anything correctly. Are we sure the Honus Wagner's printed on both sides? You paid $7.25 million. Is the other side even printed? Like, is it even there? Did we check? I don't know. Go on.
Sides
Continue.
are cut anyways.
I thought I'd poke again. I'm poking a little fun. I'm joking. I'm joking.
No
I think
shtick.
there's a lot more there's a lot more hype behind this than probably needs to be. There is going to be errors. The one thing about an autograph is you can't go back and say, you can't open it and see that the cards are, there's no cards in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's either a yes or no, or you'll never know. With packs, you can know. The one thing about this box was very interesting to me is that there was the Jordans in there, and they were 6 or 7. And when you open a pack, you're not getting an 8 or 9 every time. Your average grade is going to be a 7.
Yeah,
I know that.
There's a
from
point.
doing
There's a
all
point
those.
that you're bringing up though that I want to kind of point out as well, and this is something
Sure.
for everybody to chew on. Had this exact scenario played out, we're all comfortable. This has obviously been tampered with. We know this, but the reason people picked it up is because it didn't follow the known and understood correlation pattern. Had this same cards been in the standard correlation pattern that we would expect, there would be some people that maybe would question some of the packs or whatever. Maybe the cards don't look as nice as they expect, but that would be just background noise. But on the whole, no one would have questioned the box because as long as it's following the correct correlation pattern, a 6 or 7 Jordan rookie is not out of the realm of. It's not a ridiculous thing. out of
So
a
let's
pack.
say nobody knew about the correlation, and they just opened the box, and they got their Jordans,
Yeah.
and they graded out at 6 or 7.
Yeah.
What's
And they
the
might just
problem?
assume they got unlucky.
No
Now,
one would have
here,
said anything.
I will put a scenario in front of you right now. Okay, so what happened, and I talked to Opeachy employees about this, is they sometimes had cases tip over and packs come out. So they get those cards together, they put them back in the line, and they run another. And they run another. They run them through the line with the rest of them.
Mhm.
Now, all the Johnsons being together, that's the only one thing that was kind of interesting. Other than that, stuff can happen. We all saw the 76 video that I showed where the lady's reaching in and she could have grabbed this pile, that pile, so there was no correlation, no peaking. And that can happen if somebody adds some extra, hey, we got some extra cards, put them in here. That can happen. But Johnson's, I think somebody was playing.
Yeah.
But,
and as it turned out, a
that's
lot of the
just
packs.
one pack. That is one pack.
Yeah. The issue was that like several packs were in alphabetical order, which made no sense, and they were almost in numerical order, in alphabetical order. Like the sequencing was completely out of whack with what you would normally expect to see out of that. It was so
I was just
blatant.
saying, it was, yes, for sure. And that was an interesting box. So either somebody was playing around and they got sealed back. If you sealed it way back and you put those packs on the bottom, they could almost still seal again after 30 years.
Yeah. Well, that was the reason
weight.
why. Yeah, that was the reason why I was saying though that the only reason it was caught was the blatantness, the brazen obviousness of this sequence making no sense for anybody whatsoever. Like you could open all the boxes and never see that sequence again in any honest way, and that's what made it so blatant. Yeah. So the person who apparently resealed it was like lazy because if they had just put it in the correlation thing, literally it was almost a perfect crime at that point. Because it's like, well, you got enough Jordans in there, people
I
would just
actually
have
thought
accepted
the
it.
Johnsons were funny, a nice touch, really.
Yeah, and it's almost like a joke. It's like a gag. Like it's almost testing you. It's like those tests that they used to give where it'd be like 21 questions, and the last question was read the whole thing. You just have to answer this one question. It's like a test. It's like, did you read the whole thing? It's almost like the resealer did. Like, did you actually check the packs, or did you just say you checked the packs?
Carlos, if I got, go ahead, Bobby.
No, you can finish up. I got a lot to say. Don't worry.
Oh yeah.
Just me personally, what I have, what bugs me with that story is the hobby again assumes that everything is regulated, everything is perfect. No shocker to me that that box was not a fake or anything like that, but just like how the things were repacked and everything. Everything, see, like tonight, I'm sure you learned few people that 86 flip does not come wrapped at the beginning.
Yeah.
Sure, some people didn't even know. I didn't even know. I assume because it's the 80s, like I kind of remember those weren't necessarily handled like in a perfect way, but
Tops
think
and
it's
Fleer
a-
prior to
I think-
1990 never
I think
sealed their
there's a-
boxes. So
I think there's a fuck
Hmm?
up on the auction part, Goldin, to not necessarily come up with this is basically a box that was, basically the sheet that Steve had made, that was not disclosed.
But you're assuming he got the sheet.
I don't
that-
know. I'm just
no, but
saying
that-
that,
but,
we
what
know
I'm-
now there is a sheet, but the sheet
I understand.
didn't follow all the way.
I understand. But this is so I want to get to the Goldin angle in a minute because there's still a lot to unpack here. There's actually a lot to unpack. So
those are mainly like nothing shocking here.
Yeah.
It sucks. Obviously, it looks bad. It looks
Yeah.
terrible. If I was BBC right now, that's not the type of publicity I would love.
yeah, for sure. We're going to touch on elements of that.
but the
Go ahead.
sheet, though, I think the sheet was really put out there because the guy had to purchase 2 packs, and
Yeah.
he had to tell him that one was popped and the other one was
Yeah.
resealed.
Exactly.
So that's
Should've
why the
been
letter
disclosed
exists
on
for
itself.
only that reason.
Yeah.
No other reason. Otherwise, he just whatever. If he has the box, he's just going to put a couple extra packs and take the other ones and whatever, move on.
Yeah.
And make another Frankenstein box. And everybody's just overusing. They're just jumping to these wild conclusions. I know news is slow, so everybody wants to overhype it, and he should lose his job and what have you. I'm not the greatest advocate of BBC anyways, but I'm just saying I'm not gonna. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater on this one. You just have to say, it's par for the course. You can't be right 100% of the time with wax. I can't be right. I know my wax really well. Actually, I went through those packs at the show, and I looked at some packs that was given to me, and I there's some you just go, I don't know.
Hmm.
You just kind of just put them aside and say, hey, what's gonna, because Brad gave me those packs. So remember, Brad, look over. I said these ones are good. That were not supposed to be good, but they were good. I thought they were. I wish you would have opened them and found out. But regardless, it is a guess. But wax is a very specific thing, and everybody thinks it's just another thing, but it's not. It's a very specific thing.
Yeah. Well, that's the reason why the education piece that hopefully we provide a little bit is that I've been trying to kind of get out there. What we talked about is that even the people that know, there's still an element of like, you're looking for flaws, you're looking for problems, you're looking for errors. You're not saying like, yeah, it's good. You're saying like, well, I don't see this obvious sign of tampering. I don't see this obvious sign of tampering. I don't see this. This seems to jive with what I've seen before. You're using experience. You're using a combination of some understanding of how they were sealed. You're trying to pull all those. So it's the point here isn't to say Steve Hart has no idea what he's doing, because that would be unfair. That's not true. But it's one of those things like, it's impossible for anybody to get it right. The problem is, I think the hobby, and PMN here is asking the question, the answer is yes, about the unopened product for PSA, the packs and stuff. That is done through Baseball Card Exchange. That is who does that for them. But it's an inexact, it's not a science. There is a little bit of an art form to it as well. You have to use experience, you have to use other information. When Rattle Pokemon figured out the thing with the Pokemon case, he didn't have access to the case. He had to look at the pictures, compare it to what was known as being okay. He basically did the investigative work that you have to do to try your best to figure out what the problems are. Alarm bells kept going off. The more alarm bells go off, the less confident you are, and that's where you come to a conclusion. But until then, you can't go in. Go ahead.
That was
See, he dinged. He
Bingo.
dinged and he froze.
That broke them.
Yeah, broke him. But the bottom line is, if he comes back, we'll get him back on. But that was the thing, though, is that we've talked about the unopened thing a couple different times offline as well, and that is the challenge. Even the folks that know, that have experience and everything. Here's the thing: Steve Hart has probably done thousands and thousands and thousands of boxes. Most of them are probably okay, but I guarantee you a percentage of them that are sitting in people's collections are messed with. What percentage? I have no idea. But even if it's a couple of percentage point, that's not 1 or 2 boxes. That's a number of boxes, over thousands and thousands and tens of thousands, whatever.
Let's say right now
I'll just pull Bobby for now, and if his picture restarts, I'll bring him back on. But do you understand my
let's say
point?
right now, do you feel confident of any wrapped $100,000 BBC box you have?
Okay, so Yannick, you're asking a very specific question. I wouldn't buy a 100,000 box, even with unlimited funds,
No,
because
we're not saying if you would. I'm saying if you have it right now. Are you feeling a little frisky? Or?
here's the problem. The only way you know for sure if it's bad is to literally open it.
Yeah.
You have to open it to find out. Because even if something looks a little off, it might have been, to Bobby's point, maybe the case fell in the factory and a couple of packs got bumped and jostled, and that's why it looks out of alignment. Turns out there's nothing wrong with it. It just turns out that those packs got bumped a little bit. It happens in the factory. So it's not to say that even seeing things that you think might be a sign, oh man, these are tampered with, obviously, and then you open the packs and then the big card's
But
in
it's
there.
fine.
Yeah, and it's fine. That's the problem. That's why I say it's not a science. It's not even close to a science. It's the exact opposite of that. So quickly, I'll get caught up on a couple of these comments. Thank you all for the comments. Appreciate it as always. He said one pack tampered. I guess he missed the other 35. Yeah. So it's stuff like that that kind of concerns people more, is that he literally missed the entire box. Because the idea here was that one pack was tampered with that he caught, presumably. Another one he replaced because of the flap thing. And then the other packs were no good either. So it's like, but you checked the other packs presumably, and you certified the rest of the packs as good. And then you presumably put a couple of good packs in, and I guess none of them were good. That's problematic. So you whiffed.
I would very much like the one that he took out that had been opened, because you could see a Jordan sticker in it. So can you put that back in?
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that part confused me too. Oh, look, I found gold. No, I'm not putting that one back in because the wrapper is off. No, put the gold back in the box.
There you go. So I don't have the nerve to open up a box of junk wax, let alone pay big money to open up a box of 86 clear. Yeah. So when Bobby comes back, I'll mention that. Once you own a graded wax pack, what is the point of it? It's mostly display, but Bobby can answer for when he comes back. Tops used to make products with mixed product. Baseball sticker football cards, Battlestar Galactica, way to sell reproduced stuff. Yeah. There's a lot of variances and weird stuff with wax, back in the day especially. That's why From a Sealed Case holds a premium. You know it's not from a Frankenstein box. That's true. But again, what if you've messed with the seal and the case is no good? Look, my job isn't to make you paranoid about the wax you have, but I'm just going to point out, look, there's two things that I'm 100% confident in. There are way more messed with boxes that are sitting in collections right now that people paid big money for, and the majority of them are probably fine. Those are two things that I'm confident in. There are more ones that have been messed with that may not see the light of day because someone actually has to open it to find out, and the majority of them are fine. Those are two things that I am very confident in, but it's not going to make those people feel better. They're going to have these boxes and be like, is mine one of the bad ones? I don't know, dude. You're going to have to open it to find out.
Oh,
So can I just say this?
Go ahead.
We're very lucky to have Bobby. Obviously not right now. Something went wrong.
Yeah.
But so if anyone should be doing the majority of the talking on the subject, it's him. So I'll just leave my remarks very brief and shortened. So this is, I hear you typing, you son of a bitch.
No. I'll make fun of you later. No, I'm pinging Bobby just to see how he's doing.
Oh, okay. So
I'll make fun of you later. Your time will come.
Okay.
It's not about you. Focus, man.
Okay, focus. So I'll just sum it up like this. In the last handful of months, Pokemon, Austin Powers, Johnson's, I would say that Victor and PMN has basically summed it up best in the stream over here. And it all goes back to Carlos's rule number one. I think if you're spending tons of money for unopened boxes that have been sealed by other people, and it didn't come straight out of a dusty factory in Arizona somewhere that someone just discovered, you're risking a lot. And we're just continuing to get shown that when there is lots of money on the line, fraud is there also. And we, the consumers, need to stop falling for this.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. Now, two things I'll say. One is that I genuinely believe, and this is what's funny for me, Bobby was making the point a little bit as well, is that for better or worse, Steve Hart is kind of the only one who's really there. It's not like there's a bunch of other, if we get rid of Steve Hart, okay, so who's taking over? Because there's not that many people. Because guess what? The name escapes me. I'd have to double check it. But there was another guy who was doing pack stuff for GAI back in the day. I think it was Mark Murphy. I want to say Mark Murphy. Does that name ring a bell, Brad? Does that sound about right?
Baseball card.
Yeah. So he sold resealed packs. Like, everybody in that business has had their challenges and their issues. By the way, just in case those of you are curious, I did check with Bobby. Apparently the power went out in his block.
Oh no!
Big Wax Pack is trying to silence Bobby Burrell.
BBCE.
The conspiracy
Oh,
deepens.
Tell him to get on his phone.
Yeah,
He's
Steve
gonna
Hart.
be on
Steve
his
Hart
phone.
got to him. Steve Hart got to him for the power outage. How convenient, Steve Hart. Interesting. Stepped away for a bit. What did I miss? Why are my ears burning? You know why. The problem with Steve has always been he sells what he authenticates. It is, yeah, that can be a problem, a major problem. Most of what he authenticates just sits on shelves. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so it looks like his power's coming back, so I may be able to get him back on here in a bit.
Just to back up, yes, he does know why. There may have been a time where somebody in this panel may have declared their utter dislike for him, and that might be why his ears are burning.
Interesting.
I'm not saying who said it. I'm just saying there's a good chance somebody on the panel may have said that they hate Name and disparaged him, but I'm not saying who said that at all.
Interesting.
It was
Interesting. So I think that's fair. I think that's reasonable. Let's move on. The person that created this box probably assumed it would never get opened. Yes, and that's always been the challenge. That's always been the challenge.
Live at the National at the front stage table. That was probably never expected.
Okay, so let me take care of that. Done. But that's kind of the Andy's point though, is the challenge with the unopened stuff. Like I said, I stand by what I said. I genuinely believe that there is a lot more stuff that was messed with than people would think. But at the same time, not everything. The majority of it is fine. Because the majority of it isn't worth doing. I've bought stuff from Baseball Card Exchange, but I bought mostly junk wax stuff that was really inexpensive. Some rack packs from the 80s that were like $3 or $4 or $2. It's like, those are not going to get messed with that much. So they're going to be fine. But the issue became, once you get into $100,000 boxes, you're taking your chances big time because the incentive to mess with it is huge. And by the way, you can mess with the contents of the box. Again, this was a particularly stupidly done version. It was so obvious and so blatant. But that's why I made the point a little earlier. If the person had just put the collation in the right sequencing, they could have opened the box and still gotten away with it. Because there's no way to definitively say, oh yeah, it's bad. Are you sure the sequencing is right? You got 3 Jordans out of it. You got a Jordan sticker out of it. That's, yeah, the condition isn't as great as you'd want, but maybe you just got unlucky. Because you got Jordans out of the box. It's not, you can't, if there were 0 Jordans on it and 0 stars, then you'd raise red flags. But those 3 Jordans are a couple of grand each in that condition. On a $100,000 box, you're making money. You could go buy Jordans and put them in there and it's no problem. You make money on that transaction. Go ahead, Brad.
Has anyone spoke about this? Has Whatnot or anyone else talked about the box?
Not to my knowledge yet, no. I would assume Whatnot's probably looking at its options because, number one, Baseball Card Exchange does not guarantee anything. The terminology is information may come to light later on and things can change and don't look at us. Look away!
Yeah. What if you think of it? What if a thing like this? It's kind of ironic. The first thing when I seen the video, I thought that Ryan Johnson opens a pack with all the Johnsons.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like that just added something else. What if Whatnot comes back and shows a video just to say very, very. This would be. I don't believe this is what happened, but they opened up and then they repacked it and put them all in order so they could control who got the cards, and they showed a video of them doing it.
Yeah.
Like it is funny that Brian Johnson did get all the Johnsons in the pack.
But here's the thing: so did Pac-Man. Pac-Man got a couple of them too. So
Right.
that's the thing. There was a weird sequencing for him as well. That's what tipped people off. That was like, okay, it's not just one person. It's weird that it's coming up this way. But here's the other thing. Okay, so let's play it out. And this was a discussion that kind of was had on the side. Okay, so let's think about this for a moment. So you decide you're gonna have a recourse. You're Whatnot. My question is, okay, so somebody got it from that Goldin auction. If we follow, the trail, the paper trail. But here's what I don't know. And I don't have an answer for this. This is something I would be interested in. What I'm curious is, did somebody buy it from Goldin and then sell it to Whatnot? There's a reason I'm asking. The reason I'm asking is, I said already, Baseball Card Exchange has basically a no warranty. There is no warranty on the work. But Goldin, in their terms and conditions, also have some caveats about refunding, where where if there's an issue, the refund does not transfer to a third party. So if you bought it from Goldin and then sold it to somebody else, your recourse is to talk to the person that you bought it from, not Goldin. Because Goldin is also going to say, regardless of whether you try to or not, if it's straight up from them, they might refund you just for the PR sake, just to get it over with and be done with it. But they don't technically have to, because they can be like, well, it was wrapped. It was authenticated. Go talk to him. And he's like, I don't warranty it, bro. So everybody is covered by their terms and conditions. So who do you go after? Unless there's the third party in between who's like the only one who's kind of on the hook. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's kind of a problem there.
But a good lawyer doesn't care about, little contracts and little sayings.
Well, here's the thing. The Goldin and Baseball Card Exchange, they can get a good lawyer and enforce that. They're like, you knew what you were getting into, but I never read it. It says it right there. Your fault, bro. You deal with it. Sucks to be you. You're SOL. Goodbye. So that's what I'd be curious about. So is the box repacks, the cards, as far as we can tell, are real, because I think they had them graded and they seem to be fine. The cards themselves, even though the cards were, not as good as you would have hoped for. Steve Hart does the pack. I think it should be a say, correct? 357. Good evening.
Did they pull any? As I told you beforehand, I didn't really have a ton of time to go deep into researching all this. I mean, I got the gist. Did they find any Jordans in this box at all?
Yeah.
3.
Stuff has been graded.
And a sticker, I think, as well.
All right, so it wasn't a complete scam where every single pack was gone through and Jordans were taken out. Did they find any Jordan stickers other than the one that we know was taken out?
Apparently there was another one in there.
Eric, there's not even fake cards. It's not even that. It's
The key though is that in the condition they were in, you could literally have bought Jordans, and say you took out the ones from the original box, you could have replaced them with lesser condition Jordans and still come out ahead in the transaction. Right. So you could have legitimately bought them from somebody else, real Jordans, and put them in the box, and then here you go. You got 3 Jordans plus a Jordan sticker. It's cool, right? Except for the fact it's in alphabetical order, and none of the rest of it makes sense.
Right.
Outside of that.
Yeah,
sure.
no, this whole thing is bad. I stand by everything that I said. Yeah. This entire thing is bad, and I don't see how that business, whether people want to give them a break or not. I mean, I could ever be fully trusted to the way they were. And PSA now, as a company, is going to be questioned every time wax is graded from them and looked at. But I was just curious just how bad this was. I mean, if you got a box and there was nothing in it, versus 3, how many? And you guys know more about this than me. How many Jordans typically come in a box?
2 or 3, because you have to understand that it was a 132 card set. Yeah. So you look at how many packs you get, the amount of packs. I think it's 36 packs in a box. What is it, Brad? Like 14, 15 cards per pack?
Yeah, I was going to say 10 or 12.
Yeah. Well, regardless, there's enough cards where you should be able to pull a full set and likely multiple Jordans in a box. Under standard correlation, you should be comfortably able to say a couple of Jordans in there, or 3 even, no problem. Yeah. No problem. Under normal box, just normal. So if you do an 86 clear thing and you don't pull more than a couple of Jordans, then there's a problem, because there should be some Jordans for sure. Yeah. So give me a second here. I'm just going to take care of this.
Big time again.
Yep. Sounds good. Let me go in here. So Bobby, real quick question. I'm going to read Bobble's comment, but okay. So Steve Hart tried to silence you. Were you able to fight off his minions?
I did.
Yeah,
I did. They blacked
it's
out
really
the whole
unfortunate
block.
that he would send ninjas. I feel sending ninjas to take you out is a little bit excessive.
I think it would be under normal circumstances, but in today's world, hey, minions, ninjas.
Fair enough. Yeah. So for those of you who didn't catch it, Bobby's power got cut out. Steve Hart tried to take him out. He tried to silence the man. Big Wax Pack is trying to hold Bobby Burrell down. Big Wax Pack is trying to stop the transmission of information.
Yes. Well, if anything, I was defending him in a way. So
I don't know. Maybe he wasn't listening properly. He wasn't getting the full transcript.
Maybe not.
He's like, don't cut him off now. Not now.
How did we finish up with that?
Yeah. No. We were kind of continued on from where you said, and there's still some comments that are going to touch on some stuff, so we'll be able to come back into it here in a second.
Sure.
Doubt it affects anything PSA in the packs. Pokemon thing happened. Steve admitted he had authenticated some resale packs because he didn't know nothing about it. Yep. I'm hoping for some G.I. Joe packs and getting first edition Pokemon. Facts, Chad. Facts. The open secret for years is Steve is a self-proclaimed waxer, never worked in any type of wax production, just a guy who saw an opportunity. I did mention also, we can touch on that in 2 seconds. I did also mention that the issue that even if we kind of take Steve out of the equation, there aren't that many other folks to fill in that gap. There really aren't other folks because Mark Murphy is out of that business completely. He's had his own issues and questions about himself. So he's out of it too.
Yeah, he wasn't very good anyway, so.
Yeah, there you go. But that's the thing. Like there isn't really anybody else to step in. I said it partially in jest, but I'm also not completely joking. It's almost a too big to fail model because, as I said, the majority of the wax is going to be fine. But the problem is that the questions. It's very much a confidence business, and obviously confidence is going to get hit. But here's the thing about the hobby: most people have no idea what the fuck's going on anyway. Like it doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter. They have no idea. Oh, 180,000 for Jordan box sounds good. Sells anyway. Doesn't matter.
Or is that rule number 2?
The rule number 1 and rule number 2 is see rule number 1.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So anyway, are okay as long as they hit the shelves unopened. Yep. So watching the Seal Wax community freak out brings me joy. There you go. We love some shot and fraud always. Act like they're bulletproof and stuff the powers that aren't. Yep. One of the reasons people collect packs is for the artwork. Yeah. I know you're a big fan of kind of the packs themselves, Bobby. You like the packs and the display boxes as well. That's another one.
Yeah, well, I was, I did write a book on hockey wax pack, and I wrote 4 pages on how to know your wax and how to look for resealed packs. So, if there's anybody with experience, I would say myself is probably one of the top persons out there.
There you go. Anybody being held accountable for this? No.
Not really.
Yeah.
Bobby, if you were going to start a company that was going to identify wax, what type of a policy would you have? Because would it be the same as BBCE, as Steve Hart?
Would you put and a second quick follow-up question to that? Would you also include in the terms of condition we all got duped agreed as part of the
Agreed.
Because I would appreciate that.
Well, Brad, we at PSA, we tend to.
He's already abandoned tag, guys. It's already done.
Oh, wow.
The deal happened a year and a half ago. You cannot guarantee something that cannot be guaranteed. So, with the packs, if the pack is resealed, does PSA offer a refund? Actually, that I do not know. Would you know that? Answer that question, Brad?
Yeah.
Huh?
No, from what I'm 99% sure they don't.
Why wouldn't they?
Because they can't, like you just said.
Okay, understood. But with the card, it's easy. Got it.
Well, in the cards, so just to differentiate the
So
two.
if PSA doesn't, then why should Steve?
I agree.
That's exactly it. Yeah, but the other piece
You're
of it is also the packs. You're sending it off to a third party outside of your PSA ecosystem. A card is inside of the ecosystem. It comes in. You go through whatever process you go through, and it goes out. You control it from point A, B to C to D. You can pretty much say, yes, you trust Steve and you work with him, but I'm taking it off site, basically. Like Steve Hart isn't coming into the PSA offices to review the wax.
It's 3 times. You ship it to PSA.
Correct.
PSA ships it to Steve. Steve back to PSA.
Correct.
PSA back to you. 4 steps, actually.
Yeah. So there is an
5
inherent
if you
danger.
ship it there.
There is inherent danger in a lot of those. More moving parts is always a better chance for something to get swapped out or something to go wrong. You cannot warranty that the same way.
Well, and then there was the other boxes that were open too, that were newer boxes that had nothing in them. So I think it just added to the hype. But then everyone's saying, "Oh man, trash your boxes. He should be gone out of the business." Like, who else are you gonna get, man? And you got the best guy that we have. I didn't say he's the best. I'm just saying we have the best guy possible in line right now.
Well, that was the reason I brought up the Mark Murphy thing. I go, he's gone. He was and to your point, he wasn't that good. But at the same time, like he was the only other guy. He did the thing with GAI for a bit. Like it's not like there's other people waiting in the wings to take over. Like okay, you want to kick him out? Who else you got? Like nobody else is coming through the door.
It's sort of like
everything works, go nuts. But if no one doesn't, then how can you judge the guy? Can you do better? There you go.
Well, very much the same as PSA graders. How did they get to be graders? How do you get to be a top tier grader at any of the grading companies, for that matter of fact? So how do
Yeah,
you
and they
get
go
to
through.
be a good wax guy? You know, as someone stated there that Steve came from owning a sports card baseball shop, but he actually worked at Dave and Adams and he authenticated their packs. However, most of those were 90 plus, so he was checking out the packs. The old ones are fine. This is the one thing about wax that people don't understand. It's if you're not opening packs, you don't know how they work.
Mhm.
So you have to really be in the sauce to be doing it. Otherwise, if you have an open packs, you don't know how it's sealed. Like I mentioned even on the show last night, I said most people don't realize that a drop of cornstarch sealed the glassine packs in 1957 and a few other different years because it didn't have wax, so you couldn't
Mhm.
seal it with teeth. So
Yep.
they used a drop of cornstarch, and nobody really knows that. Those are things that you need to know in the wax business. And I've been doing wax for so long. We've opened packs from the 50s, 60s, 70s, even, yeah, obviously all those years.
Obviously, Bobby, I put you there. I put Jason Martin. I could go. I would put Mark Murphy. I mean, just from based upon reading his ads all through the 80s and 90s, like he's seen a lot of stuff. But if I was on a,
Yeah,
I always try to put
yeah,
myself in a situation. Say if I was on the Netflix hit show Squid Games, and my life depended on someone, the number one person, and I don't know him at all, I would get Steve Hart to meet to authenticate a pack over anyone else that's in this space at all every
Unless
time.
it's a
sure.
Pokemon case. Unless the Pokemon case, we're keeping out of the Pokemon case.
But like honestly, that's just how I look at it. I'm not defending anything. Like obviously, people make mistakes, but when you look
Sure.
at this, he's the guy to me. Like you just said it, Bobby. He has seen more packs than any human being in the space by far. Like I mean, it would be just astronomical the amount of packs this guy's seen. And you said
Hmm.
you gain knowledge by experience. Like Bobby, you've seen packs. You open 50s packs. You got all your knowledge through experiences. So that's the guys I kind of want to do. But I think what they should do, just in my personal opinion on this, is they really should make it out there and make it more public and front that this is our best opinion. Because even though they do say in the fine print it's out there, it's not very clear to the consumer.
Mhm.
Hey, I bought this. It's BBC or it's PSA. It's sealed or it's. You think that's the holy Bible and that's
I want to add one more thing, though, kind of,
yeah.
and Bobby, please feel free to elaborate on this because you just touched on it. It's not just seeing; it's that if you're going to figure out how the pack is sealed, you actually have to open it. You mean some packs are going to get sacrificed? Those packs are no longer unopened. But the only way you know how the thing, it's like an engine. You can see it from the outside and go, yeah, there's an engine. What parts are inside of it? Well, you got to take the damn thing apart. You got to actually see what's going on in there to know what's going on.
And remember, at our booth from 2004, I'd say right to 2015, we would buy a box of 84, for the most part 84, but some 70s. It depends what was on special or whatever. And we'd open 12 packs each at the booth, and we paid pack wars. That knowledge, just opening the pack, seeing how they're sealed the correlation, and people were worried about, is the card upside down? Should it be upside down? Should it be right side up? It actually doesn't matter. I've seen the video of 76 where, sometimes they come upside down, sometimes they come right side up. So knowing all that stuff is actually fortifies you.
Yeah.
Steve called me a long time ago about all the O-Pee-Chee wax, and I gave him everything that I had, knowledge-wise, that I know about O-Pee-Chee.
Yep. But
So
it's the same thing. But
he's well fortified.
Yeah. Yeah. But you won't get the full breadth of it without having been able to get that reference point. Because just looking
have
at the
to,
pack from
yeah.
the outside, you won't know. Like, yeah, you can see the pack. But okay, is it right? Is this period correct to the way it should be? Like, does this seem right? Opening the pack will tell you a little bit more about that, as opposed to just looking at it from the outside and going like, seems good. Seems good.
Even the folds in the back, there's bad ones that are still good packs. Happened a lot in '74. I think you had a couple packs like that, Brett, where the folds, they didn't fold perfectly. It was kind of a little bit, didn't fold on one end too well. And those packs are great. And sometimes there was no fold and the flap almost hung out the end. But you can see they've been stacked like that for so long. Actually, if a box has been preserved, probably since its day of production, when you pick up the whole quadrant or the 12 stack of packs, they stick together. They'll stick right together. You have to separate them. You have to really be careful though, because then that can pop seals. And this is what happens with a lot of the box. A lot of guys will start separating and they'll realize, oh, I loosened the seal on them. Maybe if I just stick them back there, and if you put them in there for another 10, 15 years, have a little bit of heat exposure, yeah, they're going to stick right back.
Right.
Not as well as they should, but at least something, right?
Right. So I'll read a couple of these comments here and get caught up. So Michael Ham is saying, how did the guy breaking seem to know what the Jordan was coming up during a break? So two things. Number one, it was in alphabetical order. So it kind of made it easy in this case. But number two, a real box would have had a certain correlation pattern where if you saw a certain card, the Jordan 99.9% of the time is the next card. So you could actually know when the Jordan's coming in a real sealed box if everything is proper, if you understand what the sequencing is, and it's documented. It's out there. You can actually know. In this case, it was alphabetical order. Just look for the J's. Get to the J's, and Jordan's coming.
So I saw.
But she doesn't have to call me Johnson.
Yeah. I like this one, though, by the way. This was a good one. Paul, good evening. Power goes out on Bobby. Steve Hart in the distance. Who's duped now, Bobby? I like that. Nicely done, Paul. Nicely done. Mark Murphy sold 3-packed CMAS rack packs. Then his warehouse burned down.
Christmas.
Yeah, the warehouse thing. That's true. The Christmas rack packs, yep. Insurance paid and exited stage left. Yep.
Yeah, I think that was his way out. Big fire.
Yep.
His dad had a lot of money.
Where did
anyway.
Bobby go? Steve Hart tried to take him out with ninjas. Cut his power.
Yeah.
Very conspiratorial. Anyone talk? Of course not. Yep. Pac-Man got doubles in one pack. Yep. What's going on here? Lord knows. All expensive ammo was an expensive game of hot potato. It is. By 3.5.
Packs
Go ahead.
Oh, packs and autographs, they're not for the faint of heart collectors. It's not just, it's there. No, it's not just there. You have to know a little bit. You should know autographs if you're going to buy one. You can't just let JSA or PSA authenticate it. You should know yourself.
There you go.
Have a look. You should get to know your stuff that you're buying. And I think that's where the lack of education. So, especially a lot of the new people who came into this hobby, everything is just right and ready for them. But it really isn't. There comes along a little bit of education that you do have to invest into something. It's like you're investing into a company. You're going to look at their background, their history, their corporate stature, their CFOs, CEOs. You're going to look into all that. And the same thing with the hobby. If you're not looking into what you're buying, then you're just buying blind. And if you get taken, so be it.
Yeah, sounds fair. So Philly Joe here says, Philly Joe says, Bobby, great show last night. So talking about Sports Card Dad, your appearance on there. So congratulations to you from Philly Joe. Toa here, good evening. Moment of silence, Sports Card Anonymous. He didn't die. I like R.I.P. Really? Toa, come on, chill out. He didn't die. Jesus. The authentication should really be done by Topps. For Fleer, that'd be a twist. I assume he's talking about for other more recent things, but it's like, no, I don't think Topps. By the way, there's no guarantee that anybody at Topps even knows what the hell their stuff was. Even if they were like vintage Topps stuff, the folks at Topps, who's to say anybody's left who would even have any idea of any of that stuff any better than anybody else off the street? More than likely not.
Mike Jasperson. Other than
is
that,
he still working
nobody.
there? That's the question. Like,
I think he's still there in some capacity. Yeah.
Sure. I just took my eBay sale card money from the week and signed my daughter up for fall soccer. There you go. Great stuff. Great hobby win. Congrats, DR.
Great.
This topic makes me wonder whether things that have faded from collective memory of people that hobby need to be brought back. Ken Goldin and QVC.
No. No.
Yes. Yes. It
Man,
never gets old.
We loved that when it was going on, man. Come on.
I love it now. I love it at all times. There is no time in which I do not love it, Eric.
I mean, again, and I've said this before, so I'm being, a little cheesy and serious, but up until the last, really up until, the pandemic and getting to know you guys and some other people, and I've been alone with my hobby for my entire life up until the last couple of years. So I loved having, those guys come into my living room and have a show all about the hobby and cards and how exciting, Don West was. And that was great for the time because we didn't have the internet. That didn't exist, kids. And these guys came into my house and it was great. I loved having them. Never bought a damn thing from them, but I enjoyed watching the show all the time. Here we go.
Interesting. Go on.
That's
Is
it.
anyone keeping score tonight? Just curious.
Lord knows, I'm not even trying. This time I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
Y'all are on your own. Y'all figure it out.
So,
Y'all will figure it out.
and I think a lot of people probably felt that way.
The
back
Don West person that came to their house? Did he
I
bring a
think-
chocolate stick
I think,
as a peace offering?
yes, I think people enjoyed that.
I think fair enough. I can also guarantee it because if someone cracks it out, they can say any pack after the fact was in the slab. They can only guarantee it was inside the slab, which is then unknown. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. The whole business becomes very tricky because it's like, as soon as someone opens something, well, it's no longer in that condition. It's been tampered with, unless it's all on tape and you film yourself and say, well, did you replace the cards? We have to basically see you open the pack completely from front to back. And then and only then can we be like, but you could have swapped out cards. There's a lot of, there's very little trust in this game, basically. Like, very little.
This
and
might
there's
be
not a lot to-
this might be an on-road for Tag to step in.
Ooh.
I'm almost
Fancy.
being serious. I'm almost being serious.
Well, the thing is, there are
Because
folks
if
that,
you have that ultra magnification,
Sure.
then
You
you
can
can
pick up
see
some things, sure.
that
yeah,
If-
I could see that. But I think
it wouldn't be conclusive, but I think it would get you a step closer than your eye, or even
Sure.
a magnifying glass.
on that part, I agree with you. The only thing is, there are folks there like they lean on the idea of like, oh well, technology will save us. Not for a lot of this stuff. There are
No.
certain things you might be able to help. It can help. It can enhance your ability to see certain things. That could be really useful. And you could build up a database of like good packs before you open them and use the information to then borrow. But you basically have to open the packs to make sure the pack's good, and then like take a million screenshots before to analyze every aspect of it before you opened it to at least have some database data set to help you. That could assist you.
Sure.
Yeah.
I myself, I grab the pack and I feel it, the consistency of the seal of how the wrapper is and how the pack is. That's my first thing. I close my eyes. Actually, I'd rather do that before I get influenced by whatever I'm looking at. So, and that feeling is really fast. It's quick. It comes as like, oh, hey, I got to really look at this one. Or it's just like, oh, that feels so beautiful. It's just that perfect tension, just the right feel. It
Well, we
only comes with
established on the
experience.
show. We established on the show your co-host, because I think it was just the two of you, as far as I know. The show last night. Your co-host
Brian.
there likes to smell the cards. So do you
Yeah.
smell the pack to be like GI Joe?
Yes, actually, you do, because a lot of times if it's exposed to moisture, it won't show on the wrapper because the wrapper's waterproof. But the cards
I
can
don't
be
disagree. I said it partially in jest, but you could totally use that as a diagnostic.
It is, and a lot of times when the moisture does get to it, the gum will melt over the cards,
Sure.
and then
Yep.
your every card's screwed.
Mhm.
So that has happened in the past, yeah.
See?
And
I
the pack looks
say so-
perfect.
I say stuff facetiously, but there is sometimes an element of truth to it.
Sometimes you hit a mulligan on that one, so we'll take it.
BBCE offers no guarantee, no refund. That's right. Plastics. Yep. Steve Hart isn't the
should
hero we
he?
need, he's the
Should
hero we
he?
deserve.
Should he?
With that business, I wouldn't. It'd be a fool's errand. Like, you'd be paying out a ton of money if people open that stuff. Steve Hart isn't the hero we
What's
need. He's the
that
hero we
mean?
deserve.
What does that mean?
It means exactly what I said. I made a state. I said, Bobby. So during the time you were fighting off the ninjas, I said
Yes.
I believe two things definitively. Two things. I believe there's a lot more stuff that's been messed with that is in BBCE wrappings right now. I also believe the majority of it's fine. Those two things can be true. There's a bunch of stuff that's sitting in
They're
that
probably
wrap.
very true. They
Yeah,
might be
but-
very true.
That's what I mean. Like, both those things are not. They don't compete with each other. There can still be
No.
plenty of stuff that is in the wrap that has been messed with because it's too hard to get it right. There's so much stuff that can go wrong, and the majority of it is probably fine. Like, if we add it all up and we opened everything, the majority of it would probably be okay. But there's going to be enough that some people are going to be very upset. I guarantee that. And there's more stuff that hasn't been opened that will never be opened or won't be open for years, and you'll find out about it down the road.
That you'll never know. Yeah,
Correct. Yes.
exactly.
I
think
believe
that's,
those two things.
I think Neo said something similar to that. What if I sold something and then 10 years down the road and somebody else opens it and then wants to come back to me? Where do I go from there? Well, you're buying at a risk. You're paying high dollars for that chance, and the chance comes with risk. So
Yeah, and that's
to
so
know.
kind of a quick kind of side angle to this as well is that, look, when it comes to the whole unopened thing, you should understand, especially at the high dollar amount, It's like bonds. The analogy I'll use here is bonds. When junk bonds
Berry
get
bonds?
you this amazing yield. Berry bonds are good too, but not different. But the junk bonds, the problem with them is that you'll get this amazing return on investment because it's high risk. The rate of return is for the risk. When it comes to unopened wax, like I wouldn't want to pay a big premium because guess what? You're taking all the chance. If you're sitting there, oh, I'm going to keep it sealed. Okay, cool. So then you will never know until someone down the road opens it. And if you're the immediate seller and they open it right after they buy it from you, you're the one on the hook. But I've had it for 10 years. Well, it's been bad for 10 years. And you didn't know. And it
But
happens.
it has the BBC wrapper, Carlos.
That's the thing. Right now, this is a confidence thing. Look, the reason why I say I don't think too much is going to happen
That's
is
the
because
thing.
there's too much money tied into the stuff that's already wrapped and
That's the
authenticated.
thing,
There's
though.
too much.
People think it's bulletproof because it
Yeah.
has that wrap, because
That
it's
is correct.
sold that way. It's
Yep.
sold.
Yep.
Oh, it's BBC
Yep.
wrap. Regard. It's
And it
the-
doesn't, but it doesn't matter how many
the
people
same
yell from the heavens now. It will be forgotten in days, weeks,
couple
forgotten,
weeks.
and we'll move on.
Let's take one more stab at this and just say,
Sure. Go ahead.
how many of the BBC vintage packs that have been opened have been suspect that are of our current knowledge?
I have no idea.
No idea.
Have they opened packs?
Oh, I'm sure people have,
Huh?
but
Huh?
here's the problem. Most people. So, kind of a side point, to Bobby, to what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Most stuff that happens in the hobby, people don't record. People look at YouTube and assume like,
The-
oh,
the
well,
stuff
we
that
see
has.
everything. No, you don't.
The stuff that
No,
has, I'm just saying.
I get it, but that means you'd have to go in a deep dive. Like, I have no idea. I'm sure people have, but I don't know what the track record is, and I don't know what the percentage is.
Vintage
I assume
Breaks,
most of it's been good.
It's been doing them for years now, and they
Yeah.
really, I don't think they've hit anything where they had an issue. So,
Mm-hmm.
so it hasn't been in the public eye for a long time, and then it's Logan Paul, and then it's this, and it's a big one. Sure, I
Yeah.
get it, but there's still Jordans in there. It wasn't like there wasn't.
Oh no, I get
So-
it. But here'd be my question to you: how much stuff
Yeah.
is off, never recorded? Stuff where instead of being like there's nothing in it, there is less than there should be. Like it got modified, but just slightly, just enough to be like, well, was I just unlucky, or was it messed with? It's hard to say.
Most of
It's a
that
little
is
bit
what I
borderline.
was just unlucky. That's
Yeah.
that's the most. When you open a wax pack, you got 396 cards. You could try to get a
I get it.
Eyes or mid rookie, like
But-
yeah, a box almost later. Hey.
I get it, but my point is a good repacker. That goes back to what I said earlier tonight. If that same group of cards that came out of that box, the same group, had been sorted in that allocation, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
Not at all.
Nobody would have even questioned it. It would have been the
Someone-
same cards.
Was it done as a lark, or was it? I almost believe that it was done on purpose.
Yeah,
Now, was
but-
it done out of innocence or was it done purposely? Is the
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Because there could have been some kid that just put his packs together and maybe that one fell into that group of who knows. I don't know.
But that nuance, Bobby, the point that I'm making
Oh, yeah.
is that because I could take the same cards, identical cards, and just put them in the quote unquote right order, and you could suspect whatever you want, but it would be impossible to prove. That's the thin line of nuance in this. I take the same box, I
Yeah.
take the same packs, I take the same cards, I just fix the sequence, and none of you would know. Nobody would know.
No.
No one would even question.
No, they wouldn't. But there still was a Jordan. So
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I mean. But you could have taken the cards. You could have gotten Jordans that were 8s or 9s that maybe you got really nice ones and replaced them with cheaper versions, and still been able to resell the
scammer
box.
in his right mind is going to throw Jordans back into packs? I can't
Those Jordans
understand
are that box sold for 168,000. You can get all those Jordans for about 6 or 7 grand. It's a
Pretty
pittance by
close.
comparison. It's a pittance by comparison.
I understand, but that's 6 or 7 grand that you're going to leave on the table if you're going to redo something.
If you sold the box for 168,000, you made your money in tenfold, easy.
Understood.
Yeah. So it's like it'd be a very viable.
So
scam.
they weren't greedy thieves. They were just moderately. Okay, gotcha.
Like I said, if they had done a little bit more sorting, it would have been almost a perfect crime. Like
But
if
then
they
again-
literally had sorted the cards better.
I did mention that it was done with very specific intent on that one. So very hard call. Maybe they were trying to fly it under the auspice of being a a real pack, unless somebody did the count, or they didn't open it at the National, or they opened it wherever.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Interesting. Anyways,
So hopefully people will start realizing the value of unopened packs and what's inside. No, they won't. The hobby never learns a lesson. He's seen but never pursued one. Steve Harris didn't back up. He's one of the good guys. Mantra of the hobby. That has been an affliction that the hobby has had for a long time. I have a box of 84 for the basketball if anyone was interested. Authentic by BBC. Look at Whale being generous.
I'll take it
Even if it's, exactly. Even if it's
at
not
a
the color
reduced
tradition.
price.
Exactly. No, like my
The
point.
deals
with
are coming now, Brad. You're
exactly. My point with all this was like, look, you do you. I wouldn't be in the market for high end unopened. I wouldn't want to touch it with a 500-foot pole. I don't care who authenticates it. Like, unless your plan is to open it right away and look right away and maybe see if you can catch anything, but nah. Oh, I want to leave it sealed for years. Okay, well then you take your chances. Good luck with that. Authentication.
we
with
bought all
guarantee
that
was
stuff from the Mastro, and that stuff
Yeah.
was from Gary Green from Opeachy. Like, you know, we've been exposed to a lot of great wax, and all the good old stuff is generally pretty good. But then you get into those rookie years, and you know, Jordan, Gretzky, it should happen.
Yep. So John
Bobby,
here, good evening.
Bobby, we don't say the M word on the show.
So
Moving on. So John here, good evening. We shouldn't let Steve Hart off the hook. He's made 2 big blunders this year. Yes. There has to be someone out there who can get packs and boxes. No.
Who wants to do it?
Then nobody wants to do it.
he's only made one blunder really in wax.
Fair
The other
enough.
one was
Yeah,
just a
you don't count the Pokeball
tape box.
wax. Yeah.
Tape box. Okay, yeah. That's just stupidity.
Smell
Well,
your
taking
cards,
on something like that, I wouldn't.
Agreed. I agree with that. I guess if nobody can guarantee one won't stand by what they judge, what's the point of having a certified? Reasons. The majority of the hobby is still going to roll with it. Like, here's the thing. The BBCE guarantee did not die. Didn't matter. The majority of people watching this are not the majority of the hobby. Somebody, if I put a BBCE 1986 Fear Jordan box at auction right now and end it next week, it'll sell. It'll sell. Doesn't matter. Hobby never learns.
And like you said, most of the people, they aren't into wax. And they just jumping on the bandwagon. Like, I'd never buy, and they're complaining, but you don't even buy wax, man. So why are you worried about it?
Yep. I guess if nobody can guarantee, yep. Will here says you need to add 2 things that I'm saying are not mutually exclusive. Yes. Thank you, Will. Just trying to get caught up in the comments here. I'm just a couple of minutes behind. I think these fraud stories do multiple things. One person gets scared away and another person dreams up the next scam. Yep. Sounds about right. I think a couple of people dream it up if there's money to be made. There's a 79 Topps box opened by Jabs. It was nothing but comments. It's on YouTube. Yeah, I can imagine. I think if CC2 and Pac-Man wanted to push
What's it, BBC rap?
No idea. That'd be a good question. So
You have to state that, yeah.
Yeah. I think if
Can't
CC2 and
generically
Pac-Man wanted to
state
push it,
that.
they could make some noise. Now, this is kind of a side angle to it as well. Here's the thing. I don't care if they make noise or not. It's not really their place. They didn't buy the box. They didn't sell the packs. They don't care. They just opened the packs on camera.
Yeah,
Why would they care?
Yeah, but they look bad, you know, and
Look bad what? You provided me a pack. Your pack. I'm not doing anything except opening it for you.
right.
What do you want from me?
But anytime your name is attached to something bad, you don't really want that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's their fault in any way.
You're
I'm just
associated with the
saying.
Boston Bruins and you haven't shunned yet. You haven't worn like a dark cloak yet. This hasn't been an issue for you thus far.
I hate you.
Just saying. What he's saying is that I made a valid point. Brad, he is basking in the correctness of my words. Basking in it right now.
I'm waiting for the hate. I hate you. I'm missing out.
I know. Get on. Hey, Bobby, I think, so as we agreed, so right now the website and the app, for the last 6 months, we've all been testing it. It's been up and running 100%. Everyone that wants it can access it fully, right? 100%?
Yes.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Nobody's being left out, though, to be clear. Nobody's being left out. They don't get open, and who opens stuff on camera? Most of us say and move on with life. Yes, that's exactly it. Just watch the video of Steven's friend. He says 1 pack tampered. He missed 35 packs of 36. And you know he authenticated them for his friend? There you go. 5K to, 160K, exactly. Almost there. I'm getting caught up. I have to say this shit product Panini are selling and only buying an affiliate price, so worse than the 86 Fear box. 1-1 Brady upside down and sticker auto. Who would put something upside down? In like a one touch or something? Crazy. Crazy.
Oh,
The sticker on the card was upside down.
oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it was a quality control issue. The sticker itself was upside down. It was actually idiocy. It was very dumb. Okay, so give me a second here. I'm just going to scan. Almost
What
caught up
was
here.
that, Eric?
Filmington. Yep. He's always got the upside down one. Steve Hart is the best there is, and can't be replaced. And can't be replaced going to vintage wax, folks. Can't have telling how sophistication technology process for authenticating wax lags behind singles. Yes. 79 Tops Wax was BBC Wrap. Thank you, Rock Latex, for confirming. BBC authentication is nothing but a scam, as they don't provide a guarantee. PSA, BGS, and HTC do provide a guarantee. They provide a guarantee for cards, not for the packs. Not for the
Thank you.
packs. Buyer beware. Yes.
Do
Or
they
release a
guarantee
statement on
the
the box.
autographs? Do they guarantee the autographs?
Yeah, Carlos, you can read his statement.
So which or Steve Hart?
And
Yeah,
Bobby-
I think I've got it. I think Andy sent it to me. Give me 1 second here.
Does it
So
say?
Brad, do they authenticate? Do they back up their autographs? PSA?
No, because they're giving their best. No, I don't know that answer, Bobby.
Okay, so first of all, thank you,
But-
Andy, for passing this along. Let me read the statement. I've got it here. So I'll read it.
Okay,
It's a
we'll
little bit
come back.
small, but I'll read it for you guys. All right, so good old Sports Card Radio. They're on this stuff, man. Sports Card Radio is
yeah.
on this one. They're all over it. So, again, credit where it's deserved. They're on this. So I'm reading it from here. So Steve Hart of BBCE is saying the 86-87 basketball clear box was some sort of wild one-off, but it's authentic. Without more evidence, I think he's grasping. So I know the text is small. I'll read it. I know it's really small. Every advanced collector will tell you that when the company's made certain correlation patterns, for example, 75 through 81 baseball rack, pack, and cellular, there are anomalies that can occur. Even if the correlation is correct 99.5% of the time, there can be an anomaly. Remember, the idea was to print, package, ship stuff out ASAP. In my opinion, this box has not been tampered with, nor has been resealed. I always knew this would happen someday. I figured that someday someone would open a box that was just crazy off. People would view it as counterfeit, resealed, tampered with. However, as we've seen, these things can and will happen again. Thanks, Steve Hart, owner of Baseball Card Exchange. So in other words, we were not duped. Agreed.
Well, the only caveat to that is the Johnsons and the order. So those packs may have been resealed, but
So
the rest-
as a
don't know.
non-expert in the field, I'm going to call bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It's pushing the yes, correlation anomalies can occur. I agree with that. The nature of this specific correlation anomaly is a bridge too far. It's too exact, too specific. It was I'm like, you're pushing it.
some
Dude.
were resealed. Some of those were resealed for sure. All?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think so.
We'd have to look at the specific every pack, but like some of it was way too far off. It's not a little off far off. It's like, no, dude, you're reaching into another category, another level.
Unless it was a super Frankenstein box.
A super Frankenstein box.
Oh
yes.
my.
Well,
goodness.
Parts from 16 different other boxes.
Yep. Don't know the guy, but Steve Hart might be a good moniker for how he's feeling right now. Yep. It was a wild one-off. Yep. They said the same thing about 79 Tops box. Now I know it's jabs, but watch that video. It's painful. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch. I'm look. If that's the excuse you want to go with, fair enough. But you could say that about literally every box that looks off.
Yeah.
That's like the caveat to end all caveats.
So here's the thing. Okay, a guy has, and this is what happens in the display box community. I'm looking for a good condition 79 Tops box. Do you have one? No, I'm sorry, I don't have any right now in stock. Next guy, same thing, same question. Why are they looking for one? Because they have a beat up box which wouldn't look good, so they get another box. So there's another Frankenstein example that we get into.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it happens.
And this
yeah.
stuff's been going on for forever, for as long as
Yes.
I've been in,
Yes.
right?
Mhm, Yep.
So
Okay, so here's
so
what I
many
want.
things.
I agree. And like I said, you guys in the chat, thank you. Finally got caught up on the comments. There were a lot of comments, but there was a lot of material to get through. We've actually been able to get through a lot of stuff here. And there's plenty of room to go in a bunch of different directions, but let's just go with this. So you guys, if you want to put something in the chat, feel free. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I'm going to get a refill, but while I do, you guys, so Brad, Eric, or Yannick, if any of you guys, in that order, if any of you guys want to take a stab at this, you're welcome. I'm calling BS. I read Steve Hart's excuse. It's a bit of a stretch for me, but I leave it to you. That's just my thought. Brad, you start off, and then you guys, and I'll come right back.
I think I would just say we live in this world today where people are scared to say, I don't know. A friend of mine said this a couple of weeks to me, and he goes, you know what, Brad? And we were joking around about certain things, and he said, it's okay to say I don't know. And I really took that to heart, and I kind of look at it now, and I mean, this is in cards and everything. I think this
That's
is
a
kind of
heart?
it.
Steve Hart?
Like, no, but just
No,
when
sorry.
no, but I do this. It's important. It's important for people to realize that, like,
Yeah.
it's okay to say I don't know. I've been in this hobby my entire life, as long as anybody that's 46 years old, and I said it to you, Bobby. I don't know wax packs. I don't get it. I just opened up a pack of 83, 84 Opeachy here.
That's
I just
good.
opened it up, took it out, put it back in the pack, and I'm looking at it. I'm going, if you heat that a little bit there, the lines all line up. How the hell would any human being be able to tell? I don't understand it. I don't get it.
May I tell you the ways, sir?
No, but you could. I'm telling you,
Yes.
I'm convinced with this pack that if
Yes.
I did, you would never be able to tell that. It's not worth. So it's okay to say you don't know. And to the best of my ability, I believe that this pack has not been tampered with. And make that very clear, though. Don't try to put any other illusion out there that, hey, because it's wrapped, it's good, it's 100%. No, it's to the best of an expert's ability. Like, Bobby, if you looked at a pack and you gave it back to me and you told me, you never say that's 100% good. As far as I'm concerned, that's good. I'm going to go with what you tell me. I'm going to go with what a Steve Hart tells me. I'm going to go with what, when I buy a pack from Jason Martin at the shows, I always go by his table and I buy some packs and we open them up and we have some fun. 89 Upper Deck Baseball, just weird stuff. And wax packs like 83, 84. They used to be able to pick up for $5, $10. It's just fun.
I know.
But I buy those with confidence that I think they're all good, but hey, maybe some of them aren't. But I'm buying them from someone that knows, because me, I don't know. That's my thoughts.
I think Jason said he's never opened a pack. I'm very sure he said that to me. Maybe that was quite a few years ago now, but he said no, he doesn't open packs. I went, really? I think you have to open packs to know your business. But I'm just saying, I'm not saying Jason's bad or good. I'm just saying, Jason's good. He knows. Yeah. He's been exposed, and he gets a lot of stuff from the original people who owned it. So,
yeah.
Well, I think Bobby sums it up. He said that a couple of times tonight, and I think that's the key. I think he's 100% right. If you don't have a history of being around something, handling something, opening something, investigating it, living it, how could you be an expert on it? Carlos mentioned, car engine. If you've never seen one and you've never worked on one, you're not an auto mechanic.
Yeah, like I said, and that's the reason I use that analogy is because look, you can be like, oh, I love cars, cool. You can be like, oh man, that engine looks like, maybe you know the specs, maybe you know trivia, like, oh man, that's like a V8, blah blah blah, this many horsepower, like that's trivia. Do you know what makes the engine go? Do you understand? Like, there's a difference. Like, there's difference in knowledge base. There's very surface level knowledge, and in the hobby we have this all the time. I can get people that can read off a bunch of interests. I made the joke. I did the video, and I made the joke where like I talk about different types of hobby content. I've done my research. I've done my digging. I don't spend a lot of time making videos on vintage baseball cards and stuff, even though I enjoy them, even though I enjoy collecting them. That's not fun content for me to make. But I do my research. When I'm studying my sets, I understand. I can reference some caramel sets. I'm not quite as sharp as I used to be because I'm not in it all the time. But there was a time where I did a lot of research and a lot of study. So it's like I'm not unaware. I understand these things. And I could make videos on it. It just doesn't excite me. Personally, it doesn't excite me. However, I'll still do my research in it. But that's different than somebody being like, oh yeah, oh man, I know all about the 1952 Topps card. It's got 407 cards and Mantl's 311. And, Eddie Matthews rookie is 407. It's like, cool. You told me trivia. That's trivia. like, congratulations. That doesn't mean you know the series. If I can put it on some flashcards for you, that's trivia. If we got trivia night and we're talking about 52 Topps, you're good to go. But other than that, you know nothing. Thanks for sharing. Have you actually held 52 Topps cards in your hand? Could you tell if one seems a little bit off to you? I have. I've held thousands of them. But it's like, there's a difference. So, and I'm not going to claim to be a 52 Topps expert. But if you give me an obvious forgery, I'm probably going to be able to pick up on it just by holding it in my hand. So that's because I've handled it.
So the other day, 2 days ago, we got a phone call just around closing time that these guys were coming in. They were an hour and a half drive. They were a few minutes away, stuck in traffic, and they asked us to stay open a little extra because they had a mint condition Jordan rookie that they were looking to sell. So, all right, we stuck around, and a few minutes after our closing time, they showed up and they came in. These guys drove an hour and a half, sat in tons of traffic. We stayed open late.
For
Walks
fake
in, they're like, "Oh, this is great," guys rubbing his hands. Time to make the money. Time to cash in. Gonna hit the lottery. I mean, he was really playing it up. Puts the card down on the glass counter, and without even touching it, picking it up, moving it, Phil looks at it and goes, "That's fake." One guy was like, "What?" And like, how do you know? The other guy immediately like exploded, saying that, I think it was more like shock, because this guy thought he had a lottery ticket. He was looking for like $50,000.
You already spent that money. So.
Yeah, that in his head, he already paid off his debts and all that, and he had to go outside and walk around the parking lot for 10 minutes while we talked to the other guy, who was a little calmer because it wasn't really his; it was his buddy's. And then the guy came back in was able to listen, and we explained to him that the card stock was wrong, the shininess on it wasn't there originally. The color was off. We had one in stock. We took it out. We showed him the difference. Look how red this is. Look how dull this is. And we educated him the whole thing, but he left heartbroken because he thought he was getting a check for $50,000 on Wednesday, and that is not what happened.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It happens all the time. Some people will see something and assume that it means old, but like I said, it's a specific issue nuance. There are some issues that are going to have. I'll give you a silly example. Again, the 52 tops thing. There are the black backs. Well, if you had no idea what you were looking at, you'd be like, "Oh man, that's fake." No, there are cards that have the black back, and there are other ones that have the red. Or 56 tops, the gray back and the white back.
The white back.
Those are both real. Those are both accurate. So you can have a mano with a white back and a mano with a gray back, and they're both good. They're the same card, but it's two different card stock that was used on it. But both are legitimate. Both are real. And I'll give you the most subtle one. It's only because I knew a guy who really got deep into variations. The 56 tops, Ted Williams. There's a line directly above his name. Because of a printing defect, it's actually known to be in a variety of different colors because of an issue with the printing. But they're considered these these are niche variations. But you can find these different ones if you're looking for them. But that's like another depth, another layer of depth.
Like the Gretzky blue line?
More subtle than that.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. But
That's
the thing
pretty
is
obvious.
but the thing is, like, who cares? Well, there are some variation collectors that really care about it, but they're more specialists than anything else. But again, that goes beyond the trivia. Basic true, because otherwise, 56 Ted Williams. It's like, all right, 50, which one, which color line above the name do you have? There are slight variations for the people that care about that. By the way, there's no difference in price. They're all considered to be about the same, but there are these variants. But again, if you know the issue, you will know that. If you don't, then don't worry about it.
And Brad, you had that card that you didn't know if it was a rookie or not.
Yeah, absolutely stumped me.
And that doesn't happen often.
No,
And
that's the first
if
time
that can stump you, then how can other people not be stumped with wax or
it stumped
autographs?
me and about 10 other guys, like Len Potty. It stumped. Everyone had their opinion. No one could say for sure either way, which shows you how. I mean, again, it was real, but yeah. Well, it was authenticated. So
We think it's real. Yes, exactly. So there's
It's
examples of
unfortunate,
everything.
again, it's just a matter of education, I guess. People being aware, people assuming.
Well, I
I'm
think
guilty
they're not
too,
educated as
you know?
collectors.
That's
Yeah.
exactly it. But people take for money that it's wrapped, it's authenticated. Yeah, but it's authenticated at the best of my knowledge with the tools that I have and the evidence that I found and the pointers that I don't find that indicates this would be tampered with. So
Well, also in the category that has the most amount of slight variances, legitimate and illegitimate, because we covered a bunch of them tonight. There are real life scenarios where a set of packs could get jostled that have no nefarious intent. Just that's the way it happened. That's the way it came out. These are 36 real packs inside of a real box, but they didn't start off life together because of circumstances. They were in a card shop.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
unfortunate, the bad thing of all of this, the bad thing, if you want to call it bad thing, because like you said, people will probably forget everything in a couple of months, but
Mhm.
it still looks bad. It still looks, for the outsider that doesn't know much more, like, okay, this is fake, or this is, again, drama, or other more, it's not a good look, but what can you do? Like, people will hopefully get a better education about it. I know for a fact I'm not a wax guy or a pack guy or all that kind of stuff. Definitely knowing you guys, Bobby, you would be my guy, and then and the other guy I'm not really thinking of, but Brad, by you like handling that stuff. But like you said, you do cards, you don't really do pack, and you would have to go and get someone else's opinion on it.
Mhm.
So anyway, not for me. And I'm fortunate enough that no one fakes Larry Parrish from the 1980s, so I'm all good.
So Yannick, here I've got something for you. So Bobbles actually provided me an image that is in honor of your shirt. So
Oh,
the tuxedo
There
Honus
you
Wagner.
go.
Oh, excellent.
The tuxedo Honus
That's awesome.
Wagner. So Bobbles has got some
Oh.
Photoshop skills. Bobbles has got some Photoshop skills, so he classed up Honus. Elevated him a little bit.
There's only one thing better than that. If you can put like the T-shirt tux from like the 80s,
There you go.
Yeah.
that would be even better.
There you go. So there's a tuxedo Honus Wagner, legitimately with a tuxedo.
for
Right.
every 7, you get a tuxedo.
That's right. That's right.
For every
So there you go.
PSA 7, you get a
Yeah.
tuxedo on it.
So he passed that one along to me and asked me to share it in honor of your shirt. In
That
honor
is
of your
very
shirt.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, sounds good. So thank you, Bobbles, for that. Let me read a couple questions here. Real question is, how are we going to know the genuine Poopy Pony card 10 years from now? Listen, man, we're going to do NFTs. We're going to
Yes.
need codes. We're going to need, basically ultraviolet, sensitive ink.
I am no, because you know how PSA DNA isn't really DNA. I am going to have actual bits of my DNA inserted into the cards for testing.
You're trying to intentionally devalue the Poopy Pony card. This is our meal ticket, man.
This is what Kiss did in 1978 when they made their first.
The members of KISS have talent, allegedly. The point is that like they've got something. Something. Do you have something? Can you produce for us certification of something?
I'm on this stupid show.
That's called charity.
Enough said.
That's called charity. Charity begins online at home. I'm in my home and I'm being charitable right now.
That's a good point. I can't argue with that.
Jesus, man.
To sum up our talk on, go ahead.
The band Kiss, when they came out with their first comic in 1978, each took a vial of blood from themselves and poured it into the red ink for the comics. So if you get a first edition copy of their first comic, there's actual Kiss DNA in the ink.
Did not know that.
And you
There
can
you
go
go.
online and find video of pictures, I think, of that. I don't know if they actually have video of it. But they have. Brad, if you pull that comic book up, I swear I'm going to kick your ass.
There you go.
Put it back on. Put it back on there.
It's not the original one though.
Oh, no blood.
I was all excited. I was like, "Oh my god, is this cool?" But this one was from 1990. It's in my
Yeah,
car.
it was from 78.
Oh,
I would kill you. I would drive up there and kill you.
I was so excited.
And then use your blood of the Poopy Pony. Anyway, come-
DNA.
I do have a question for you, Brad. Other than Eric's disturbing, so really, I want to read these two comments before I get it. But Brad, we got a question for you. So Paul here said, not wanting to know where Eric's DNA come from. Hopefully it didn't come from a chocolate stick. None of us want that. I'm not sure I want DNA on my cards. No one wants that. No one. Okay, so this is a question for Brad from CC. Have you noticed any trend in the market for sports cards in the past 30 or 60 days at your shop? So volume of sales or value of cards. So Alex Manoia, like explosion to the moon. You got that. And anything else? Any other trends?
I'm so in. Oh, nice card. Attaboy. Thank you. So I seen the other day, Julio Rodriguez, red Bowman Chrome Auto Rookie out of 5.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Sold for $275,000.
That is
So
awesome.
Guerrero-
Guerrero 500K, Julio Rodriguez, 275,000. I have one of my Alex Manoahs up for sale, and I have not had an offer. And it's up for it's up for 3,000 US or 4,000 US, and not one offer on it.
Did you
What is
threaten
that?
to?
125K.
I was gonna say just jack up the price to like something absurd and then be like, "Ha! I'm gonna get a bargain, 65,000.
I know.
I'll take it."
Reverse
You wouldn't buy it at
psychology works
3 and
all
you're
the
offered
time.
65. I guess. Sure. Yeah. Okay. If you insist.
But I should say to that comment, honestly, our sales have been awesome the last 30, 60 days. The
Anything in
volume-
particular though, moving or just across the board or?
Pokemon has been awesome for us.
Okay.
All the new product, everything's been selling. Now, to that other thing, we can't control obviously pricing. Pricing is down, but the volume is still there. So that's to me what I look at every day.
Yeah.
The important thing is there's foot traffic. I think today we were counted. We had about 180 people through the door to the store, which is a great day. 180 unique customers came through. Mm-hmm. I don't know the percentage of. I think it was just over 100 transactions from unique individuals. That's a great day for our small shop here in Halifax.
Mm-hmm.
It's awesome to see that. We had some kids opening up 91 O-Pee-Chee Premier Baseball at
nice.
$10 a box. They sat there and opened 3 boxes and had a complete blast.
$10 a box is a good deal. Yeah, that's all.
They were buying packs of Top Series 2 for $8 for 1 pack or $7 for 1 pack, and they're like, those full boxes over there. Who can you get them? I was like, Griffey, Thomas, we're going through it.
Yeah,
and it
back
was
in the day,
so nice to see that. So, So as far as I'm concerned, business has been brisk, and it's great to see. So.
That's fair. Thank you for that, Brad. I think though it's one of those things because we talk about the whole slowing down the market and everything, and it's true. But at the same time, I think the collectors are kind of shrugging their shoulders. It's not business as usual. There is a price sensitivity. It's just that they're not being as aggressive on like higher end stuff. It was like the same thing happened at the show. The $5,000, $10,000. Oh, the big money deals dropping the bunch of cash. But if you got a $200 or $300 card that's priced reasonably, according to the current market, there's still interest in it. It was the thing like tonight. I teased and I made fun of the SGC thing, but I have no problem buying cards in SGC slabs with quality vintage. The card itself has good eye appeal. I liked it. And I literally got it for cheaper than the guy who bought it from a month ago. Sucks to be him, but for me, that meant the price was reasonable to me. It was an auction. It was open market. When I looked at it earlier today, it had less than 2 hours left, and the price was already pretty reasonable. I was like, okay, I'll put a snipe. So I let it run, and just before the show started, I won. And I won it for less than I was expecting to. The price sensitivity is in, but I was like, at the price I got it in, I'm very happy. And I've got the PWCC auction coming up on Sunday. I've saved a couple of cards. If the price stays in line with where I want to be, I'll buy it. I don't mind. If the price stays in line with where I want. We're being cognizant of price. If you don't want to meet my price, no problem. Have at it. I'll wait. There's no problem. My list of stuff that I bought has shrunk.
You.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that the list of stuff that I bought right now, I'm down to the last card. Well, aside from the one I just won today, I'm down to 2 cards. So that list has continuously shrunk. I've got most of it in hand or sitting at ship my cards to come over. I used to have dozens of lots that I would win at a time every week. The mail has been quiet for a while. That's why I haven't had many pickup videos. It's sitting at ship my cards. I've only got 8 or 9 cards at ship my cards. Normally I'd buy 8 or 9 cards a week. So it's quieter because it's look, if you won't come to my price, I'm not just going to spend money for the sake of spending money. If you come to my price, sure. But if not, don't worry about it. That's fine. I'll save my money then.
I should add one other thing too. So
Go ahead.
that's the storefront, and our store, obviously, the threshold, the store doesn't move cards $1,000 and up. That's not the wheelhouse for our store in Halifax.
Yeah.
So with AMG Collectibles, we use all platforms available. So when I say the store has been awesome, everything's going, people are through the door. eBay has been good. Pricing's down, and it's been good. PWCC, which is the avenue we use to sell our high-end items, has been cold. Like I said, items that are sitting there, there's no action, there's no offers coming through. It's definitely cold on that front. And that's back to that thing. Those cards that are $5,000 and above, they're sitting there, they're sitting in guys' showcases. People aren't pulling the trigger on them. I'm a buyer in that market at we're always a buyer in that market for key cards. And I'm not really buying. I'm just kind of seeing how things are going. Now, obviously, we just picked up a mantle. Those are different elements. But as far as buying any more Alex Manoah high-end cards, just on the sideline for a little bit, just to see how
The Alex Manoah Super Collection is going to have to we got to take a breather, guys. We got to just chill on this one a little bit. Let's just pump the brakes a little.
Yeah, he's just going to hang tight.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Nope, that makes sense. But that's why I want to make emphasis. It's not that collectors not willing to get anything. Is that right now right now is the right climate to be price conscious, be a little bit picky, be a little bit more selective. There's no hurry. If there's no urge, chill out. And the card was from the set I'm working on, but I'm chipping away at it. I'm not buying 10 or 20 cards at a time. I'm chipping away, and I'm grabbing some of the key players and the Hall of Famers and the stars, and a little at a time. And it'll come in time. And once I get past those guys, it's the commons are available in abundance. I can go buy 20 or 30 at a time. That's not a big deal. Just patience. Patience will pay off on this one. So we'll come back to that one. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I did want to sum up one thing. I think when we were talking about wax, I
Please.
wanted to get it out and
Go
I
ahead.
forgot about
Yeah,
it.
sure.
Just regarding, as collectors, we have to get to know what we're collecting. We can't rely on anybody else. I think that the hobbyists, if you're into something like Carlos was talking about, the variations and getting to know your stuff. You're going to collect wax. Get to know a little bit more about wax. If you're going to, get into cards, get to know that set, and don't rely on just hearsay and common information. Get into it. And I think that's the investors, they don't really care because it's a quick turn and burn. I get it, but if you're going to get into your collectibles, get to know them. Get to know a little bit more. It'll actually help you out, and it helps in discussions, and it helps that you can teach maybe somebody else something that they didn't know about that set. So I think the hobby moves forward much better in that way if we know a little bit more and we can talk a little bit more. And I think it shares a little bit more with the camaraderie we have between us, like we all share here because we all have that experience and past knowledge and what have you. But the other guys are all talking, about flipping and burning. That's fine, but it doesn't last forever because once it stops flipping and burning, then what are you left with? So, anyways,
For sure. No, that's very well said. And the other thing, kind of playing into what Brad's talking about as well, is that I've talked about not that long ago how I put a bunch of stuff on ComC, but a lot of it is low end and cheap stuff. It's who'd want that? Well, if you price it competitively, people do. Every week, I'm selling a couple of cards through, Those cards were literally sitting in my box collecting dust. Right now, that's like found money. I talked about that lot of Sign of the Times cards. I just wanted it for the Medano. I had all the other cards. I didn't need them. I sold off the Iserman, made money. I was already in the black. The Iserman I sold for more than I bought the lot for. And it had a bunch of other players. I sold the Jeff O'Neill for the princely sum of $5. But it's like, I'm already in the black in the stupid thing. So give me $5 for freaking Jeff O'Neill. I don't care. Just take it. Get out of here. It's already in ComC, so I don't have to ship it. I don't have to worry about returns. It's money sitting in my ComC account if I want to buy something. Great.
that's an easy yes, isn't it?
Yeah, but here's the thing. It was because
That's a
if you
staple.
go,
That was easy.
well, here's the thing. They literally, I put it at $5. They just hit the buy. So it's like, thank you, good day.
No shipping, no nothing. That's ideal.
So it took the effort out of me. $5 would not be worth the energy for me to list it on eBay and deal with all that garbage. No, please, please come
you're
see
right.
folks. Please take it, put it up. I'll put the $5 on it. Oh, Carlos, you got paid. Thank you. Good day. We're done.
Yeah.
Let's
smart.
move on with our
That's
lives.
good.
So this was for you, Eric. Did you see the story about Beckett declining? Dr. Beckett's autographed Uncle Rich Klein cards. He was trying to get it slabbed. I cracked up and thought of you. So as the hookup to Beckett, do you think you could get Dr. Beckett, the hookup, to get Rich Klein's stuff authenticated and slabbed?
Oh, yeah. I can get that done myself.
Yeah, just get on the red phone, pick it up, and reach out to your buddy Jeremy. We saw him at the beginning of the night. Reach out to your buddy Jeremy and make it happen.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can definitely, if he's still interested in doing that, I can make a call and we can try to get that done for him.
Uncle Rich? Yeah, sure.
Uncle
Yeah, we can do
Rich,
it.
yeah. Let's do it.
I have not seen that story, but I promise you, I am going to try to find it and watch it.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Stanley had something about mixing for ink for signatures. Sad story. I hadn't heard about that.
I don't.
I'm not keen on that. Not a big fan of it, but you do you. Y'all do you.
And I don't know why it's sad if he did it, if he voluntarily did
Well,
it.
the problem is Stan Lee towards the end of his life, like he wasn't well. I have no idea if he did it voluntarily or somebody came up with this idea.
I mean, was it a Ted Williams type of thing where his son had full control and was kind of abusing him and all that?
I'd like a little more context. Context is, I think, what we're looking for here.
So my point is, I don't understand the sad story comment. What about it is sad?
Yep. No, that's perfect. I was gonna hit on it. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. AMG Collectibles. There you go. Hit the nail on the head. Thank you very much. Mile Hot auction that ended recently.
Collectibles, where we cut your cards to make them square.
Show more love. Show some more love. Show some more appreciation. Listen, after Brad went there, and again, pity, visited you in your location,
right? I told
acknowledged you, was willing to get in a picture with you, although Brad looked dangerously close to Jeremy from Beckett. I think you're brothers from another mother, Brad. It was weird. It's like y'all look the same. Did you go to the same gym? Like you hang out? Like I don't know. It's interesting.
I just want Brad to
the similarities were uncanny.
I just, in case he hasn't figured it out yet, I canceled. I put a stop to those credit cards and I canceled them. So he can't use my credit cards that he stole anymore because I put a stop on them.
And he was so mean to me.
Like there's not even a question.
A miserable experience.
I tried to lock the door of the store. Phil refused and let him in.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Guys,
I want my wallet back.
I have to run tonight. I got a big day tomorrow.
Sounds good, Yannick. Take her easy.
Thanks for having me.
Have a good one, buddy.
Hey, buddy. See you later.
Cheers, guys.
There's another card that I bought from Eric's.
From the shop? Okay, so I see it's a rookie. It looks like a Redskin. Who is it?
RG3.
Oh, RG3. Okay, gotcha.
So when I see it there, but this is something that I think I might start collecting again. Obviously, this is a National Treasures out of 99.
Yeah.
The sticker on it was $59. So I
believe it.
I bought it with a couple other things, so more or less I got it into the deal for next to nothing. But I'm like, this is like when RG3, if he was still playing, this would be $100,000 card.
Today, with today's market, yeah.
It's so more or less for free, or you could have picked it up at full sticker for $59. I almost feel like I don't think you could get like Tim Tebow, or Tebow's probably still collectible.
You could probably get Manziel.
Johnny Manziel,
like if you want it should have been something, but it wasn't.
I think it's a collection, right? Like,
you could put together a collection of some of those guys. Like it didn't work out. It did not work out.
Right?
No.
So that's my new goal. That's what I'm trying to do.
I like it. I love themes like that. I love like those fun little side themes. They're fun.
Yeah.
So love when Brad gets out of his chair after you guys talk about an item. He always seems to pull out amazing stuff. Yeah, the office is full of some interesting. There's a lot of hidden gems in that room.
I would have lost my mind if he put out a 78 Kiss. I would have lost my mind.
No, what would have been better is if he goes, okay, well, no, this is the reproduction. This is later. But here's Gene Simmons. Why is Gene Simmons in your office? Why isn't Gene Simmons in your office? He's not in your office?
No, he is not.
I'm going to have to make fun of it. Like, I got a buddy of mine from Edmonton sent that down to me because I collect comics as well, and like weird comics and cool ones. Like, so I was all excited. I was like, oh my God, I have Kiss's first comic. Like, I literally was so excited, man. It's still a great gift. I'm super happy that he sent it to me. So.
Right.
I would have absolutely lost. I would have thrown the computer right through the window.
And I have to say,
should have made amazing YouTube.
Do you see DR's comment above, which was so good? I wanted to say that earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt. But the Chris Farley from Tommy Boy.
Oh, yeah. I remember that one. Yeah.
That's one of the best lines ever. I agree with him 100%.
Yep. All right, let me read a couple of these here. Does Brad have any tips? Okay, here's a good one. Here's a good one for you, Brad. Does Brad have any tips for a little eBay seller on how to scale up over time? So DR has a channel, I think Hobby Business, DR. I think it's Hobby Business, if memory serves me. I did check out and leave a comment if you want to check it out. Please confirm that that's right, and if that's right, put it in the chat. And if anybody wants to check it out. He's making some videos. Does Brad have any tips for a little eBay seller on how to scale up over time? Has he picked up any nuggets of wisdom from the store's digital footprint? So, like for an eBay store, any thoughts on that?
So my big thing is, I mean, we run weekly auctions, and you can go in. It's just under AMG Collectibles, and you can see, and we sell obscure things, and they start from $5 up to whatever. But we do that consistently every week, and we just let our auctions go. So you can go in and just click us as seller, look at our sold items, and go through the list for the last 3 months.
Mhm.
My number one tip would be is don't be scared to take a loss on a card in order to build up your clientele. So we run on legitimate, on reserved auctions. We don't do anything to them. We just let them go. So like this week, there was a couple $150 cards. The last comp was that sold for $30. There was a couple cards that we had priced in the store at $150 that sold for $250 US. So you just look at the whole thing as a total. Don't be scared to take a loss on a few cards, because that's what's going to make repeat customers come back when they get a really good deal. So if you look, say, I'm going to put up 50 cards, let them all go. I want to get 1,500 for those 50 cards. The odds are you will, but don't be afraid, like I said, to let one of those cards go. Don't get disappointed. Don't say, oh, eBay sucks. That's my advice. Do that on reserved and let them go. And in the end, you'll be surprised by the results. So.
Okay. I think
It
that's
does
good
suck, though.
advice. Now, one question I'm going to ask as well. My thought on this as well is when you're early and you're scaling up, it is tricky because it's not like you have that much inventory. To your point, like I don't disagree with anything you said. I think that's fair. One thing I'll add is that depending on the item, I think for a lot of items, you just got to let it go. You get your money back and you cycle through the cash. That's your better chance of, okay, maybe it didn't work out for you, but then you could use the money to buy something else that may work a little bit better for you margin wise. So that's a thing. But I think if the item is a little bit better and you're able to select the right item, I am a very big proponent right now with eBay of the buy it now best offer, because a lot of items do better. They just perform better on it. Again, it depends on the item. If it's stuff that's really common, you're competing with so much stuff, it's going to be tough anyway. But if it's stuff that people are going to have some interest in, you're going to get tire kickers, you're going to get low ballers, but that's where I do the auto reject thing. It's like, low ball as much as you want. I'm not dealing with you. Good luck. Give me a real offer and we'll talk.
But guys will come back after the offer. Like sometimes they'll lowball you and they'll go, okay, I'll go up a little bit. Oh, automatically. So they know they only have 2 more chances. So they might even come up to your minimum.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's not even a reflection of the item. Because I gave the example a couple of maybe months back of my 52 Bowman Mantle. Great card, love the card, but it was time for it to go. I wasn't going to build the set, and it was done. I put it for $2,400 or $2,500, which is higher than a lot of the ones that had been going for a while. I got somebody offer me $500, and I go, dude, when I bought it like more than 10 years ago, it was $500, not today. So like it auto rejected. It never even got to me, but I saw it. I looked at it, and I just kind of laughed. I was like, dude, you're not getting it for $500. I don't know who the hell's going to give you that. So I had a bunch of different tire kicking, low offers. Finally, somebody came in and got $1,900. It was the highest selling one in months because the card was a good card. Like it was a good, solid card because I had bought it back in the day. It was a solid card. I paid less than $500 for it when I bought it. I sold it for $1,900.
The guy offered like $500 because he looked at your feedback and go, this guy just doesn't know. He doesn't know anything about 52.
Yeah. And it's one of those things like I listed
Does that
it
not go
high.
through your minds?
And the thing is, I don't mind. But I also have like a ton of feedback, and I've done over the years. And I've sold vintage baseball over the years. I never bothered to change the name of it. I leave the handle where it is. It's like, you figure it out. Like, guys, it's a certified card. Go look it up. The card's fine. And it's like, you're going to pay the price. The real price, because I don't need to sell it. I had no urgency to sell. That was really important.
And what I just said was actually very true. Is I always look at somebody's feedback and see what else they're selling. If he's like a random estate seller and he has something rare hockey and he puts it at a high price because he doesn't really know, you can come in at a lower offer, like a really good low offer, and pick it up pretty good. So, it never hurts. To put a lower offer in, it doesn't do you any harm.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I wasn't offended.
It.
I wasn't offended. More than anything, I chuckled. But at the same time, I was like, well, you're not going to get anywhere with that. Because there was no follow-up offer from the guy. Like, he was actually trying to tire kick and win it at $500. I'm like, you're not getting it.
Eric, $500 wasn't going to work.
Yeah, it wasn't going to work. Sorry, buddy. So, Eric, it was funny. Dr. Beckett said that the grader said they'd have a Rich Klein autograph on record. And Dr. Beckett said, what if I bring him down? He says, yes. There you go. For the authentication.
Checked it anyways. Wow.
There you go. So regarding Stan Lee, apparently it wasn't voluntary. Which, again, with that plays into the sad thing.
that's just horrible. And I'm gonna, out of curiosity, try to investigate that more. That's not good news. But I wanted to show Brad something real quick while you have a pause. Yeah, your little comic book's cute. Would you like to see my Kiss comic book?
Yes.
No, do it. Oh my God! What happened? The ninjas got to him. This is terrible.
Totally amazing.
All right, go on with your little comic book thing.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Ooh.
A Kiss comic book.
Yeah, so that's one of those like compilation deals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is volume 1, compendium. Yeah, it's good size.
So it's the doorstop in front of your house,
It could be used as a doorstop, or
possibly a weapon if somebody breaks in.
if I hit someone in the face with this, they're done.
There you
This
go.
thing is heavy.
Yep.
Yeah, it's probably the thickest.
See, he's stuck on thickest. Go on.
Probably the thickest book I own. The thing is enormous.
There you go. Perfect. Good evening, Baz.
Ginormous.
Yep. So Dave here says, sorry. So is it 7 or 10 day, Brad?
I always do 7 day, and I let them go Sunday to. Usually we list on Sunday to Sunday.
Got it.
This week we did an odd one Thursday where I was away for 2 weeks, and I didn't even know the guys did it. And last night my phone, I just finally went to bed, and I was like, oh, and I looked at the AMG email, and it was sold. And I'm like, oh no, I got about 50 or 60 cards to ship out in the morning. I was just like,
Damn.
yeah,
Yep.
I did not want that on top of everything else I have coming back right now.
Right.
All the Toronto stuff, I will say that in case anyone is listening that submitted some cards. The Toronto stuff now is all graded and on route back. So yeah.
So Brad, maybe we'll do the on stream reveal again.
Yeah.
So, because I had a little stack of cards I left with you, so maybe we'll be able to do that again.
Yeah.
That was fun.
In the next couple of weeks, I assume like most of that. There's always going to be. I've learned this as well. There's always a few orders, no rhyme or reason, that seem to straggle out there right to the max. You know, they'll be back probably the middle of September for a few, but that happens. So.
Yeah, I think we're in good shape anyway. Like a lot of that stuff, I can kind of. It's very easy for me to be like, just sit back and let it go. But again, I avoided the entire the original backlog because once things started to slow down, and I could see the slowdown happening. I was like, I'll just hold the cards. It was like because you could see it slowing down. Like prior to, you could actually see it beginning to slow down. It was like maybe just hold back the cards. Like
Brad said, there's always a few million, that straggle for a couple of years. Yeah. Right.
But here's the thing: I don't feel bad for those people because they literally sent in 600,000 in one day. So I was like, why? And they did it because they were worried about a price increase or a price decrease. I forget what the exact impetus was, but literally they did it because of an impetus from PSA where they were about to do something. I forget what the exact thing was. Do you remember, Brad? They were literally about to change something, and then a bunch of people just sent it all at once, everything.
Yeah, the word got out that they were going to shut down.
That's what it was.
When they got shut down, the word was out there prior to them actually shutting down.
Yeah.
So that's what put that whole panic in, and that's what just erupted.
So here's the thing, Bobby. The last couple of million cards were people that saw they were about to shut down because of too much volume, so they sent more cards.
Yeah.
And you blamed them.
So that's what I was like, why would I blame PSA? You are the idiots who sent those last cards. They're yours. It's your damn fault. You could have just chilled, and actually probably it would have been done a couple months ago. Yeah. If you all had just chilled, they probably would have been done sooner. Who knows? What an idea. So it's like, it's your own damn fault. I blame the people every time on this. I'm like, guys, it's like,
I don't know how you can.
Yeah.
How can you blame people for that?
Oh, I do. They're idiots. Like, that was an easy call. Anybody with two brain cells that could rub together would know, like, this is going to turn out badly for you. I would have happily made that bet with any of them. It's like, this is going to turn out very badly for you. You're going to regret this decision.
And you could
just
always
chill.
get your cards back. Like, that's one of the things. And I'm not trying to stick up for PSA because there's lots of things that were done wrong. And I think, even all their staff now and their owners admit that, hey, there's lots of things we did wrong and it was a learning curve on this. But you could have got your cards back. Like people that, hey, you know what? Here's my order number. Here's the cards. Can you send my cards back to me? Yeah. Sure. We will do that. So like that was always an option. So it's like your cards were hostage for 2 years, but you could have got them back and just said, sorry, right? Not,
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the thing is, there are options. That's why I say, like, I try to balance it out. I try to be sympathetic to the best of my ability, but I'm like, you could see that coming.
Yeah.
And this isn't like hindsight 2020. It's like, yes, you
no.
could. Yes, you could. I would have made you
couldn't
that.
see the-
I would have
the
won
mass-
100 beers from you. I would have won 100
No.
beers from you.
You wouldn't win one because they couldn't understand the mass that was already there. That wasn't acknowledged at all. They were shutting down because
I didn't
they had
need them
too
to
many-
acknowledge it. I saw how much shit was piling up and how many people were doing videos of I'm sending 500 cards, I'm sending 1,000 cards, I'm sending 5,000 cards. I'm like, well, let me do a little quick abacus math here. That's a lot of cards.
How many people knew there were millions behind? Nobody. They knew they were behind 500, 5,000, 50,000.
There were not 50,000
not
cards
millions, not millions. Nobody knew. Come on, be honest, Carlos. You can't say that. You can't blame
Yes,
the people for that. You cannot.
Bobby,
blame
their
people for
capacity
that.
their capacity grew. It didn't grow 100x. It grew a lot, but it didn't grow. It's not like they were sending 5 cards out a week. They were able to send a decent amount of cards out before the shutdown, and they were falling super behind. The timelines were getting longer and longer, not by a day or two. They were getting like 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 12 weeks, 20 weeks. And it was like, okay, well, you're getting that, like, that's a big increase. You went from like 15 weeks to 20 weeks. That's a lot.
And you're
That's
going
a
to
huge
blame the
difference.
people for that because they're just trying to get the cards in before they do shut down?
Most of the cards they sent at the tail end didn't need to be sent in. Ever.
You're giving people intelligence, which you say people are stupid.
But that's why I'm
How
not
would they
giving them
know?
intelligence.
How would
Bobby,
they know
I'm
if
not
they're
giving
so
them
smart?
intelligence. I'm not giving them intelligence. I'm just saying I blame them for their own stupidity. It's like, well, then it sucks to be you. Then wait. I don't feel bad for you. Sucks to be you. Deal with it. The good news, it was $15 submission, so enjoy.
Yeah. Well, they'll get it back soon.
Exactly. I hope they take like another 5 years. I hope the last 5,000 take another 20 years. Just throw it at the back of the warehouse. It's like you can do 1 million cards a month. Yeah, but it's at the back of the warehouse. Just throw it in the back. I do it on purpose.
With the 100
People are people, so they just want to get a cheap deal, so I can't blame them for that.
But I think you'll be surprised. You know, it'll be interesting if PSA releases the numbers from the July special. I don't know if they will publicly or not. But it'll be interesting when you see the amount of cards that I'm sure came in July. Like it's pretty mind blowing.
Well, I think you'll be able to extrapolate. You won't know the exact number for that
So the
specific
people
category.
didn't know that, though, Brad, did they?
Who's that?
People didn't know how much came in.
No, he's
that
talking
time.
about the net. He's talking about this July.
For July.
For the 18 buck.
I understand.
Yeah.
But even going back to the other July when they shut down, or was it July? I don't know. I can't remember what month it was.
Yeah.
But that were
It was
shutting
March.
down.
So when they did the
know.
shutdown, it was March.
Was it March? Yeah.
Yeah, it was a March.
So they didn't. People didn't know how many. They just knew they were going to shut down and say, "Okay, I'm going to get my cards in at the last end." It wasn't. I guess it's saving money. I can't blame anybody for that. And it wasn't stupidity because they weren't educated in the sense that they knew exactly how much they were behind. 2 years worth, they wouldn't have sent them in if they had any inkling it was going to be more than a year. They wouldn't have sent them in.
But
So
you know
how can
what?
you blame people? At
Oh,
that
I
point?
bet they would do that now. I bet if it was like, $5 grading, 80 million cards. It's like, really, guys? We learned nothing. Never mind.
Oh, that's exactly
No.
what would happen.
I bet if PSA put out $10 grading right now and they put it out $10 grading, they'd get 10 million cards in a month, maybe 20 million.
Yeah.
Like
They
it would
would.
be off the charts. It would be
It's like we totally learned a lesson. No, you learned nothing. And this time you would have the experience of having done it, and you would still do it. You do it again, exactly the same
Yeah, I just seen that comment down there. Yeah, they received over 600,000 cards
in one day.
in one single day. So when you see the other thing that's going to be super cool, it's going to be very interesting if they ever do have a picture of all the boxes. And again, I don't know if they'll ever release it or if they even have it, but like it was the size of a football field. The warehouse that they had was the size of a football field or Olympic-sized swimming pool. I forget what they put it, filled with boxes that just arrived.
Yeah.
Like I think pictures do it so much. If they do have a picture of that and you see and say, okay, here's what the back, like maybe when it's all done, they'll go, here's what we dealt with. Here's what arrived in those 30 days. Look at this. And you looked and you were like, Olympic-sized swimming pool filled with boxes and packages and envelopes. And It's staggering to see.
Well, it's funny because when Nat Turner and them came in, like the first hires they had to do were people just to process the boxes. The first hires were literally like, open the boxes so we can know what's inside. It's like right now they're just boxes. I don't know how many cards are in there. Could you open them so I could see what's in there? Step one, let's figure out what's in the boxes. Thanks, Brett. Save your store. Yeah. So title is Hobby Business. So that's DR's YouTube channel. Building my store for 2.5 years and getting close to 6,000 listings. Still growing. Good stuff, DR. Good stuff.
In all honesty, Brad, there's a part of you that probably doesn't want them to go back down to $5 to $8 a card because you would just be absolutely inundated.
I don't think that low is even in play. But you can get like to 10-ish, 12-ish. I think that's conceivable.
I was just kind of throwing a low number out just for the sake of the conversation, but
I actually think 10 to 12-ish, I think it's very possible. Under the right circumstances, I think it's possible.
The more cards are going to come in. Mm-hmm. And, Brad's going to get absolutely hammered.
Yeah.
I don't know if he wants that or not deep down. It's like, I like what I do.
Not enough margins.
I enjoy my job. I like it at this level. I'm very comfortable at this level. When it gets to here, this isn't fun anymore.
Now, the thing you can do just to mitigate, because don't forget, whenever we talk about that price, there's always the qualifier, right? What are the conditions? What is the maximum value at that price point? That's one control that you can apply. The second control you can apply is you could do it with certain themes, maybe related to the set registry. So you could have like a bulk rate that's more like $15-ish in that area. And then you could have this other one that is more of a bulk rate of like, oh, you're a set registry guy. You're going to submit cards for this. Here you go. For this specific thing. It's got to fit under this category. Otherwise, no, it's a no-go. You got to put it in this other category. So you can control it.
Yeah, the registry guys will get the best deals, I probably think.
Which they should. They deserve it. Like they've honestly been waiting the longest, and they're very loyal. So it's like, and they're actually collecting because they're fitting under these sets that they're building. So it's like, no, give those guys a break. They've been waiting long enough. That they're the ones that I actually would feel bad for because they're the ones who got punished the longest for having to wait because they're like, I'm collecting a 1971 top set. I've been working on this. I'm like 400 cards into a 700 card set. I need to submit 300 more cards. This is going to cost me a fortune at this rate. I can't submit at this rate. I can't. So for those guys, it's like that's what they want to do. Then they should be able to get a special rate.
Now, what do you guys consider a registry set guy? I mean, you're talking they have multiple sets, high-end sets, or is it someone who's working on just one set? I mean, what's in your theory of giving registry guys a break? What classifies a registry guy?
Having a registered set. Like the thing is, it's not even the amount of sets. If you're doing a registered set and you're literally adding cards to a registered set and working on that set, you're a registry guy.
All right,
yeah.
So
of course,
registry guy then.
Yeah, but the thing is that like, if that's all you're doing and you've got one set registered and the set is it's a team set. So I'll use an example. I'm doing the 57 Topps football Green Bay Packers set. That one's got the Bart Starr. It's got the Paul Hornan. It's 12 cards. I have other stuff that I'm working on. I've got the 63 Fleer baseball set. I'm doing that in PSA. That's like 63, 65 cards or whatever. So I've got a couple of different ones. But if I was just doing the one, okay, I get a special rate, but it's 12 cards. So it's not like it's a big deal, like whatever. Now, if you're like, oh, I'm working on the 12 card set, I'm sending in 500 cards. Are you sure you're not a dealer and you're just trying to screw around with it? Like it's going to be very apparent what you're doing. It's going to be very apparent you're messing with this system here. But if you've got 12 cards and you send in 12 cards that correspond to the set you're working on, I don't think that's ridiculous. Like, I don't think it's unfair to give you a reasonable rate for that. It just depends on how you want to play it.
Speaking of sets, just finished today.
81 Topps?
81 Celtics set all in 8.
Nice.
So I got every single Celtics card from 81 Topps in 8.
Yeah.
I could have gotten them 9s, 7s, but I wanted them all the same, so I picked 8. So I finished that off.
Sorry, I just seen the comment there from GR, and I completely get what you said. I've never done that before, but I put in AMG collectible, just what he said, and yeah, it's very interesting what just appeared. I didn't even know.
Not safe for work?
Yeah, I did not even know
I
they
figured.
allowed that on stuff.
There you go. Now a bunch of people are like, wait a minute, what the heck? Let me look this up. There you go. So Andy here says, Eric, I think Beckett is a slab big enough for that kiss book. Probably.
If you have seen some of the slabs, the size of the slabs that Beckett puts small cards in, you are not off. I honestly think I could probably get it done. It is they are just ridiculous.
Yep. So it says, I sent a boatload of cards right before shutdown. I got them back already. Good stuff. Good to hear. Still got a value vintage order from early February 2021, though. Still frustrating. No, I get it. Like I said, I if you were frustrated with it, I'm not blaming you for that. It is what it is. But it's unfortunate. Like that late group, it's like.
But it's your fault.
Well, it is. It is, though. It's especially.
There you go.
Yeah, it is. That's not even a question. I don't. Like I said,
Blame
I
the
don't.
customer, not the company.
Bobby, I had a stack of 50 cards that I wanted to send in right there, and as I saw that timeline slowing down, I literally threw it back in the box. With about a month and a half to go before that shutdown happened, because I'm like, no, I can see, like, I see that timeline decreasing. Like, I'll wait. Let's see what happens. I literally waited, and then I didn't submit anything until like we cycled back through. They cleared it.
Not everybody was in the know.
At that time,
And
I
you know,
wasn't in
that
the know.
backlog-
I was just paying attention to anecdotal evidence of folks that were. It's been like 2 or 3 months, and it was like 4 weeks before. Even on the higher tiers, it was slowing down. It was slowing down across the board. So I was like, okay, that seems like tea leaves to me. It's like I'm sitting back going like, it seems odd to me. It's like opening an 86 Fleer pack and seeing Johnson. All right, maybe something's up here. Maybe something's going on. I don't know. It seems weird. Let me just go here. Now that Joe Orlando has left, it would be nice for PSA to put some nicely worded mea culpa regarding some of the practice for those 10 years or so of its existence. Absolutely not. We admit nothing. We admit nothing.
To the grave, man. To the grave.
Yeah. Dave, I like your sentiment. Good luck with that. Don't hold your breath. Before the shutdown, Nat said it was 600,000. It was 600,000 one day. It was one day. Right at the tail end there. Wasn't the large-scale submission to PSA because of an upcoming price increase? I can't remember. Was it shutdown or price increase? It was something.
It was the price increase first, which created. And
yes.
Then the shutdown.
And then the shutdown was because they got 600,000 one day, and that they're like, shut it down, turn it off. Yep.
Yeah. No. Absolutely.
Yep. PK here says, will PSA ever get to the point where they don't have a backlog? Yes. Will there be enough cards for people to endlessly submit to them? No. What is SGC waiting for a price reduction? I don't know. See, out of all that, so in order, yes, PSA's backlog will end because they're not getting as many cards in as they can process. When you can process 1 million cards a month, you're not getting 1 million cards in. So they've got more capacity. They can handle that. Now, will there be enough cards for people to endlessly submit to them? No. But they will have the capacity to be able to, which will force prices, it'll put a downward pressure on prices. The goal here is to use a fair amount of capacity, leave yourself a little buffer, and still be able to make money. That's the goal. So that's the balance. SGC, though, I don't know why SGC isn't being proactive about this. Like, I tease about SGC, and like I said, Bobbles is a great guy. We've had him on here. He's a great guy, and he's the SGC's bulk submitter. The current price of SGC doesn't make sense with the current marketplace. It doesn't make sense. Yes, they're turning it around quickly. I understand that. But I joke with Bobbles, and it's a joke. We're just having some fun, teasing back and forth. But at this point, SGC at their current price point, I don't care if it's 1 hour photo and they literally turn it around in an hour. I don't care. It's not about making it faster. It's like the price is too high. Like, I appreciate what you're doing. It's quality grading, all that. Fine. Adjust the price because your submissions are decreasing. So you have to adjust the price because you're not getting in as much submission. The fact that you can turn it around so fast is you have no backlog, yes, but you're actually beyond that point. You're past the point of having no backlog. You've literally got people twiddling their thumbs. They got nothing to do because you don't have enough stuff coming in. You're literally turning it around as soon as it comes in. So it's like,
And
I don't care how fast.
Much the same for PSA. I don't think they're going to get the large influx of cards that they would have had maybe over the last 2 years. Going forward with the price dropping, no, I don't see it. When the hobby rebounds and goes boom again,
They will still
tomorrow
get a
or
decent
whenever.
amount of cards if they adjust their price well.
Sure,
If they pick a
but they
good price
have
point, they'll still have a
so
decent.
many graders. Yeah,
Yes.
they have so many
Yes.
graders
Look,
now on
look
site.
what they did for July though. Like July, they received 2 to 3 times as many cards as they anticipated
Okay.
for the July special. So like that, I was exactly of you guys the way I said it, but now I'm just not really sure. Like there's a lot of people out there that are sending in a lot of cards that have a lot of cards still.
What I
Again,
will say is, in short order, we'll start being able to use the gem rate data a little bit here coming up, because gem rate does a very good job. They keep track of new population report additions,
Yeah.
so we know that stuff from the backlog keeps coming out, keeps coming out, keeps coming. Most of the capacity is still to that, but what's going to happen
Yeah.
at some point is there's going to be a flip. At a certain point, the backlog is going to be on its last legs, and then the majority of what shows up is going to be net new. And then you'll see what the real number is. So like SGC right now,
Yeah.
GemRate has SGC data. Right now, whatever you're seeing from GemRate, that's net new. That's new stuff. So they're turning it around. It gets put in the system. It gets calculated.
Yeah.
And I think people see the end coming nigh, and they're just starting to send stuff in again.
And you'll be able to see if Nat's public has said he doesn't want any cards in PSA's possession longer than 90 days. That's one of his mandates for a long time now. So you'll be able to see exactly how many cards, and GemRate gives you the exact data, so people will know. So they'll play with the price point in order to make sure they always have that 90-day worth of backlog to keep things flowing, keep things working. They'll open up new services and price points they see fit. It's like turn the tap on, turn the tap off, turn the tap on, turn the tap off, and that will work, right? So
Absolutely. I think the key,
That's like
though,
OPEC.
there you go. Look at you.
yeah.
But I'll say this: regardless of what third-party grader you prefer, this is good for the consumer because it will enforce competition.
Now,
It will force.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Right now, it's an advantageous position. So pick the one you like. CSG has to be competitive with her because they're not number 1 or 2 in the space. I love the slabs though. Like for PC stuff, CSG has a very competitive rate for their stuff right now in the lower end, because I think it's like $15 a card or thereabouts right now. So you can get that. And their turnaround time is not terrible. So it's like, I like the slab. Their turnaround time is decent. Their price point is decent. So like they're very competitive if it's PC stuff. Resale right now is still bad for CSG.
How? Yeah, exactly. How is the ratio between the top 4 in price points? I guess for the certain same card, I guess in the same grade.
So right now PSA.
Has anybody broke it down?
Yeah. So right now PSA would still be the highest, because right now they still have the
Understood.
highest normal
Yeah, we know
price
that.
and the highest resale and all that. So right now they're number 1.
I just wonder what the percentage would be as we kind of go down through. Like, I'm sure there's an all-around percentage that you could probably use. Like PSA gets 100%, SGC gets like 70%, CSG gets like 40%, and
BGS might not exist.
Sorry, BGS, yeah, whatever. So they get a certain percentage. I wonder if anybody ever broke those numbers down. They're available, right?
Yeah, there have been folks that have tried to play around with it. The problem that they're having with it is that it is very much category and card dependent, because the joke. So like I tease like Dustin did his thing where Dustin is sponsored by SGC, by the way. But he did his thing where it's like, oh, all the most expensive cards are in SGC. You're talking about Wagner and a 52 tops mantle. That homie don't play that. Bobby knows. Homie don't play that. Like, you're not gonna try that with a regular card. It's not gonna work quite as well. Yeah, like it's not. No. You can't play that game. That is very card dependent. The card matters. The category matters. It's very critical. In vintage, you can get away with that a lot more than you can with modern. It depends. PSA is strong in almost every category generally. SGC can be better in certain categories than others. It generally is right behind. CSG is still struggling. They're still lagging behind, even in most categories, almost across the board. Again, it's a shame because they are credible, they are legitimate. I like the slab. I think it's very nice. As a PC collector, I would have no hesitation having a CSG slab. I think it's nice, personally. And their price is very competitive. So across the board, good stuff. SGC could immediately push themselves. They're already kind of number 2 to me. They're solid number 2, I think. But they could immediately even help their case if they adjust that price point. It's just that the current price point, there's a lot of stuff where it's like, resale's not as good. Drop it sub $20 and now it feels good. It feels a little bit better for a lot of stuff. It becomes more viable.
What do you think?
So many guys.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
Bobby. If they used like, I think a fair comparison would probably be baseball of the four sports. If you took a
Yes.
base card like a Topps Chrome I shouldn't say Tatis. Let's use a Guerrero.
But Tatis might be a bad example across the board. KSA sells to the best.
Right? Like it's baseball, and you compared an SGC
Yeah.
to Beckett and everything, and I think you probably could come up with a good little formula to see the ratio, what it is on a liquid card that sells a lot.
Yeah,
You know, like
but
a
I
Topps-
think you'd have to do that for multiple categories because you would get some
Yes.
variance. You would
Yeah.
get
A
some
little bit.
variance. Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit of
Maybe,
variance
but-
in the difference.
Yeah, you took like a Luca Prism, then you
Yeah.
took a Topps Chrome rookie and
Yep.
a young Guns.
Ovechkin.
Yeah.
Yep.
Stuff
I
like
agree.
that. But there's enough guys doing numbers out there. I saw this other guy. He had a posting on how many one of ones have been issued for all these different players,
Mhm, yeah.
and it was kind of interesting to look at that. And I said, "Wow, that's great." But it would be nice to see how they gain in the marketplace. How their footing is really working for CSG, for example. Because they have nice holders and what have you. It would be nice to see how things are going as time goes on. As the years go on.
No, I agree. I think there'll be a market for that. Like I said, as the gem rates keep coming back, you'll get that piece of data. And I think the market movers and card letters of the world are working on their own indexes and stuff. So I think there's going
Yeah.
to be a little bit of that as they start getting more granular. They'll start doing a
Yeah.
better job of it as they put more data in those databases. Will get better in that regard too.
Yeah.
So here it says they have to protect the set registry. Absolutely. Any card from set you have registered in PSA. Thank you all for the comments, by the way. Thank you all. I'm getting caught up now. I'm about 9 minutes behind. The Valley TCG seems to be the card still held by judging PSA through 2 times. Yep. Brad, when I first searched it, I was like, wow, bread sellers have some interesting things. Yes. So Bobbles here. Check and scans the cards they received from me yesterday. Yes. But I told you, Bobbles, I want 1 hour photo. Like, if you're checking it from they received yesterday, that's slow. That's slow. Oh my God. You've held it for a day? You bastards. Peter, pick up the pace. SGC needs to drop the prices now to CSG levels. SGC will be in trouble. Just my opinion. PSA is okay. Fair enough. Zach Wilson insert. I have not heard that. Bobble said it varies card to card, which mirrors what I said. Like categories, card to card. I agree. There will be differences in ratios between the different price points. Some cards do better than others. 100% agree. 100% agree. PSA Mea Culpa would allow them to try to move into a new era under current ownership management. Try to put the grade bumps and trimming stuff in the rearview mirror. Most collectors don't care. Brad, has the PSA 8 trimmed Honus Wagner from 1991 impacted your receipt of cards?
0.
Not one person gives a damn. Not
I
one.
only care about the one stuff. That's it.
Thank you. Eric,
That's it.
hold on. We're doing it. Here we go.
Uh-oh. There it goes. Come on.
There you go. There. He did it.
It won't last.
No, it
It
won't.
won't
But look. Take the moment while you have it. Take the moment, man. Take it.
That's it.
You did it.
Victory,
It happened.
Victory lap.
It happened.
Victory
Okay,
lap.
just take it. There you go. Exactly. Jesus, just take it. All right. So
I got
yes.
it. I got it.
All right. The Valiant grading is confirming the card is real. I could care less about a holder and for E96 VG camera cards. No, I understand. But Dave, you're in the minority, and like I have no issue with what Dave's saying, but like I listened to folks. The last video I did, part of that video, what I talked about was the idea that Dakota brought up about the repetitiveness of content and all that, and I talked about the reason why I like doing certain things. But I said, but it's like I'm realistic. I've been in this long enough where I'm like, I don't care what you say. The numbers say you're wrong. The numbers say you're in the minority. Oh, but it should always be about this and this and this. Cool. Everybody who does that has 5 views. So you're not voting with you. You're saying you want masterpiece theater, but you're watching Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Don't lie to me. The numbers don't lie.
Theater. Ooh.
I'm saying, like, you're claiming you want high culture. You want this. You're a liar. You're watching Keeping Up with the Kardashians. You liar. It's like, you're not telling me the truth. And I know you're not telling me the truth. And it doesn't matter how many times you say it, it's still not true. So it's like, I don't disagree with you. And I totally understand. Most collectors don't care. Most of the hobby doesn't care. The Steve Hart thing, we talked about it tonight. It was fun to talk about. I love the topic. Bobby's a wealth of information on the subject. I'm happy to have this conversation. I enjoy this conversation. But guess what? We had 60, 70 people watching tonight. That's awesome. I was really happy. I was thrilled. By the way, thank you all for hanging out. Hit the like button. It has been sponsored by Eric saying the right thing. Hit the join button and throw cash at me.
May
But
not
aside of
happen
that,
again. You know,
exactly. I know. Like this is a rare moment. Enjoy it. Bask in its glory. But the point is, look, that's a small subset. I've said it a million times. The reason why sports cards is so niche is that our biggest channels are minnows in the pond of YouTube. Minnows. They would be fed to the real fish in the other categories. They're minuscule. Sports card investor, minnow. Pac-Man, minnow. And like we're even smaller than that by a factor of 20. Like, and people are watching. We get to comment. We get to interact with you. Like it's not like no one's watching, but at the same time, it's like, guys, this ain't PewDiePie. I'm sorry, it's not.
I was just gonna say that.
It ain't. It just ain't.
Pew pew.
I've told you, if you let me do this shirtless, we get more views.
You're welcome to try that, and probably your connection will get disconnected.
I'm not too sure about that.
I very much doubt it. But look, the point is, like, every time somebody complains about it, and we do this over and over again. Like, again, I have a very laissez-faire attitude about the hobby. Look, I'm willing to let whatever roll because I find it entertaining. I'm here to praise the content gods. That's all I'm here to do. I'm here to have my fun and praise the content gods. But like, oh, the backyard breakers guys are worse for the hobby. Yep. Go watch how many people are watching their live streams.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how much stupid shit they do. They get caught red-handed doing it. And what happens? More people watch the live stream.
They're famous now.
Fanatics is now going to send them shit. I guarantee you Fanatics is going to send them shit directly. So
They're going to be their number one.
the more you complain, the more the people you complain. Keeping Up with the Kardashians, the ratings continue to go up. And Masterpiece Theater is watched by 5 people, and most of them are related to the people on the show.
You know what? It's so true, Carlos. We had a bar called the Toothy Moose Cabaret, which we have for.
That's a hell of a name. I like that. I like that.
Anyways, it's, the Toothy Moose, and we had an unfortunate incident where it was really nothing to do with the bar, but outside in the street in front of us on a Friday night, there was a fight and a guy hit his head and passed away. Terrible incident, you know,
Okay.
but it happened, and I remember going on the front page of the paper. It zoned in, nothing to do. It was across the street on the sidewalk, but all you could see was Toothy Moose, and I was like, "Oh, we just opened this up." I called Bubbles. I remember, and I was like, "This is terrible. Like, what are we going to do? Like, this just looks so bad for us." That was Friday night. This happened at like 3 a.m. Saturday night at 11 o'clock, there was 1,500 people lined up to get in the bar outside.
Well, they want to see the next one.
It's unfortunate to from society, but it's exactly what you just said. It's like people just don't care, right? And bad news and all this stuff just draws more people. It's like it's the society we live in today.
This is where the discussion we're having here is not about the hobby anymore. It's about human nature.
Yes.
And it plays out in a bunch of other categories, but also, and I try to be. Here's the fun part. I get knocked for being jealous of the hobby goats and all this nonsense. Who won't tell you this stuff? You don't like my delivery, fine, but I'm still telling you the truth. Every single time any of these things happen, it still works in their favor. The hobby doesn't learn. We repeat the same mistakes over and over again, over and over and over and over again. The hobby goats are the same people that were the shady people last year. the shady people 20 years ago. There's the hobby goats now. They're the praised ones. I laugh. I don't care at the end of the day. Y'all do you. But at the same time, all this stuff. And what they won't tell you over and over again is like, the people that are yelling the loudest are 5 people over there. They don't matter. They can yell as loud as they want. Oh, this will ruin the hobby. Great. Okay. The last 10 of them were supposed to ruin the hobby. When's that supposed to start? Let me know. Anyone? No? Nothing? I've heard it's going to ruin the hobby 1,000 times. No one cares. The majority of them are not watching YouTube. They're not looking at forums. They're not doing the Usenet back in the day. They're not on any of them. They wouldn't know Steve Hart if he was standing directly in front of them holding a chocolate stick. They have no idea who this dude is. But for a whole category, he matters. But to other people, they don't. Oh, I'm going to go on the Goldin and buy the 86 Fear thing. BBCE certified. Sounds good. 180 grand. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It won't.
It won't. No. But for the people who do want to listen, we'll try to answer honestly. We'll try to answer transparently. We'll try to educate and hopefully maybe entertain occasionally where we can. But like, I have no crazy expectations. Like, I understand what this is. This is not new to me. I look around, it's like, I see the same thing. Oh man, this is going to ruin their reputation. Good luck with that. Steve Hart will be fine. Baseball Card Exchange will be fine. As you are, next week, what else we got?
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. Did Panini get bought by Topps? New news.
Tomorrow.
Who knows what tomorrow will bring? It will be glorious. And don't worry, I'll have a cold beer on tap when the moment is right. Have fun
Yes,
with
you
it.
will.
Like, but like my advice to everybody is like, guys, just have fun with this shit. It's not that serious. Just have fun with this shit. Collect the stuff you want to collect. Have fun in the categories. The reason I can afford to not care about the majority of the stuff is I'm having a good time. I'm having fun with this stuff. Why take it so seriously? It is entertainment. If you take it, though, in that context, if you really just view it through that prism, do you have an idea how much more fun this is? How much more relaxing it is? How much less stress it is if you just enjoy it for the absurdity that it is?
Yes.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Well, I used to have a lot more fun. I used to have a lot more fun before Brad came into my life, and since then I've been quite miserable.
Yeah.
He's back. There you go. Were you sleeping over there for a little bit, Eric?
I think he was. Yeah. He was nodding off.
I think he had a little nap.
He might have.
No, I was distracted by something. I was daydreaming.
Just terrible. Just terrible. He ruined it. It was fine. It was going so well. You had the moment. It was wonderful. It was great. And you ruined it.
Well, I had to use my shtick to insult Brad.
Your shtick.
We don't want the negative comments to win.
True. A small minority at that. No. And the thing is, Dave, for the record, I appreciate your commentary. Don't feel like you have to restrain. Like, say what you want to say what you feel. It's fair. I hear it. I'm not discounting it. I'm just looking around, though, like, history tells me that this is what's going to happen because it has happened so many times. History has repeated itself so many times. Brad is in the industry, running a shop and working with PSA as a thing. Bobby has been a hobby historian and in the business a long time. I don't operate in the business, but I have peripherally operated inside of it. So it's like I've been around it for a lifetime. So, but it's one of those things like it's the same stuff. It's the same stuff every time. It's not new. Just go hang out and watch. Like, it's the same stuff.
I gotta show you something that came today. We'll get off.
What is that? Wayne's World?
Saturday Night Live.
Oh, it's Saturday Night Live. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So they got Wayne's World. I seen the Chris Farley cards. I seen when DR mentioned that. I bought two. I seen Chris Farley cards graded by SGC and PSA.
Now the important thing is it BBCE or certified?
This is no. It's just in plastic wrap.
So we got a 50-50 chance. G.I. Joe, Austin Powers.
Let me get my trimmer out, Eric.
Oh, are you going to open it up? Are you doing it?
I have to do it.
Oh my God! Hold on, G.I. Joe. It could have been anything else.
Could you imagine? Like I would.
I would love it. That'd be wonderful. Okay, hold on. If you're going to open it, before you open the flap, bring it up. Hold on. Bring it up onto the screen here. All right, so there it is. He just took the plastic off. All right, here we go. What do you got? Do it. All right, I see the packs. It looks like. It looks like it. Okay. It looks accurate. All right.
It's my pretty
All right.
pony.
Very weird box though. Like it looks like it might be missing.
Well, watch out. You might get some 86 Fleer Jordans in there or something. Like, who knows, man, at this point. So quickly, I'll read a couple of comments here while you're looking at that. Wasn't the Wagner panel cut? So not panel per se, but the rumor was that apparently the Wagner, this is the 91 Gretzky McNall PSA 8 infamous Wagner. Presumably it was either like a little panel, a little piece. Basically, it had too much material around the outside. So presumably you could have trimmed it down to be an accurate size for a TFT 206. That's the idea, and then presumably that was fine. And then PSA put it in there, put it in a PSA 8. But Bill Mastro admitted years ago it was a trimmed card. He's phrasing. If it's panel cut, like I get the point, but like T206s aren't like uncut sheets like today. But I guess technically, if you want to play that, like we're talking mostly semantics. It's not really a panel, but it's sort of is, and it's not really an uncut sheet, but it sort of is. You know, I guess it depends on how you want to play it, right? Either way, it was cut from its original size down to an appropriate size for the series, and then encapsulated. That's how we'll put it. So were you waving to get off the screen, Bobby, or was there something else?
Oh no, I had to go
No
get a
problem.
refill.
Yeah, no problem. How does Pac-Man get that many views watching videos? Some people really like the pack openings and box openings. But Pac-Man is a good example. Not my cup of tea. But at the same time, am I going to critique the folks that are watching it? No, you do you. Like, I can't tell you what to watch. Watch whatever the hell you want. If it's entertaining for you, great. Like, it's your business. But then don't act high and mighty when it's like, well, why are these channels getting all the views? It's like, because they are. Because people want to watch it. Maybe they won't even admit to you they watch it, but people do. The numbers don't lie. Somebody's watching it. I don't know what to tell you.
How many people are watching right now?
Right now, 54.
There's 54 stupid people.
Eric, you got to take your shirt off. You get 60.
Ooh. Well, we had over 60 earlier, so I don't know. Watch Back Your Breaks Cracks live resub on YouTube today. Absolutely brutal. Listen to them. Yeah. But for all the people complaining about them, they get a lot of people watching the stream.
Is that a tattoo?
That's an optical illusion.
No tattoos.
Is there anything you have on your radar that you want to learn more?
We
from
got
the
our
next
shirt
3 to 6
off now,
months?
guys.
There you go. No, you want to know, like, jokes aside, you want to know why Eric has like a little bit of muscle showing? It's because he has strained himself, like flexing, shaking his fist at the kids. Like it's not like lifting weights or anything. It's like
Get off my
he just
lawn.
keeps flexing it. It's get off my lawn. He does it so much that it's like I don't know, man.
True enough, right?
Is there anything you have on your radar that you want to learn more about in the next 3 to 6 months? That's a fun question. Hang on tight for 2 seconds. I'll finish reading this one. Backyard Race snapping slabs now. How did that go for them exactly? Okay, so Dia, is there anything that you have on your radar that you want to learn more about in the next 3 to 6 months? So this is learn about. This is kind of an interesting
Wax.
little twist on Wax. There you go. Are you planning on getting in business, Bobby? Is there still time?
No, it's nothing I want to really get into. I'm doing enough stuff. I would have at one point, yes, but if I didn't live in Canada.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair. I get it. Okay, so let me. I have a thought about this, but okay, Eric, is there anything you want to learn about in the next 3 to 6 months related to the hobby that you'd like to learn more about?
No, to be completely honest, with this new employment that I have, it is clear because I've lived in a hobby cave, and I've only focused on one thing, one period of time in that thing, and I know an awful lot about it. I would say more than most. I know nothing about everything else. So at work, I'm getting
Welcome to the hobby.
about so I get asked all these questions about baseball and basketball and rainbows and this type of card and that type, and I don't have a clue of what these people are talking about. So I really have been trying to listen and learn every day, and if I've made it a point that if I don't understand it, I ask questions. Even if I think I doesn't know what people are talking, not usually. And I don't mind looking, quote, dumb and saying, can you explain to me what that means? Yeah.
On brand.
Come on here.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with your statements. I agree with your words. Yeah. You've said words that I agree with.
Yeah, so I'm trying to learn more about the hobby world in an expanded way, because I live in a hobby cave.
Are you talking like baseball? Are you talking like the hobby in general? Or are you talking about...
Basically everything that isn't Boston Bruins of the 60s.
Yes. So that's everything, yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much everything in existence, yes.
If it isn't vintage hockey, I really don't know all that much about it. And when people come in and ask certain questions about products or and they use in slang and or just talking about this year I had to learn about what a kaboom was, and it's like, what the hell's a kaboom, and why the hell would you want it? And then people showed me what these things were, and I'm like, these are utterly ridiculous.
Be honest, when you originally said kaboom and you started doing your research, you originally started with nitroglycerin and TNT, and they were like, "No, Eric, not that kind of kaboom.
No,
No."
he was back in the Batman area. Kaboom.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if the bomb sniffing dogs come by, are they gonna have something to bark at? Eric, in your research of kaboom?
There's
Mm-hmm.
some possibilities that if I don't want the NSA looking at my computer, because I've been looking some things up.
Mhm.
But
Interesting.
Uh-oh.
I'm just
Interesting.
trying to learn. So,
Interesting.
anyways, long story short, yeah, I'm trying to learn more about the hobby other than my niche, and it's I learn something new every day, and it's fun.
There you go. Seems good. All right, Brad, you do the shop. You've got the PSA Canada, so there's a lot of stuff that comes in. There's a lot of stuff you got in the room of doom, surrounded by all kinds of random stuff. You reach into your Mary Poppins bag, and all kinds of fun stuff comes out. But is there anything on your radar that you want to learn more about in the next 3 to 6 months related to the hobby?
Definitely on the non-sport side of things, which I've always collected my whole life, but I haven't dove into a lot of the stuff that is, I don't know if I'm using the proper term. I guess I need Jay to be on here to ask, but like overseas stuff.
Okay.
There's so much overseas stuff that I just didn't even realize was out there that I really like. So I from a personal side of things, that's where I'm jumping into. I picked up some boxes of like these things here that this one came from Egypt. I bought it. It was a
Okay.
smash
Oh,
hit.
yeah.
So like there's sticker packs.
Okay,
it
nice.
came like pretty beat up, but smash
okay,
hit
nice.
stickers.
Yeah.
But there's Nirvana in there that's like high grade, sell for a lot of money, and plus I guess they're considered a lot of the rookie cards. So
that's like a Flippin' Steve special right there. That's
Yeah.
that's like a Flippin' Steve category right there.
Well, at the National, I talked to Steve about. I asked him a few questions because there's a Queen Victoria rookie card out there that a guy had, and also I'm using the term rookie card, but it's their earliest known card.
Sure.
And I thought it was super cool. It was Pop 3, and I asked him. He didn't really know much about it. So it's but that's what I like to learn more of. I don't know a lot of this stuff, and but I'm having a lot of fun with it, and I think. Yeah, that's it.
Paul's a big fan of the non-sport and stuff like that. He's very much into that. That's that kind of his category as well. He's a big fan of that stuff.
Most of them are destroyed. Yeah.
Card.
Yeah,
So
there's
this
a lot
is
of different countries.
from Egypt, and literally, like it was in this wrapped up grocery bags, and it came in a big ball, and I'm like, huh. But I looked at it, and I kind of looked at the guy's picture, and I'm like, well. It shouldn't really look like that, but
Sure.
it was like $150 to give it a gamble to see. So I'm going to open that this weekend.
Nice.
Oh,
Sounds fair.
make sure you have a video camera.
I was gonna say you might want to film it. It's like
Yeah.
we're back to where we started. G.I. Joe could have been
Yeah, we
anything
came back
else.
around.
By that point, it's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
It's full circle.
This stuff gets
that
into
point.
everything. God damn, G.I. Joe, it gets into everything. Jeez. But yeah, no, that's fair. So for me, not exactly, well, non-sport I think is probably appropriate, but very specific stuff. Like, I'm having fun. I'm actually having a lot of fun getting back into the wrestling stuff, getting into the cards specifically, because it's just fun for me to play around with. A lot of the sports stuff that I collect, I'm pretty familiar with it. I have a very good comfort level with it. And if I need to know something, I can pick up on it real quick, so it's not too big a deal there. But it is fun. And also, the other one that I had some fun with was some of those mid-2000s, the poker cards. So I was working on those poker autographs and stuff. And it's just something that's fun for me. It's a silly side genre. Stuff that's not meant to be serious. Stuff that's meant to be like, no, I just get a kick out of this. I
Like
won
a
the
hobby
day.
stuff.
I know, right? I won. I don't want to admit that's allowed. I think it's illegal, Bobby. But I won the Daniel Negreanu from the Razor set. Now, one person in the comment section made a very good point. In that particular series and set, they've got the celebrity cards, a couple of the ones that I mentioned, but Dr. Jerry Buss was part of that set. So that's a little kind of side celebrity thing as well, that's going to be a tougher autograph. That'll go for a pretty penny these days. because obviously he passed away years ago. But it's kind of a fun one. But it's part of that set. It's like a 38 card autograph set. I have maybe about 12 or 13 of them. The Negreanu is a very popular one. Phil Hellmuth is a famous one as well in there. They're not too bad. Jennifer Tilly, I think, is in that set. So she was an actress who was in a lot of stuff as well. I talked about Cindy Margolis, who was the most downloaded woman of the internet in 1999. So they had some celebrity tie-ins as well because they were playing poker on different shows and stuff at the time. But Jerry Buss was a big poker player who would play in a lot of the cash games and stuff. So he was in that set. So, owner of the Lakers, a lot of the other stuff going into it. Obviously, since he passed away and they did that HBO Max special or whatever it was, Jerry Buss has got a higher profile. So that Jerry Buss is probably the key card, I would say, now in that set. So it's kind of an interesting one but it's 2006. Razor, which was, I believe, owned at the time by Brian Gray. The infamous Brian Gray. So it's kind of a fun thing that isn't like a big deal. But I love playing poker. I enjoyed that era. I've got the Poker Go subscription now, so I'm watching some here and there outside the World Series of Poker. Like, for me, it's fun. But yeah, there's some cards in there that have some celebrity tie-ins and stuff that still hold some value and stuff. So it's like pretty good. But yeah, I want to kind of learn a little bit more about those sets because there's some good stuff they threw in there. They threw in some Poker Guys and Sports Kings too. So I wasn't too aware of that. So for me, it's just getting acquainted. Like, oh, okay, so what did you actually make that might be of interest to me? So it's a category I haven't delved into at all. It's fun to learn. At this point, it's still fun to learn.
Yeah.
So that would be my answer to that. Let me quickly go in here. I read this comment, but it still applies. Eric yells at kids, clouds, and grass growing. Facts. Albert here says, Eric, like Cajun Cardboard says, stay in your lane. Repeat that?
I hate it when grass grows loudly, so I get very upset.
It's a big problem. It's after you take your psychedelics, it really starts making a lot of noise. It's problematic. If you want to learn, Eric, I invite you to watch when I do previews or reveal the group submissions. There's always a good mix of stuff. It's true. Bobbles actually does the group submissions for SGC. Now, he has to do them very quickly because Peter needs them within an hour so they can turn them around. It's very important.
Yeah.
Like, you're taking too long. I can grade them faster. Just let me grade them. Terrible. Good luck with the Allen stuff. Like we mentioned that. Queen Elizabeth, yes. And I don't mean your smash hits where the box might be hit with a sledgehammer. That might be high grade for some of the 60s stuff. Okay, no, that's fair enough. That's a good distinction to make. Thank you, Paul. I would pay money to watch Eric tell customers, why would you want to spend your money in a shop on that kaboom? Here's some nitroglycerin.
Yeah.
Could you upsell them a nitroglycerin? That'd be amazing.
It's like, why do you want to? This is crap. Why do you want to give me this kind of money for this? This is garbage.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So your Paul saying, yeah, 95. Yep, Snoop Dogg is no for Nirvana. Got it. Thank you. Carlos throw a poker game during the expo. That'd be amazing. I'd have fun with that. That'd be fun. I know there's some guys that would play, but some of them I wouldn't want to invite. I need a Chris Moneymaker rookie card. Yeah, I don't know a patch auto. Like, it wouldn't be a patch. It'd be like a shirt auto. It'd be like a shirt memorabilia because I think Sports Kings did some of that stuff, right? So I'm fairly confident that's what they did because I know Sports Kings did some of that stuff, and I think Razor might have done some memorabilia stuff. But it's basically like a piece of a shirt. They cut up a shirt, and that's what they did. But they have autographs as well, so for sure. Jerry Buss was at the Bicycle Casino playing poker in the Lakers championship parade. I believe it. He was an interesting dude. Bob was here saying, are you asking about Elizabeth or Victoria? Queen Victoria would be a different category.
Yeah, so I bought
pre-war.
Yeah, it'd be very pre-war.
I've been buying the ones that are on eBay. 1935 rookie Godfrey Tobacco Queen Elizabeth II card.
1935, Jesus. She was coronated in like 52. I might be a couple of years off, but I'm in the ballpark.
38, and there was the coronation in 38, and then
No, but that was like her dad. Like there were two kings back to back, very close to each other, and then
George
Queen
and,
Elizabeth didn't start until the 50s.
Was it 50? Okay.
Yeah, it's somewhere in the early 50s is where she started.
It was both of them. But the coronation was 38 or 36, whatever it was, the king and queen, and then later she was after he died. Yeah.
Yes.
So George was the guy who. Yeah.
And I know this from numismatics because of the monarch on the back. Of the
coin. Yeah.
Yeah, but the monarch, the back of the coins will reflect the era. So that's how you can. When Elizabeth starts getting on the back of the coin, she's the queen.
Right.
Yeah. So let me go
So what do I want to learn in the next 3 to 6 months?
What do you want to learn in the next 6 months?
What did you just say, Carlos, on the... This is something that... I thought you quizzed me on this one.
Or which? What are you talking about?
Did you just say when Elizabeth was on the back of the coin?
No, I was trying to remember what year Queen Elizabeth was officially coronated as queen.
Right, but there was a tribute. Someone asked me, and I thought it was you that corrected me one time, and I never thought of it. They said, "What's on the back of a nickel?"
So I don't think that was me. But
Queen
I would have known depending on the year because I used to pay closer attention.
But
So
if you
Bobbas
would
here
say
says 52. Look and see as well as a popular
Yeah.
card.
So if you say it in today's currency, make sure I say this right. But
Yeah.
I thought when someone said, "What's on the back of a nickel?" I'd be Queen Elizabeth.
Mhm.
Queen Elizabeth is on the front. On the back is the beaver.
So in Canada and in the Commonwealth we
that's
do
a
it that
heads
way.
or tails question.
In the
right?
Commonwealth we do it that way. Yeah, in the U.S. they kind of do the opposite. They put the
Right.
president on the back.
Someone quizzed me on it. Or maybe it was on. You know what? I think it might have even been a Jeopardy question.
Could have been, yeah. So
Someone might have seen it.
we borrowed the Commonwealth tradition. So this is very similar to this is obviously what they do in the UK as well, same monarch, right? So we kind of borrowed that. But yeah, it's a bit of a, here would be the way you can tell, and this has always been a weird thing. PCGS and NGC, the coin authenticators.
Yeah.
When they do the Canadian currency, they flip it compared to the way they would do in the U.S. In the U.S., they'll put the design on the front and then they'll put the president on the back. But on a lot of the ones with the queen and stuff, on the king, they'll put them on the front. Like it depends. It depends on the specific authenticator, but a lot of times they'll
I'm
flip it
learning
because of
something
that.
right now about my own currency from a Canadian because I assume that the head was the front of the coin.
If you're flipping a coin, it is heads, yes. But when they put it facing in like inside of the holder, they'll put the design on the front and the portrait on the back.
Did not
Yeah,
know
shouldn't
that.
it be the date
Yeah.
on the front?
I had no idea.
Generally, yes. Yeah,
Oh,
it depends on the. Don't forget, they kept switching it up depending on the current on the specific denomination. They kept messing with it. Basically, they kept messing with it. So it became a bit weird because if you think about it, on the Canadian currency, the date is on the opposite side of the picture of the monarch. So that's how they would do it. So it's like, sorry, it was the reverse. They would put the so like on the penny, Lincoln's on the front, and on the nickel, Jefferson's on the front, and the front, etc. And then on the Canadian currency, it would be the opposite. So like the maple leaf on the penny would be in the front and Queen Elizabeth would be in the back. So that's basically how you could tell the difference.
All right, so
Beaver, moose, blue nose.
Yeah,
blue nose.
yeah, exactly. It'd be
Yeah.
just kind of weird.
Yeah, and so technically on the front of all our coins is Queen Elizabeth.
Technically.
That's the way they would call it, yeah. But in the holder, they'd put it the opposite way.
Absolutely. But
Yeah.
that was the question what it was, and it just
Yeah.
caught me off guard. I'd be like, no, the beaver's on the front of the nickel.
Yeah. Well,
No.
Bobby hit the nail on the head because, like I said, I'm trying to go back. It's been a little while since I've been fully in it. The date is the way they would figure out what goes on the front. So if the date would go on the front, and then whatever else is on the back is on the back.
Right.
That's basically how they play it, and that's how they would do it.
Mhm.
But it's one of those things where it's like a weird quirk. It's like, guys, why don't you standardize it? Nah, that's why. Fine, whatever.
Yeah.
Date on the front. Date on the front. You're fine. There you go. Hit me up on
you're
the
not
IG.
talking
I can
about
show you some.
standardization because I mean that's just silly.
Heaven
Yeah.
forbid, right?
I mean,
Heaven
you
forbid.
got-
What an idea.
You gotta have your monopoly money and your loonies and toonies and all that nonsense. Come on, it's just silly.
Well, I already told you. The next time you come up to Canada, you give me $100 Canadian, and I will give you back $1 US. The fair exchange.
So,
I'll give you your real money back for 100 Canadian. Easy.
100
What's the problem?
monopoly money. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Brad had monopoly money. He showed some people at the store. See my monopoly money?
No, but Brad, I'm right on this, right? If he comes into the expo, he
Yeah.
grabs the brown bill with the 100 on it, I will give him $1 American.
Yeah. Deal.
Good.
Listen,
Yeah.
I think it's $2 American now.
Sure.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
for you. Just for you. Sure. Yeah, no
Okay.
problem. No worries.
Yeah.
Just because I like you.
Bobby, I think I
Just-
got him on the
Because I like you. Just because I like you. You do
Yeah,
that.
you got them all right.
Yeah. It was always one of my favorite things because a lot of times in Discord they'd be like, "Oh, well, the Canadian dollars are worth anything." Look, if you want to pretend, I will do the exchange. Don't worry, I'll do the exchange. I'll give you your inflationary American dollars, and we'll do the exchange rate that I want to do. Don't worry about it. We'll fix it. We'll make it work. It spends fine here. Don't worry about it.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, Carlos, but aren't you basically paying for the same thing the Americans are doing at like a 25%? Yeah. But they're idiots. They can't do math. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. But anyway, I think we got a lot of mileage out of the 86 Fleer one. I was very happy with it. I think we covered a lot of angles. Bobby, help me. Is there anything major that we missed? We covered the main topics. We covered the difficulties in authenticating, the challenges, why likely Steve Hart will get a slide on this because of necessity. Like, if nothing else, necessity. If we want to be super cynical. Like, you can't get rid of the guy that's throwing out the baby with the bathwater. It's not going to work at this stage. So that wouldn't work. Is there anything major, I think, missing from the story? I think I touched on the Goldin thing, but right now he's got a bit of an out because he can just blame Steve Hart. He can point to the authentication, and they'll just point at each other, Spider-Man meme style. Like, we all got duped, agreed, and then we move on with our lives.
It is interesting to give up a box for guys to open for, that's a lot of money.
It is, yeah.
For, just to give away and to say, hey, listen here, guys, open this up and enjoy. But for them to make it a public affair is the opposite of that, would it not be? Because then you wouldn't want to know if the box was sort of suspect. So what do you do at that point?
I think it's interesting. Look, maybe the interesting part is this. It only played out this way because of the public nature of it. If somebody had just opened the box and maybe not realized what they were doing, they could have opened the box, pulled 3 Jordans, and just called it a day and not realize what had happened. It just so happened that it was caught. It was live streamed. People saw it. And then it led to the rest of this. It's a fun conversation to have, but much ado about nothing in the end. we got to cover a lot of ground and hopefully give some education. But at the end of the day, it's much ado about nothing because guess what? We'll move on. Again, if we wake up in the next week or so and Panini gets bought out by Topps, y'all will forget this ever happened. Don't even worry about it. Until the next one.
Tomorrow. So what I need to learn in the next 3 to 6 months is sportscasters. Horrible. That's the worst. I've never seen anything so screwed up in my life. So they probably won't make the website for at least a year.
Boys, I got to take off. I got an 8:00 appointment with a Pokemon collection at AMG Collectibles. So
a Pokemon collection?
A very, very large. I met with them today. They drove down from Montreal. They want to help grade the cards. So
just make sure, when you open that box, if you see G.I. Joe, you immediately throw the box back and run. Just flip, immediately turn, run away.
Trade them for some Saturday Night Live packs.
Did you pull anything out? Did you open any of the packs just out of curiosity?
Oh yeah, so I started opening 100. Yeah, I was trying.
Okay, what did you get inside? I'm just curious. I haven't seen the packs before. I know they exist, but I hadn't seen any.
Yeah, there's cone heads.
Oh, and black and white too. Yeah. Hey, classic. Okay.
Ones and fronts.
Okay, Brad. They have color. Why are they in black and white?
Oh, some are color, some are black and white.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, there's that. Dana Carvey is Bush.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyways,
but
there's
Dita there.
This is what I'm looking for, Chris Farley.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah.
But the Farleys as 10, I think at 10, there's a bunch of different Farleys, but most of the PSA 10s are selling for $500 to $1,000.
Oh, the cards looking clean out of the pack so far? The ones you've been looking at?
They've looked really good, except for the Chris Farley got a little big in the upper.
Not so good. Okay, that's a shame.
I opened up 5 packs. I'm going to keep 1 box sealed. I bought 1 to keep sealed, and I'm opening 1, and I'm.
Where did you get the box from? Did you buy it from one of the shows there, or
no? eBay.
Oh, eBay.
Was it BBC?
No, we opened it. It was not.
Yeah, we talked about it. It was BBC.
Yeah,
okay.
It's probably fine.
Yeah.
Sure.
Factory sealed.
Yeah, that one's got a factory seal on it.
Yeah, so they have any Eddie Murphy and Gumby?
I don't know. I'm not sure. There could be.
That's a good question. Do you know how many cards are in the set? Any idea?
It's going to be fun because I'll do a set. I will, being back to me being the collector that I love to do, I will. Okay. I'm going to build a set for sure and put it into the array of useless things that I have here.
Nice. Well, Brad, look, at least look, it's fun to have you turn around and find random stuff back there. That's part of the fun. I think everybody enjoys that. So, Brad, what I'll do is I'll let you go. Thanks for coming in as always. Always appreciate you hanging out. Always appreciate you chiming in, adding your 2 cents. Always. you're always welcome. Always. We'll have a little bit of fun and figuring out. Ignore Eric because he doesn't know what people are talking about. So who would listen to him anyway? But yeah, no, I think we'll be in touch because obviously as we're getting closer to the submission coming in, we'll figure that out. I think that'll be fun, and then yeah, we'll probably do a reveal again, and then we'll go from there.
And I think in the next week, the content gods are going to be very, very busy with a whole bunch of stuff in the next 7 days.
Oh, okay.
I think you're right.
That's what I think.
Right.
There's going to be so many thumbnails. Dustin's going to have breaking thumbnails every 2 hours. I love it.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun because we'll talk sometimes about stuff, and it's like, then it'll come out like Brian Gray did the thing on Jeremy's show where he talked about like he feels that a Panini sale
about
is
everything.
imminent. Yeah, he talks about it, but specifically he was talking about that because he just keeps talking to everybody, and it's like I've heard the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like we'll see, but nobody's sitting there going on the exact timeline saying, "Oh, on Thursday." Like, we'll see.
No.
We'll see. We'll figure it out when it happens, and when it happens, we'll respond accordingly. We'll get there. We'll get there when we get there.
Awesome.
I
All right,
just want
have a
to
good
Have
night.
yourself a good evening.
Bobby, Carlos, Eric, you know what you
Could
can do.
Please mail me back my wallet.
Not-
Nice.
Don't do it, Brad. Don't do it. Well, Brad, if you do, could you BGS grade it first?
Yes.
Put it in a gigantic, oversized slab, the biggest one they got,
We should be able to do that. I'm
and
gonna-
then
Mail it back with
and
the-
then do cash on delivery. Sucker! You're paying for this shit. You want it back? Take it.
Take the $100 bill out and put $1 back Canadian in.
All right, boys.
All right, Brad. Have yourself a good one. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you as always.
All right.
Thanks, buddy.
Night.
All right, good stuff. All right, guys. So what we'll do is we'll start winding her down a little bit here. If you got anything you want to throw in the chat or whatever, because we've had a good show. We've had a chance to chat with about a lot of different stuff, so that's been good. Bobby's working on. He's got his garage office working. So right now it's still
little
kind of work
better.
in progress. Where you, Bobby? Once you kind of get a chance to build out a little bit more and you're settled more in, what are you thinking?
Yeah.
Are you going to kind of hang out in the garage office, or you got an office in the house there somewhere, or what's going on?
Yeah, well, where the office is in the house is right above bedrooms. That the
Okay.
noise would
That wouldn't
go
work too well.
through.
Yeah, that wouldn't work too well. No.
So it's kind of, and I've been keeping half an ear off so I can hear how loud I am, and when I have them on fully, it's loud. So
Yeah. Well, you got
the
people in the
garage-
house. That is complicated. Yes.
yeah, it does. And Sylvia is, she's not too far away either. So I
Understood.
it's not like the house where I had the back room all to myself. So, the garage is actually nice. It's air conditioned and heated in the winter. So, and I'm going to set up in a little bit better area once I get some of the things away.
So the takeaway is that Bobby's garage is better set up than my condo most of the time I do these live streams.
Maybe, yes, exactly.
During the
Right.
summertime, I boil, and during the wintertime, I freeze. Bobby's garage is better set up. By the way, apparently the frustration finally boiled over. My air conditioning unit upstairs died this past week.
Oh,
It literally
well,
died.
it's time.
So when we had the heat wave, it was like 34 degrees in the master bedroom. I was like, really, guys, this is
and humidity.
yeah,
You're
with
gonna have to
humidity
get some more
tucked off. With humidity
Tatis money
tucked
or
off.
something.
Well, here's the thing. I replaced the air conditioning unit, but this is the last
Oh.
time I'm replacing that unit. This is because it still has some value. I can still sell the unit after. But I was like, okay, let me do this for now. Let me get that resolved. But I did go and make an appointment to install the heat, to get a quote on the stupid heat pump. So steps are being
Especially for
made.
this winter coming up. Yeah. you
Yeah,
should do
like
that.
I'm like, enough of this idiocy. So that prompted action towards getting the heat pump
Yeah.
set up. So right now
Yeah,
I'm
that's
fixing
good.
up some of the space here so that I can get him to come in and give me a quote. I got a ballpark figure, and it's I can eat it. It's fine. So I
Was
think
it a lot
I think
more
the time
than
may
when
be
you
coming.
first looked into it?
No, actually, not too bad. It was actually better than the first quote I got. Apparently, Costco has deals with folks, and they do it as well. So they will install and do the heat pumps as well through there, and it's actually cheaper than the original quote I got.
Wow.
Not like crazy cheaper, but cheaper, a little
Yeah.
bit better. So,
Not bad. Good.
I'll take a look and see what they have to offer. They got to go and look at it anyway and see what they can do, because it's going to be a split. I got the 2 floors, and I got to have one thing upstairs and one thing downstairs. That's the best setup that makes the most sense. So it's like, all right, so how much is it going to be? Installation, how long is it going to take you? Blah blah blah. All the boring details. So we'll figure out what they're going to do, and it'll probably happen this year, and we'll get her done.
Well, the winter's coming, so.
The winter is coming. Sure.
Winter's coming, yes.
That's right. That's right.
I know
So
it's
you're,
from, but I never saw
John's.
the show. I don't.
I didn't watch the show, but I know the reference. I know the
Yeah,
reference.
I know the reference. I never watched the show.
Yep.
So I'm,
Eric
Yep.
Snow.
Has anyone asked the question of who sent the original box in? So I posed it from the standpoint of I'm curious if Whatnot is the second buyer, because it matters from the Goldin standpoint. Because, okay, so we know that the box, Steve Hart's protestations notwithstanding, we know the box is messed up. We know the box, like this box is a little screwy. Okay, so recourse. What do? You're Whatnot. If you're the buyer directly off the auction, you do actually have a little bit of recourse. In addition to the PR side of it, you've actually got some recourse built in. However, if you bought it from somebody who bought it off the auction, Goldin has a barrier built in between you. They're like, the warranty does not transfer because you bought it from us. We don't know what you did. So a good lawyer from Goldin could be like, not our problem, bro. Take it up with the one who bought it.
You'd have to have it on video.
Yes. Because you don't.
That's the only way.
Chain of custody, guys. Chain of custody is critical in this.
So interesting how it would work out. Yes.
It is very important, but that is a very important piece. So, John, to answer your question, I pose the question from the standpoint of like, okay, so if you want to make somebody liable, you want to make somebody responsible, then the chain of custody matters. The chain of custody is crucial. Goldin has it. They sold it to somebody. Who is that? Did they then sell it to Whatnot, or was it Whatnot who bought it and then in turn opened it? And we'll figure it out from there. That's the next piece of the puzzle for that. And then we'll see. We shall see. Did you talk about one of the young darlings of baseball? A few years ago, Tatis Jr. getting pitched for PEDs right off the top. Yes, sir. The PED allegation is going to hurt. The injury history is going to hurt. The two of them together is really going to hurt. Long term, if he can turn it around and clean up and has a successful run to his career post this, if he comes back next year, is able to test clean, play well long term, build up the statistics, the case, by the time he retires, if he has a full-length career, maybe the sentiment will lighten on him. It might be salvageable because he's still so young. But we'll see. Who knows?
he'll always have this following him. It won't ever go away.
It won't, but here's the thing, Eric. If enough time goes by and the old writers die off, no one will care. And then he'll be in the Hall of Fame and it won't matter.
Yeah, I mean, they put Ortiz in and they know he's dirty.
And because David Ortiz, they like. So it's like, this is the bottom line. If he goes in the Hall of Fame anyway, it will not matter. So, again, history will look past it. If enough time goes by and the sentiment changes and people are like, you know what, whatever, I don't care. It'll just roll and they'll move on. But for now, it's damaging. For now, it's no doubt damaging. PSA 10 flagship Tatis selling for $30 tonight. I believe it. Like, it's going to hurt. Because right now, no matter what, he's not playing this season again. He didn't play at all with injury, and now he's gone for the rest of the season into next year. That's not going to help. That can only hurt.
It's a good speculation, though, for where you could pick up a card real cheap and really.
If you can buy what you feel is the absolute bottom, like the rock bottom, and want to take a flyer, I've seen worse gambles. If you can buy it cheap enough, I've seen worse gambles. Because worst case scenario, you got a fun story. If you're not too much into it, if it works out, it could be great. At least it's got more room to grow. It's got more room to go up at this point than it does to go down after it absolutely bottoms out. So we'll have to see.
And for any other card, new, kind of like that. So
yeah, right now he's got a little more room for that. Can he be Ryan Braun 2.0? Totally. Should Rose be in the Hall? So this is so I kind of touched on this question earlier. On the stupidity clause, I say after he dies. I want to punish him for stupidity in life. You can get in. I will let him in the day after his funeral. The day after. On principle. You get nothing while you're alive. Nothing. But that's just me.
Yeah, other than him being just an idiot on all levels.
He is an idiot, though. He is an idiot.
He never cheated, and he never bet against his own team. I think he's paid enough of a price for gambling on his team to win. I think he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame without a doubt. But this guy is moron.
As a player, yes, absolutely.
A to Z, this guy is a moron.
Yes. And like I said,
Yep.
I made clear my bias. I'm for punishing idiocy. I don't want to reward idiocy. It's like, no, you're an idiot. So screw you. You get nothing. You'll get in after you die. Your family can enjoy it. You can't.
And the stuff he pulled this week, it's like they're letting him in, and he just wants to slam the door on himself. And I don't get it.
But Eric, you touched on the key. There was a path to redemption.
Yeah.
There was an olive branch offered, and he burned it to the ground. So it's well then, dude, what do you want? You literally had a chance. Just shut up.
And I really don't want to discuss what he said this week, but for those who don't know what he said this week, go look it up, read about it, make your own decisions about whether or not this guy should be in the Hall of Fame or not. I don't know.
Yeah. It's one of those things. Like I said, as a player, this is not a difficult conversation. As a player, this is a very straightforward conversation. He's the all-time hit king, great player in his day, no problem.
Never cheated and didn't bet against his team.
As a player, I have no issue with this.
Right.
For his sheer idiocy, I'm like, look, I'm a vengeful, spiteful man. I'm like, please make me commissioner of baseball in charge of this. I'd be like, I'm literally gonna be like, lifetime ban means lifetime ban, bro. You gotta die first.
Yeah.
Sorry. Moving on.
Right.
Tatis Jr. signed with the Bruins. Hey, it might hurt. Might help. Had to Google what Rose has been up to. Schilling called him out for being an idiot. Kurt Schilling. Another guy who is in the all-idiot team. Yeah.
Again.
And that's rough. If Schilling is calling you an idiot, that's rough, bro.
In the Hall of Fame, it is so easy. He should be in the Hall, like first ballot Hall of Famer, but he is such a freaking moron. Nobody wants to put their name in front of his on the vote because it's just guilty by association.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. I'm with you. If Rose gets in, then Bonds gets in.
Yeah.
I think there'll be, like I said, there will be one of these guys. So regardless of what sequencing you want, there'll be one of these guys who will create the path for the guys right behind him. Bonds and Clemens will be one behind each other in whatever order they go in. If one of them can find an avenue to get in, the other one goes. And then so on and so forth, and it opens up the door for some of these other guys. Like I said, Pete Rose he made his own bed. So he's like, he made it. From beginning to end, he made it. He's made it for over 30 years. It's like, why don't you just be quiet? Stop talking. Do not speak. Take a vow of silence, and you'd be in the Hall of Fame by now.
Right.
Just take a vow of silence.
And I don't think you can, in my opinion, you can't compare Rose and Bonds. Bonds cheated. Rose didn't. Anyone who cheats is not a Hall of Famer. That's just this is just my opinion.
Bonds is a flat out better player. Way better player.
Yeah.
Not even close. Rose was a very good player, a consistent player, a great player over many, many years.
Yeah.
But Bonds, when he was at his best, was ridiculously transcendent.
In my opinion,
he was scary good.
Once you cheat, you're not a Hall of Famer because the Hall of Famers don't need to cheat.
The game of baseball is built on cheating.
So,
it's like you are drugs. It's built in.
Yeah. Well, if you cheat, you're
They
not a
steal
Hall of Famer.
bases all the time.
Like stealing bases is like part of the game, Eric. It's part of the game.
Yeah.
Stealing is literally in the rules of the game.
I know.
And greetings from Nashua, I'm guessing New Hampshire.
Yes. Yeah. Very close to me. It wouldn't take long to get there.
Is with Canadians in Barracks backyard for a week. P.S. I know Brad. Protect your new wallet. Nice.
Yeah, I wish you gave me that advice beforehand.
Hey, it happens, man. Rose is a dub socially, but he is a baseball savant. He knows. I agree. Nope. Rose very much so. Like, smart guy in the game. Smart guy in the game. He knows the game. One of the best ever played, but he's an idiot. True. Bonds used drugs. Yes. Pete played without drugs.
Well,
He might have taken recreational drugs. There's some decisions that might suggest some drug use.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe more Aaron Rodgers drug use.
Yeah.
Less performance enhancing, but maybe more like psychedelics. There are some questionable decisions being made.
Yes.
Everybody cheats and cheated. Brian, good evening. Brian's. I saw Brian was in the Dustin stream, so Brian makes a return appearance. One of the OGs from the earlier days of the live stream. Good evening, Brian. Guys in the 60s, 70s used uppers to help with travel. Did they cheat? Technically, yes. Yep. That's what I say. Like, cheating isn't actually ingrained into the game of baseball. It's spiking your cleats is not legal. The Gaylord Perry went in the Hall of Fame admitting he used the spitball illegally. He cheated. He's in the Hall of Fame. Lots of guys are in the Hall of Fame who cheated.
Is that Vaseline?
That's one way you can do it, but the spitball, you can actually use spit, or you can use Vaseline was a classic one. Emery boards, that's another one that has been used, infamous one. Some guys use sandpapers, basically to change the texture of the ball or to apply a substance to the ball. There's 100 versions of this that they came up with, like pine tar on the bat, like all kinds of stuff, all kinds of crazy stuff.
Isn't that allowed?
None of what I just said is allowed. All of it's illegal technically.
Allowed up to
Pine tar is allowed.
A little
You can't
bit
go-
of pine tar, but a very specific amount, a very set amount.
You can't go over that line that's there.
I forget but there is a specification. You can have a little bit to a point, and then after that, you're not supposed to add more. But plenty of guys have broken that rule, and then cork bats and all kinds of stuff. So hi guys. Well, yep, Rose cheated with cork bats. There you go. Do some hunting in Google if you haven't about the bat manager in Montreal. Lots of junior baseball. Yeah. Yep, it's good to hear you guys. Thank you, Brian. They use uppers to run fast as well.
Do my research because
Here's the thing. It's certainly
I
possible.
don't know a lot about baseball, but and if Pete Rose was ever caught officially with a cork bat, he doesn't belong on the Hall of Fame.
Ooh, he's kicked him out.
That's twice he's out now.
I know, right? He used uppers to run faster, well, base stealers use speed. Yep. Players go over the line today with pine tar. Yeah, for sure. As soon as they know what the line is, you go beyond it. George Brett famously got kicked out and charged him for pine tar for violation. Yes. Yeah, that was the one where he charged the umpire from the dirt. Yeah, he went nuts on it. It was the pine tar incident. Pine tar incident.
Yeah.
Very famous one. Joe Brett knows how much pine tar you can use. He does now. Yep.
We need pine tar card.
That'd be kind of fun. That would actually be appropriate. That'd be a good game. That'd be a cool game use piece. If you got a little piece of pine tar on the game use piece of bat, that'd be kind of fun.
Now, as somebody who never played baseball other than with his friends, as a kid, I always wanted, I don't know, my hand to be able to slide a little bit, when I choke. I don't know. And it's like, I guess you want
You hold it like a chocolate stick. Go on.
I don't know. So I didn't, that's why the guys, I thought, put like the dirt on their hands to make it like the bat slip through your hands better.
Look, so it depends on the guy.
I'm
Sometimes the dirt helps. Sometimes the dirt helps the grip. Sometimes it is to give it a little bit of slide. So it's a matter of preference, right?
Right.
So like I played Little League with the aluminum bats because that's what they use. But I practiced with wooden bats because if you practice with wooden bats, it makes the aluminum bats feel super light, so you can swing very fast. So it feels better when you're actually trying to swing. So it almost feels like you're gaining an edge by actually practicing. If you go to batting cage with a wooden bat, it's going to give you a little bit. The extra weight means you actually have to be quicker with the bat. It actually helps you. I always preferred to have a fair bit of grip on it. That was me. I didn't apply anything to the bat, but I used batting gloves, obviously. And I always, again, it's a preference, depending how you want to do this. I would actually make the bat a little bit longer by pinky would actually go over the end of the bat. That was kind of the way that I like to do it. To actually
out of the Hall of Fame.
It's not illegal. But the thing is, for me, it just was more comfortable. But other guys would choke up on the bat, or they would go right to the end of the bat. 100 variations, depending on your preference. I always like having the one finger over the end because it would just extend it a little bit. But I still had grip with the entire rest of the fingers, and that was always the way I liked to play. But everybody's different. So the dirt thing and the pine tar thing is very much like players are weird. They've got superstitions. They've got certain approaches, and they want all the bats to be a certain way, and they want it to be this weight, and there's all kinds of stuff.
But I mean, they're the opposite ends of the spectrum. To rub dirt on your hands and then put pine. It's totally. One's going to be slippery. The other one's you're going to be stuck to the bat.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing. Like, look, putting it back in hockey. How do the guys decide to tape their stick? It's a personal preference thing. Some guys tape it this way. That's the way they got to tape it, and this is the kind of tape they got to use, and it's got to be this color, and all these little nuances. And it's like, does that really make a difference? Maybe psychologically. Like, it might be marginal. Like, but it's mostly in your head.
You say that because when we bring sticks that we're not 100% sure if they're game used to the player, That's the first thing they looked at.
Yeah.
Nope, that's my tape job.
Mhm.
I mean, these guys haven't played or taped a stick in 50 years. You hand it and hand it over to Derek Sanderson. It's like, yep, that's my tape job.
Yeah.
It's just
No,
crazy.
But that's the thing is it would be these little tweaks, these little nuances. Now there were guys that would take it to the extreme, obviously, in that. And then in baseball, my favorite one was always Nomar Garciaparra, because he had that ridiculous like the thing with the straps on the. And I'm like, dude, how long does it take you to do like, and be between pitches? And it's like, oh my god, how many? Can you even remember the sequence of like strap on, strap off, strap on, strap off?
Mimic it here in New England like you wouldn't believe.
It was unbelievable. Like I was just watching, like how do you even remember that sequence of whatever the hell it is you're doing? Jesus, man.
No, you'd see middle school kids constantly doing it.
Yeah. Put dirt on your hands to look cool. Yep. What do you guys think about the trades the Reds made at the deadline? That's very particular. I didn't catch too much about it, but fair enough. So let's see. The Pirates guy on the phone in pocket this week fell out stealing third. Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yes. Yeah.
That was kind of weird. Kind of a side thing. Yeah. Baseball ends keeping reports on the lock and keep for most of the internal findings. Yep. Nice. We did whatever the big leaguers did. Yep. I'd swirl the bat around like Willie Stargell. Nice. Nice. Party's over. There you go, Bob. Party's over.
Why is the party over?
I don't know. I don't know what Bob's referring to, but party's over.
Bob, why is the
Bob
party
ended
over?
the party. Bob has ended the party.
Bob,
He took the punch away.
You can't just end the party. Who gave Bob that much control?
He's Bob.
That's a good point.
He is Bob. I don't know.
Yeah. Only Bob.
Hold on. We're getting clarification. Here. The birthday party. Not the making fun of Eric party. Distinction. Now we understand. All right. People were panicking in the streets. You got to be careful, man. You got to be careful how you state this. That party never ends.
There we go. All right.
Well played. All right, guys. So here's the deal. I'm happy to wind her down. If you got any last things you want to throw in there, throw them in the chat. We'll wind her down and we'll call it a night. It's been great. Thank you again. Great comments, great discussion. We got to cover a lot of ground. There was a lot in there. That 86 Fleer thing gave us a lot of ground to work with, but we also got to have fun with other questions as well. Some great open-ended questions too. I love the open-ended questions because they give us room to like come up with things and talk about them a little bit, and that's fun. I think that's always good. So here, Eric has a chair now. I see in the back, like Bob Lewis.
I want
But-
to be a
Ooh,
fan.
yeah.
But it also has air circulation powers.
It
This
does.
chair comes with some extra.
Yeah, mine's way better than Bob's.
Ooh, controversy. Well, I'll have you know, stop the presses. Bob Lewis had a video tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Bob Lewis made a video. Facts. That's like once a quarter, guys. At most.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I have to look that one up.
Just saying, Bob Lewis.
Yeah.
I see Eric as the biggest fan there watching him. True.
First of all, my biggest fan is my mommy.
Uh-huh.
Allegedly.
So
Same. Is the chair for Eric's imaginary friend Willie? Or is it Marcel? Controversy. Interesting. Okay, question. So let me ask this question, kind of open-ended for you guys. And then, like I said, if there's anything in the chat, we can talk about it real quick and wind her down. We're in mid-August now. So we're starting to approach a little bit. We're heading in. It's one of those things. Time's going to go quick now. Because we're tailing into the end of the summer. Still a little summer left. We're not done. But before we know it, we'll wake up into September, October, November. Like,
Done.
we'll wake up one day and it'll be like, oh, Expo, wear comfortable shoes. Like, we'll be back to the standard. I think Eric, you're shooting for the November Expo here. This is coming up on the year, so
right now, if everything stays on track, I will be there. If
Yeah.
You never know what life is going to throw at you.
of course, yeah.
Right now, the plan is to be there in November.
Yeah, with about, like I said, so I think it's, Bobby, it's the weekend of November the 11th. I think it's with the November, the
Yeah, the
Remembrance Day
13th
weekend.
is in the middle there, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's that weekend.
Yeah, so it's that weekend. So let's call it. So right now we're August 13th, so now we're in the Saturday. So that's about, it's about 2
3
months
months.
out. Is it 3? August, September,
September,
October,
October,
November.
and
Sorry, 3
November.
months. You're right, 3 months. You're right.
Yep.
So with about 3 months out, that's
Scared
enough
the hell
time
out
for
of me.
starting-
I got to get the book.
Yeah, sorry, I was skipping it. I actually have a project that I'm working on right now that I'm already doing planning for that ends in November. So like in my mind, I'm already there. I have to kind of already plan out this far in advance because there's a lot of things between now and then. I have to figure out a lot of stuff. I actually had to push the end date back a week because it was originally going to end on November the 11th.
Oh,
I was like, can we move it back 1 week?
please. Yeah.
Well, I'm actually the one in charge of the project, so I'm like, move it back 1 week. Let's
Oh.
just move it back a week because I have to be on call that whole night.
5 days.
Yeah, I have to be on call that whole
okay.
night. I got a lot of stuff. I got a lot of shit to do. So it's like, could we move it forward 7 days? 7 days later. Give me a break here. I had the vacation time and everything already booked, so it's like 7 days later. Not one vacation, please. Give me a break.
Exactly.
Guys. Give me a break,
Yeah.
guys. A lot of planning between now and then. That's how big. That's how much work is between now and then that we're already planning for something mid-November. So it's like we're well into planning stage now. But anyway, from the show standpoint, there is planning involved in that too, obviously. Whatever your arrangements are, whatever, if you're going to set some money aside or whatever. Eric, are you doing any preparations already? Because it is about 3 months out, but are you starting to kind of, assuming everything goes according to plan, are you starting to set some money aside? Like, what's the plan? What's the idea?
No, I am starting to do that. Yeah, I got a little nest egg going. I have 2 cards I'm looking at to get. I'm looking at a Bobby Orr second season.
Okay.
That'd be 67, 68. I have the rest of the cards of him in that set, but I don't have his main card.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to get that. That's going to be the closest to a rookie card I'll probably ever have. So I'd like, even if it's banged up a little, I'm okay with that. I just want to own one.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one is the Wayne Gretzky autograph Sign of the Times, and he's in the. I almost bought it last year, but I ran out of money, and I just needed to be somewhat responsible. It's the one in the 3rd jersey of the New York Rangers. It's all white. All right.
Okay.
And he's got the white helmet, the white jersey, and it's got the Statue of Liberty logo.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm
And
pretty
it's
sure I've
the
seen that one,
Sign
yeah.
of the Times one, and I think that is the best looking Gretzky autograph card I've ever seen. That's purely autograph, not patch auto jersey, just auto.
Yeah. And the Sign of the Times are all on card, which is always nice. It's always nice when they're on card.
So that's my favorite, and those are the 2 I'm going up there looking for.
Nice. And Bobby, for you, I think it's the getting the app and everything set up, getting that all arranged. I think is that still tracking? Are you still feeling good?
The app's okay. It's just it's loading up pictures and getting more information and getting more sets done. Yeah. I'm really delving back into the 20s and rewriting most of the stuff that I wrote before. I just kind of fixed up from the previous book. So I think I changed the Maple Crisp bet I just finished. I went from 1 paragraph to about 8.
Okay.
So,
but are you still feeling good? Are you tracking well for fall? Are we still good?
I could wait another year. Really, you could. But it does have to come out sometime, and there's certain degrees of perfection that you want to be at. And
Just tell it. No matter what happens.
Yeah, it'll be 2 years.
Just tell Eric. Just tell Eric it'll be 2 or 3 years. Yeah.
2025, probably when Fanatics takes over.
Ooh, good. I like that. Yeah, that's great.
I've been trying to give this guy money for a freaking year now.
Well, give him the money. Why are you expecting product?
I'll take the
you
money.
Jerk. You ungrateful swine. Give him money now and then product later.
Yeah, we can do that.
Like, who's stopping you? I have a join button where people can give me money for nothing. And I literally offer nothing. I am giving exactly what I offer. There are not as many people in the hobby who will give you exactly what you're being offered for the money. They promise you things and then they fall short. I deliver exactly what I offer. Exactly. Nothing.
Consistently nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing more than anybody else gets. So.
I know. The difference is I'm not lying to you about it.
Yeah.
I'm telling you straight up from the beginning. You will get nothing.
I don't think.
Except my gratitude, my appreciation.
The 4th book. I don't think there is a 4th book. I think the whole thing's been made up just to tease me.
Probably, yeah.
There is
no
long
4th
con.
Book.
You're right. It's a website.
Yeah, it's the long con. Yeah, it's good. We appreciate it. It's good. I like it.
So yeah, it'll be really good when it comes out. We're just hustling as much as we can. Like I said, it takes time to upload everything. So And there's a lot of little fixes along the way, but other than that, like, doing pretty good.
All right, no, that's fair. I was just kind of curious because, like I said, we'll have more time to talk about it later. But
Mhm.
about 3 months out is kind of a good. This is an intermediate distance. It's not
It is.
so far in the future that it's like, oh my god, that's like 6 months later. No, 3 months is like, look, you blink, we'll be in September.
Oh, yeah.
And once that ball starts rolling, oh wait a minute, like it's going Labor Day, and then you keep going. It's like October, geez, okay, and then all of a sudden you're about a month out. It's like, what? Where did the time go? It's not a bad time to start kind of thinking a little bit ahead, at least starting to lay the breadcrumbs and be like, okay, so what's the plan? What am I doing?
Yeah, I'll have to get in touch with Menzie and get a nice booth because we're back in the hangar again, number 5. So
Yep.
I like that. I like that area, so I can, pick and choose where I want to be. I don't have to be at the front. I'll probably be closer to the corporate with what I have. So we'll
I
see.
think it's fair. And I think this is probably around, maybe in the next couple of weeks, I'm probably going to be making the hotel reservation.
Good idea.
So that I can get my, yes. Because right now is enough time. So it's close enough. It's like, all right, let's get her done. And I'm still going to wait a while before we talk about it. But I made another hotel reservation related to
You made a
card show.
what?
I made another hotel
Oh,
reservation
very
related to a
nice.
card show. But that will be for later. Not talking about it tonight. Moving on.
All right.
Moving on.
I hear you.
If you're in the 19th century, RAA has some amazing material ending Sunday night. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. All right, Bob. Did I miss the weekly Eric health update? How's the hip knee? Bob, who loves you, who is trying to show you love, is asking for health update. How's it going?
Yeah, we talked about the giant needle I had stuck in my groin 2 days ago.
Yeah, mostly out of spite. You didn't actually need it. The doctor was like, "Oh, this will be funny." This idiot.
Very, very long needle stuck into my groin to try to help repair this tendon tear that I have. So
Have a good night, Jeff. Take it easy.
that's where I'm at. Thank you for asking.
There you go. 98.99 SP Authentic. So that was referring to the Sign of the Times you're referring to. One of my favorites as well. There you
I
go.
just love it. I just think it's so good looking.
Yep. So none of your business. I like the name. Guys, I'm a Cincinnati Reds fan, but Mickey Mantle's my favorite player of all time. Mickey is the best power hitter ever. Fair enough. I like it. Fair enough. Let's see here.
I've done a lot of research on him, and I used him a lot in my teachings of my previous job. And talk about a complete waste of talent. I mean, he just unfortunately, and he admitted all this. If you get hear what Mickey has to say about himself and his career at the end of his life, he was the first one to say that he just wasted so much talent. And if he had taken better care of himself and didn't lose control with his drinking and lifestyle, he literally would have probably been the greatest player that's ever played. His numbers would have just been so much greater.
Yeah. And we'll say, though, if you do the baseball history thing, as it was, he retired as one of the all-time home run leaders at the time of his retirement. And that's with all the issues, the injuries, and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
And his career ended way earlier than it should have. Like, at the age he was, he still should have had some good prime years left. Hank Aaron, in his late 30s, early 40s, was still very productive. You imagine Mantle gets another 3, 4, 5 years of decent production, tacking on to what he was already doing. Like, he had 560 home runs as it was. Or it was maybe 530, I forget the number. But he was in the 500s and change. He was among the top all-time at the time he retired. And he had to retire in 1969. He couldn't even start the 1969 season.
Yeah, his knees were shot.
Yeah,
but
like he was done at that point.
But he just played so many games, either horribly hungover or still drunk, or days without sleep. And if this guy actually took care of himself, it's no telling what his numbers would have been like. So it's kind of a sad story. But he was the first one to tell you that, and he didn't deny any of it at the end of his life. He was very open and honest about it all.
Yep, 536. So thank you for that. That sounds right. But yeah, it was one
Clark,
of those things.
Roy Clark at his funeral sang "Yesterday When I Was Young." If you ever listen to that song, you'll see it's a really good song and apropos for his funeral.
Nice. Got a remote in Allen, Texas? No. It might be outside of Chicago. Good night, fellas. Great as always. Thank you, Baz. Len Bias is another one. Yes. Well, Len Bias is kind of a different case because he didn't even get out of the blocks. Unfortunately for him, he never had a chance to really get out of the blocks as a result of his issues.
The only known Celtics Len Bias autograph at the shop. He signed. He was there before he was at the Garden before he got drafted, and they were predicting he would be the first pick. And someone handed him like a Celtics not fly. What's the word? Like
Chocolate stick.
rim.
Oh.
Right. And he signed it.
Okay.
And we've had it, encapsulated and graded and all that and authenticated. And it's the only known Celtics memorabilia signed by Len Bias. It's pretty interesting.
I'd be curious, I guess maybe college stuff. I'd be curious what they would base it on. Because when it comes to signatures, you have to have like a template, something to base it off of. I guess maybe college stuff. College stuff would probably have to be where you have to go.
But on Celtic stuff, this is the only thing that that is known, I guess.
Yeah. No, but I'm just talking about the signature itself. All I'm referring to is the signature. In order to try to certify it, you need some model to base it off of. Otherwise, well, how did you spell your name? I don't know. I have no idea. So we'll see. I don't know. But yeah, if they were able to find some model and they were comfortable authenticating, well, fair enough. I think that's reasonable. David Thompson was the first Jordan, but drugs ended his career. Yeah, there are a lot of guys who kind of got ended because unfortunately they're demons and different things that they couldn't resist and get out of. All right, so we'll wind her down on that. So thanks everybody as always. Great comments, great chatter, a lot of good topics and things to talk about tonight. We'll see what the content gods have in store for us in the upcoming week. We'll have a little bit of fun with that. Hopefully the ninjas that tried to take out Bobby's power from Big Wax will kind of take it easy on us here. We tried to be nice. We tried to be fair. Reasonable people. On your way out, if you have not already done so, if you could hit the like button, it is free. The join button is not free. And you get nothing.
And the subscribe button is free as well.
The subscribe button is also free. Eric paid for both those things. For his lack of gratitude, his penance is that he's paying for the like button and the subscribe button. Think about it.
And 3 Hail Marys, please.
It's the least he can do. Like, for his sins, we won't even speak of the chocolate stick. The glazed one? No, we're not talking about it. No, we're not talking about it.
Not tonight. It's over.
Not tonight. Folks, thank you very much for hanging out. Appreciate you as always. Have yourself a great weekend. So those of you in the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. For those of you in the West Coast, you got a little time left. Brian, I know you're still on Friday. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Have yourselves a good time. We'll catch you in the next one. Take it easy.